Chapter 1960. In front of the simple wooden house. Yang Kai's right arm was dripping with blood, and the blood, flowing from the corners of his mouth, made his expression even more terrifying. His right hand reached into Zhou Yi's chest and grabbed his violently beating heart. Zhou Yi was lying on the ground, his body wrapped in a golden net of golden blood threads, as he stared at Yang Kai in front of him with trembling eyes. Madman! This guy is definitely a madman. Zhou Yi screamed in his heart. The two maintained this deadlocked posture, motionless. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost impossible to breathe. Not far away, Lu Xianyun covered her mouth with her small hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Chu Fei and the other two Origin Kings also swallowed hard. "Ha ha, brother, you're finished." Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Zhou Yi's face twitched slightly. Although he was full of unwillingness, the current situation forced him to admit that his life was now in someone else's hands, and his life was completely out of his control. As long as Yang Kai used a little more strength, he could take his life. "If you kill me, you won't be able to live either." Zhou Yi stared at Yang Kai coldly, not showing any intention of begging for mercy, and instead showing extreme stubbornness. "Do you want to try? Let's see if I can leave this damned place after killing you. Junior brother, I don't have any strong points, but my ability to escape is top-notch." Yang Kai snickered meaningfully. His smile was so evil that Zhou Yi didn't dare to speak for a while, for fear that the other party would really crush his heart. If that happened, regardless of whether Yang Kai could live or not, Zhou Yi would definitely die. He only had one life. How could he not cherish it? "If you dare move, I'll kill him." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at Chu Fei, who was not far away and was preparing to flee. Until now, Lu Xianyun suddenly recovered, and her tender body flickered as she arrived beside Chu Fei and stared at him vigilantly. This was to prevent him from taking the opportunity to escape. Chu Fei scowled and really didn't dare to move, a pained expression on his face. "Looks like you're a smart person. You don't want to end up in a life and death struggle, right? Why don't senior brother accept it?" Zhou Yi's eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kai in front of him. Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course I don't want to fight to the death, but today's matter has reached this point. It was really hard to clean up this mess. This brother, do you think I should kill you and run away, or should I kill you and wait for the sect to punish me? Don't tell me that as long as I let you go, you won't bother me anymore. I won't believe such childish words." Zhou Yi's face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to respond. "Forget it." Kai Yang suddenly laughed happily. "Let's vent our anger first before we talk about it." Saying so, he turned his head to look at Chu Fei, his eyes gradually becoming cold. "Speaking of which, all of this was caused by the few of you. You even caused me to be grounded for 3 months. Since that's the case, I'll start with you. All of you, kneel on the ground and slap yourselves. While slapping yourselves, call yourselves pigs." As soon as the statement came out, the faces of Chu Fei and the others changed drastically. You've gone too far." Chu Fei roared. Although this place was relatively remote and generally no one would come here if he really did such a thing, how could he establish himself in the sect in the future? News of this would immediately spread, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire sect. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. The second order Origin King cultivator also shouted with an angry expression. "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, no longer paying attention to Chu Fei and the others, instead turning his head to look at Zhou Yi. Slowly tightening his grip, Yang Kai said coldly, Brother Chu and the others are not cooperating. What do you think we should do?" "Junior brother, I have no time to spare right now, so I can't force them. This is making me a little upset, and if I can't control my strength properly." Zhou Yi's forehead immediately oozed beads of sweat as he felt the pressure on his heart grow stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to breathe. Panicking, he quickly turned his head and shouted angrily at Chu Fei and the others. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. This matter was caused by you lot, so if you want to see me die, don't do anything, but if I, Zhou Yi, can escape this disaster, you know what kind of anger you will have to bear. As soon as Zhou Yi spoke, Chu Fei and the others could not help turning pale, all of them staring at Yan Kai with resentment and pleading, as if hoping he would show mercy and spare them this time. Yan Kai turned a deaf ear to their pleas and continued to increase the strength of his hand. Still not kneeling, Zhou Yi suddenly roared. Chu Fei and the others did not dare hesitate, and all knelt on the ground, their expressions ugly as if they had just lost their parents. This was a great humiliation. All of them were Origin King Realm cultivators, so it was normal for them to bleed and be injured, but when had they ever been forced to kneel? All of them cursed Yan Kai in their hearts and secretly vowed to find an opportunity in the future to wash away this shame and pay back today's humiliation 100 times over. Otherwise, how could they dispel the hatred in their hearts? Why didn't I hear the sound of people slapping themselves? Yan Kai tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Zhou Yi's fierce eyes immediately drifted towards Chu Fei and the others. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk Chu Fei and the others waved their hands again and again, fanning their cheeks mechanically. What else? Yan Kai continued to sneer. Chu Fei's blood and qi churned in his chest, almost causing him to cough up blood. He wished he could rush over and take Yan Kai down with him right now. But under Zhou Yi's tyrannical abuse, how could he dare to resist? Steeling his heart, Chu Fei began to cry. I'm a pig, woo-woo! With Chu Fei taking the lead, the remaining two naturally did not dare to remain silent. So a strange scene played out as the 3 Blue Feather Sect disciples knelt on the ground and slapped themselves while cursing. This kind of humiliation was 100 times more unbearable than any other form of torture in the sect. I shouldn't have provoked Junior Brother Yang. I'm a pig. I'm a pig, Junior Brother Yang. Please be magnanimous and let us off this time. Oh, isn't that good? Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, people can only be forced. Is that enough? Zhou Yi stared at Yang Kai coldly. His teeth clenched so hard they seemed to be bleeding, the hatred in his eyes almost tangible. Brother, your eyes are so fierce. Yang Kai looked frightened. Junior Brother is a coward, so don't glare at me like that. If Junior Brother becomes flustered and crushes your heart. Zhou Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but when he opened them again, his expression returned to normal, and he quickly said, Junior Brother Yang, this brother had eyes but failed to see. Today, you have vented your anger, so shouldn't you stop here? In the end, we are brothers from the same sect. We see each other often. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his left hand and slapped him. Asterisk pa, asterisk, a blood-red palm print appeared on one of Zhou Yi's cheeks as a few of his teeth were knocked out. Now you know we are brothers from the same sect. We see each other often? Why didn't you say that when you were about to teach me a lesson? You what? As Yang Kai spoke, he slapped Zhou Yi again. Zhou Yi instinctively wanted to resist, but when he felt the gradually increasing force of the palm on his heart, how could he dare to move? Abruptly eating the second slap, the anger that had just been quelled reignited and his eyes became bloodshot. If you say another word, I'll slap you. If you say another word, I'll see. Huh, you still dare to glare at me? Yang Kai punched out, hitting Zhou Yi right in the eye socket, leaving him with a black eye. Zhou Yi finally became obedient. He knew that Kai Yang was a bit crazy and difficult to provoke. If he didn't behave now, the only one who would suffer would be himself. Lowering his head, he didn't look at Kai Yang, while in his heart he was thinking about how to torture Kai Yang in the future to wash away today's humiliation. Xian Yin, this is the guy who hurt you, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Lu Xianyun's expression changed, and she opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she nodded. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to guess this. After all, with Lu Xianyun's strength, it was impossible for Chu Fei to hurt her. The only person who could hurt her was this Zhou Yi. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and said fiercely, "As a brother of the sect, not only did you not take care of us junior brothers and sisters who had just entered the sect, you even deliberately bullied us. Brother Zhou Yi, you really are quite capable." As soon as his words fell, Yang Kai raised his left fist and began beating Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had no room or leeway to resist and could only endure Yang Kai's beatings. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, his physique was extremely strong. The strength of his punches was so great that it didn't take long for Zhou Yi's face to be bruised and swollen, making him look extremely miserable. Suddenly, Zhou Yi sneered coldly and muttered, "Little brat, if you don't kill me today, I'll make sure you suffer in the future." Yang Kai frowned and looked up into the distance thoughtfully, coldly snorting as he said, "Rest assured, before I die, I'll drag you down with me." In his perception, there were experts flying over at high speed from that direction. After all, they had been causing trouble here for so long, so they must have alarmed the other members of Blue Feather Sect. So Yang Kai had expected someone to come over. What he hadn't expected was that this person seemed to be a very powerful master. The pressure he was exuding before arriving indicated that this person's strength wasn't any weaker than Bian Yuqing's. Which protector has arrived? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Lu Xianyun obviously also noticed this and couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with worry in her beautiful eyes. After all, Yang Kai had really caused quite a ruckus today. Chu Fei and the others were still kneeling on the ground, slapping themselves and cursing themselves. A short while later, a streak of light suddenly shot over and stopped not far above Yang Kai and the others. When this light dissipated, several figures were revealed. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate and their bodies to feel heavy, as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Chapter 1961. The leader of this group was an old man with a white face and no beard. Behind him stood several men and women, all of whose cultivations varied from Origin King Realm to Tao Source Realm. At this moment, all of them were staring at the strange scene below in amazement. After seeing this old man, Zhou Yi was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Protector Miao, save me!" Protector Miao? Yang Kai's expression changed as he immediately knew the identity of this person. Miao Qi was also one of the protectors of Blue Feather Sect, and his cultivation was indeed at the level of the Third Order Tao Source Realm, on par with Bian Yuqing, Zhu Junshan, and the others. If a master of this level wanted to take Yang Kai's life, he would likely not be able to resist. Yang Kai wasn't quite sure what kind of attitude Miao Qi would take to deal with today's matter, but he secretly made up his mind that if Miao Qi decided to side with Zhou Yi and threaten his life, he would directly release the monster insect queen and cause a ruckus. Although the monster insect queen could only display the strength of a cultivator from the First Order Tao Source Realm now, it still had enough strength to delay Miao Qi for a while. Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to escape with Lu Xianyun. As for whether or not he could escape at that time, that would depend on his own means. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down a little and stared at Miao Qi fearlessly. Miao Qi also seemed to be sizing up Yang Kai, and the strange scene in front of him surprised him slightly. After all, the gap in strength between Yang Kai and Zhou Yi was obvious. It stood to reason that Yang Kai should be the one to be subdued, but instead it was Zhou Yi who was being held hostage. Miao Qi couldn't figure out why this was happening. As for Chu Fei and the others, their appearances and performances were truly unsightly. "Protector Miao, save us!" Chu Fei and the others also cried out one after another. Miao Qi's appearance gave them hope, and they no longer cared about Yang Kai's previous threats. All of them stood up from the ground with swollen cheeks and shouted for help. Miao Qi remained indifferent. His divine sense constantly scanned Yang Kai's body, as if trying to pry into some kind of mystery. Behind him, a cultivator who looked like a middle-aged man stood out. He looked down at the crowd and asked coldly, "What happened here?" Chu Fei and the others obviously recognized this man. Hearing this, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Big Brother Pang, we had some grievances with this junior Brother Young before, so when we heard that he had returned from the ice cliff today, we specifically came here to apologize, but we did not expect that this junior Brother Young would hold a grudge against us and would not listen to our explanations. We were not his match. Brother Pang and Protector Miao, please uphold justice for us." Chu Fei was eloquent and almost instantly came up with a perfect excuse, directly putting the blame on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and stared at Chu Fei with great admiration, not having expected this guy to be so eloquent. Big Brother Pang did not comment, instead frowning and asking, "What happened to Junior Brother's show?" Chu Fei was suddenly filled with indignation. Pointing to Yang Kai, he cursed, "Brother Pang, Brother Zhou was just passing by and saw us being humiliated. He wanted to come forward and intercede for us, but he didn't expect Junior Brother Yang to act so sanctimonious, pretending to be polite while launching a sneak attack on Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou is a kind-hearted man. How could he have known that this beast would have such wild ambitions? We were the ones who implicated Brother Zhou." As Chu Fei spoke, he wept bitterly, a look of annoyance on his face. Throughout the whole process, Zhou Yi did not say a word. However, he cooperated very well and put on a grief-stricken expression. "Nonsense." Lu Xian Yun couldn't bear to listen anymore. Her pretty face flushed red as she ground her teeth and said, "It was clearly you who held a grudge and colluded with Brother Zhou Yi to find trouble with Yang Kai, but now you, Xian Yun, there's no need to explain." Yang Kai interrupted her. Looking at Chu Fei with a sneer, he said lightly, "Right or wrong. Protector Miao has his own judgment." But Lu Xian Yun still wanted to say something. But when she saw the firm look in Yang Kai's eyes, she sighed and fell silent. Both she and Yang Kai knew that if Protector Miao stood on Chu Fei and Zhou Yi's side, even if Chu Fei made up a lousy excuse, Protector Miao would not mind. However, if Protector Miao was really fair and just, there was no need to explain anything. Everything depended on Miao Qi's attitude. No need to explain? I think you have a guilty conscience. Now that Brother Zhou's life is in your hands and he could lose his life at any time, what else do you have to explain? Chu Fei's previous cowardly appearance was replaced by a generous and impassioned one, as if he had really suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai just sneered. Brother Pang frowned and said with a look of disgust, "Shut up!" Chu Fei hurriedly nodded and no longer dared to speak. Brother Pang then looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Are you the new disciple?" "Yes." Kai Yang greets fellow senior brothers, greets Protector Miao. "Please forgive this disciple for not being able to greet you now, if he has offended you." Kai Yang maintained his previous posture while replying in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Brother Pang sneered, "I've heard of you. You're quite bold. You've only just entered the sect, but you've already caused a lot of trouble. It seems that Yan Xiuran was beaten by you, and even the treasure-seizing snake was bitten to death by you. The last time you made a mistake, Protector Bien grounded you, and now you've just come out and caused trouble again?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said coldly, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop." "Arrogant," Brother Pang coldly snorted. "Little Shao, you've only just entered the sect, yet you're already causing trouble everywhere. It seems you're not a good person either." Yang Kai's face became cold as he quickly said, "Brother Pang doesn't understand the whole story, yet you're evaluating me like this. Isn't that a bit biased? Brother is teaching you a lesson for your own good, yet you dare talk back?" Brother Pang looked angry, and his source chi fluctuated, as if he really wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. If this Brother Pang's attitude represented Protector Miao's, then he was afraid he would not be able to escape today. just as he was about to summon the monster insect queen and make a scene. Protector Meow gently waved his hand. The furious Brother Pang lowered his head, restrained the fluctuations of source qi in his body, and walked to the back docilely. Miao Qi's eyes swept over Yang Kai and finally landed on Zhou Yi, coldly snorting, "Mediocre!" Hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but turn pale. He naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Miao Qi's words. After all, no matter what, it was a fact that he was suppressed by Yang Kai, and there was no way to justify it. Being suppressed by a third-order Origin King junior brother like this, calling him mediocre was already a fair assessment. Zhou Yi realized that he would no longer be able to be put in an important position by the sect in the future, and he couldn't help feeling cold and desperate. At the same time, he was filled with a monstrous hatred for Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Miao Qi judge him like this? He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and didn't say a word, but his eyes flashed with an extremely bitter light. At that moment, Miao Qi glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and said in a deep voice, "This old master doesn't care why you're killing each other today, but since this old master has seen it, he can't ignore it. Imprison them all and throw them into the bone prison. When Protector Bien returns, he will deal with them." After saying this, Miao Qi turned around and left. Brother Pang bowed and respectfully saw Miao Qi off. After Miao Qi left, Brother Pang stood in place and pondered for a moment before saying, "You heard Protector Miao's words, right? Obediently follow his orders." Chu Fei and the others scowled, each of them like defeated roosters, standing there without any fighting spirit. None of them had expected Protector Miao to deal with today's matter in such a manner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was overjoyed because as long as Miao Qi didn't directly attack him, everything would be easy to handle. This kind of treatment was undoubtedly what Yang Kai wanted to see the most. Hearing this, he grinned and said, "Brother Pang, if it weren't for Junior Brother, I would have disobeyed your orders. But you also saw the look in Zhou Brother's eyes. I was afraid that if I let him go and he bit me, ha ha, Junior Brother's strength is too low. He won't be able to resist." "You're such a busybody," Brother Pang coldly snorted, standing there and saying, "Don't worry, since Protector Miao has given the order. Zhou, he won't dare act recklessly. Just let him go. Since Brother Pang has said so, Junior Brother can only comply." Yang Kai smiled as he took back the golden blood threads that were binding Zhou Yi and pulled his hand out of Zhou Yi's chest, causing blood to spurt out, making it difficult for anyone to look at him directly. Secretly, Yang Kai had pushed his Saint Qi into Zhou Yi's body, secretly taking advantage of him. Zhou Yi couldn't help groaning as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, grit his teeth, and glared at Yang Kai. "You! Sorry, was my action a bit too fierce? Do you want to try again?" Yang Kai asked innocently. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You better pray you don't fall into my hands one day. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." "Brother Pang, he's threatening me," Yang Kai immediately shouted, a look of panic on his face. Brother Pang simply ignored him, a look of displeasure on his face as he formed a series of seals with his hands and sent out a series of seals towards everyone present, including Lu Xianyin. The 6 people involved in today's incident all had their cultivations sealed in an extremely short amount of time. "Come with me." Brother Pang looked extremely impatient as he waved his hand, wrapped everyone in his source qi, and flew them towards the bone prison. In front of the bone prison, Yan Xiuran was still guarding the entrance, but when he saw Brother Pang arrive, he quickly greeted him with a flattering smile. Brother Pang nodded and said, "Take these troublemakers in and keep an eye on them." "Yes." Yan Xiuran nodded before sweeping his eyes over, the next moment his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he pointed at Yang Kai with a furious expression. It's you, you bastard!" "Ha ha! Brother Yan, we meet again." Yang Kai greeted him with a smile. Yan Xiuran's face couldn't help turning cold. Good. I didn't expect you to come to the bone prison again." This brother will definitely entertain you well. Then I'll have to trouble brother. Yang Kai put on a fearless look, causing Brother Pang to shake his head. Chapter 1962. Yang Kai had been in Blue Feather Sect for only 4 months, and had already been sent to the Bone prison twice. However, the situation was very different this time. The first time he was caught, the second time he was only punished. He and Lu Xianyin were locked in one cell, while Zhou Yi, Chu Fei, and the others were locked in another, separated only by an aisle. Even in the darkness, Yang Kai could still feel the resentful gazes directed at him from the other side. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the cold, wet ground, his brow furrowed. He was afraid he could no longer stay in Blue Feather Sect. He and Lu Xianyin had temporarily joined this sect because they had no other choice, so they had no sense of belonging here. Now that this incident had happened, Yang Kai did not want to stay here any longer. If he continued to stay here, perhaps one day someone would come looking for trouble. Yang Kai knew that his current strength was not high, but he could not always be lucky enough to turn danger into safety. As long as there was such an accident, his martial Dao career would likely come to an end. Especially after seeing Yan Xiuran, Zhou Yi, and the others secretly chat for a long time before sneering at him and leaving. Yang Kai knew that they must be up to no good. Perhaps they wanted to kill him here. Yang Kai was not willing to sit still and wait for death. Now that Protector Bian and Ko Wu were not in the sect, as long as they did a good job of cleaning up the aftermath, they would not be exposed. Besides, even if Bian Yuqing came back, with that woman's temperamental personality, it was hard to say whether she would stick up for him. She probably did not have good intentions when she threw him into the ice cliff. It was a way to test his potential. If he died, she would not care about him. If he could survive, she would pay a little more attention to him. But that definitely did not mean she was kind. After making up his mind, Yang Kai quietly began to contact one of the masters in this place. Senior Wu Mengchuan, Yang Kai kept calling out softly. To his surprise, there was no response. That day when he was first locked in the Bone prison, this guy named Wu Mengchuan took the initiative to find him and said he wanted to teach him a set of secret techniques to break the seal on his body. But at that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about Blue Feather Sect and didn't dare to act rashly for fear of being used as a pawn. Today, if Yang Kai wanted to escape from Blue Feather Sect, he would have to rely on Wu Mengchuan's ability. If he really was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, it would be a good idea to let him out and cause a ruckus. At that time, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin could take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now there was no reaction from the other party, which made Yang Kai wonder if Blue Feather Sect had transferred this person away or if he was already dead. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he kept trying. Finally, after trying for a full 4 hours, a hidden wave of divine sense came out leisurely and sent a message to Yang Kai. "It's you, kid. You've been locked up again?" Wu Mengchuan looked very surprised. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Senior, please don't laugh at me." "Senior, why haven't you responded for so long? I thought Senior was no longer here." Wu Mengchuan's laughter came. "The amount of spiritual energy I can recover every day is only enough for half an hour, so I didn't dare to use it easily." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded slightly, not suspecting anything. "Kid, what do you want from this old master? Have you decided to cooperate with this old master?" Wu Mengchuan's mood was faintly excited. After all, he had been here for so many years and had finally met a suitable helper, so he wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, it was unknown whether he would be able to escape from the Bone prison in his lifetime. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Then he said, "There's no problem with cooperation. I can also help Senior escape from here. But what benefits can Senior give me? After all, this Junior can't help you for nothing. What benefits do you want? This old master won't lie to you. This old master has nothing on him right now. So even if I agree to your request, I won't be able to give you anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to give you anything. But if you trust this old man, then I'll give you a chance. Once this old master gets out, this old master can give you whatever you want." Wu Mengchuan said in a deep voice. Yang Kai curled his lips and said with a look of indifference, "How about this, senior? Do you have any good secret techniques? Just teach me one." "You want a secret technique?" Wu Mengchuan asked in return, falling into silence immediately. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. The reason why he made this request was just a casual remark, because even if Wu Mengchuan did not give him any benefits, he could only choose to cooperate with the other party in order to survive. He made this request with a tentative attitude, but judging from the other party's silence, it seemed that there really was a chance. This made Yang Kai realize that Wu Mengchuan could not wait to leave this place, and he was an indispensable help. Otherwise, he would not have considered it so seriously. Should he raise the price? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind, but he quickly rejected it. The other party's strength was so high that if he annoyed him, the first person he would deal with after regaining his freedom would be him. After a while, Wu Mengchuan made a decision. He let out a strange laugh and said, "Good! Since you want a secret technique, this old master will teach you the most powerful secret technique this old master knows. With the help of this secret technique, reaching the Emperor realm in the future will not be a dream. Accept it well." As soon as these words fell, a message poured into Yang Kai's knowledge, sea like a tide. Yang Kai opened his knowledge, sea's defenses, and accepted it all. This message contained 2 sets of secret techniques, one of which was the secret technique to lift his own seal, and the other was the benefit Wu Mengchuan wanted to give to Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly investigated. Wu Mengchuan's voice came again, this time with an indescribable weariness. "Boy, this old master is counting on you. Lift your seal as soon as possible and help this old master escape." After speaking, he did not move, as if he had just used up all the spiritual energy he had accumulated. When Yang Kai called out again, he no longer responded. Yang Kai then began to examine the 2 secret techniques that Wu Mengchuan had taught him. Needless to say, the secret technique to lift the seal wasn't too profound. Yang Kai only skimmed through it a few times before he was able to comprehend it. All he needed to do now was to circulate his qi according to the secret technique's route and gradually break through the seal in his body. As for the other set, it had a very strange name: the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique. Yang Kai did not have time to study it carefully and quickly reviewed it. Not long after, his expression turned to one of extreme shock. He had thought that Wu Mengchuan would casually give him a set of secret techniques to deal with him. Even if he said he would teach him the most powerful secret technique he knew, Yang Kai did not take it seriously. Who would teach their most powerful secret technique to a stranger for no reason? But now it seemed that Wu Mengchuan was most likely telling the truth. This heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique was not so much a secret technique as a secret technique, and a very profound one at that. If one cultivated with this secret technique, one would be able to devour all things with world energy, like the spirit-devouring monster insects, and forcibly plunder the world energy for one's own use, allowing one to grow stronger at an extremely fast rate. This secret technique was divided into several parts, the most profound of which actually included parts of the Emperor realm. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. Including the Emperor realm meant that this heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique was a secret technique that could be cultivated to a higher level in the Emperor realm. The value of such a secret technique was simply immeasurable. In the star boundary, it was definitely a treasure that countless people would fight over. Yang Kai was shocked deep down and checked it several times to make sure that he was not mistaken. While he was shocked, he was also full of doubts. How could Wu Mengchuan teach him such a high-level secret technique without hesitation? Even if he had a favor to ask of him, It was impossible for him to be so forthright. What kind of evil intentions did he have? It was not that Yang Kai was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but this matter was not normal no matter how he thought about it. He secretly guessed that this secret technique either required a special talent to cultivate, or even if he could cultivate it, there would be great drawbacks. Yang Kai was leaning towards the latter possibility. As for what these drawbacks were, he had no way of guessing. Putting aside the matter of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret technique for the time being, Yang Kai began to comprehend the secret technique to lift the seal on his body. The seal on his body was issued by the First Order Tao Source Realm Cultivator, Brother Pang, and required a special trick to lift it. If he tried to forcibly break it, not only would he suffer a backlash from the seal, but it was also very likely that he would be harmed. Yang Kai was not a new cultivator, so he still had some common sense. He was mentally prepared for a long battle. But what he didn't expect was that after circulating the secret technique provided by Wu Mengchuan, it only took less than an hour for the barrier in his body to show signs of loosening, and his strength began to slowly flow again. This discovery surprised Yang Kai, and he secretly wondered if Wu Mengchuan was a master of Blue Feather Sect. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the method to lift the seal on his body? How could he teach him the method to lift it so quickly? However, if he was a master of Blue Feather Sect, how could he be imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison? This made Yang Kai a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. In this situation, the sooner he could lift the seal, the better. The gradually surging power fluctuations from his body did not escape Lu Xianyun's notice. When she noticed this, Lu Xianyun immediately covered her red lips with her hand as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe that he could forcibly break through the seal of a Tao Source Realm Master and achieve such a good result. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Lu Xianyun took the initiative to sit down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, using her body to block Yang Kai, but this could only delay him. When the power fluctuations from Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious, Zhou Yi and the others who were imprisoned on the opposite side finally noticed. One by one, they got up from the ground and stared suspiciously in Yang Kai's direction. Chapter 1963. This MO was observing the heavenly phenomenon at night and saw that the northern Pajun, Ravenous Wolf, and 7 kill stars were all about to move. Tonight would probably be another night of bloodshed and mourning, so this MO decided to stay at home tonight and recite the reincarnation mantra to deliver all living beings from torment. Buddha is merciful, good. After confirming that Yang Kai was really breaking through the barrier, Zhou Yi's face changed dramatically and he shouted, "Boy, you dare act like this? Are you not afraid of being punished by the sex rules?" Chu Fei also shouted, "Yang Kai, you're dead. Haha, you dare to break through the barrier? You don't put Protector Meow in your eyes at all. No one can save you now. Just wait for Protector Meow's monstrous wrath." He had a gloating expression on his face, as if he could really see Yang Kai's death, dancing with joy. But soon he could no longer laugh, because after a short while the fluctuations in Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious and intense. On the surface of his body, rope-like rune chains appeared, but these rune chains seemed to be under attack from some unknown force and were faintly showing signs of collapsing. The barrier was about to be broken. How is that possible? Chu Fei was horrified. Yang Kai was just a third-order Origin King cultivator, but under the premise that his strength was sealed, he was actually able to break through Big Brother Pang's barrier. This made Chu Fei unable to believe his eyes. Not good. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was even more worried. Now, he and Yang Kai could be considered to be mortal enemies. If Yang Kai really recovered his strength and escaped from the bone prison, the first person he would deal with would likely be Zhou Yi. And now, Zhou Yi was already injured and his strength was sealed. There was no way he could fight back. That would be the end of him. When he thought of this, Zhou Yi's expression suddenly became flustered as he shouted loudly, Junior brother Yen, but just as he spoke, a burst of sound suddenly rang out from the opposite side. The rune chains around Yan Kai's body turned into specks of fluorescent light and disappeared as the aura of a third-order origin king burst forth. Yan Kai stood up and, before Zhou Yi could shout a second time, turned his body into a shield and slammed into the prison wall in front of him. With a loud crash, bone fragments flew out and Yan Kai leapt out of the bone prison like a beast that had just been released. Like lightning, he arrived in front of Zhou Yi, stretched out a hand, and tightly grabbed his neck. Zhou Yi froze in place, not daring to move. His eyes were filled with panic as he stared at Kai Yang, who was so close to him, trembling. His throat was the only sound he could make. Seeing this shocking scene, Yang Kai, Yang and Yang Kai. Yang was Yang and Yang. Yang Kai stared at Zhou Yi indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising into a cruel sneer. Junior brother Yang. Zhou Yi gulped down his saliva, but didn't struggle. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said with difficulty, "You don't really want to kill me. Senior brother has indeed made some mistakes before, but in the end, you and I are fellow disciples. Forgive me, I apologize to you. I won't divulge what happened today. It's not too late for you to stop now. Do you think that's possible?" "Idiot." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. Yang Kai tightened his grip slightly. Zhou Yi's neck was immediately broken and twisted to the side. Yang Kai tossed his body aside and took off his space ring. Yang Kai did not even bother to check how much wealth was in this space ring. Yang Kai simply stuffed it into his own pocket. Inside the cell, Chu Fei and the others were already trembling, collapsing to the ground. Seeing Zhou Yi die in front of them, how could Chu Fei and the other two not know that they were in deep trouble? Staring at Yang Kai in panic, endless regret filled the depths of his heart. They had never expected that after offending Yang Kai, their final outcome would be like this. "Junior brother Yang, please spare my life. Big brother was wrong. Please spare my dog life." Chu Fei cried and begged loudly for mercy. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust before stretching out his hand and sending out a golden blood thread that struck Chu Fei's forehead. A bright red spot appeared on Chu Fei's forehead, but he maintained a stiff posture and remained motionless, his vitality and brilliance quickly dissipating from his eyes. The golden blood thread flew through the cell and passed through the vital points of the remaining two, taking their lives before immediately sweeping up all three of their space rings. After doing all this, Yang Kai turned around and said, "Xian Yin, you stay here, I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" Lu Xianyin looked stunned. After all, from the moment she felt the fluctuations of power in Yang Kai's body to the moment the barrier was lifted, to the moment Yang Kai killed Zhou Yi and the other three, everything had happened too quickly. Before she could fully react, Yang Kai had already succeeded. Lu Xianyun quickly realized that Yang Kai wanted to rebel against Blue Feather Sect. Otherwise, he would not have acted so decisively and ruthlessly. She did not have any intention of rejecting Blue Feather Sect, and simply shared the same attitude as Yang Kai towards it. If they had not been forced to, who would have inexplicably joined this sect. Now that she had decided to rebel against Blue Feather Sect, she did not have the slightest psychological burden. The only thing she was worried about was that with the strength of the two of them, they would not be able to carve out a bloody path and would ultimately fail. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai say this, she quickly asked. Yang Kai did not have time to explain, and simply gave her a look that said not to worry before his figure flickered, and he walked towards the depths of the bone prison. He did not know what the depths of the bone prison were like, but the place where Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned was obviously heavily guarded. The deeper Yang Kai went, the darker and more humid it became. There were obvious and hidden energy fluctuations all around, indicating that there were extremely strong barriers or spirit arrays. Once touched, the consequences would be unimaginable. To Yang Kai's great surprise, the The cultivator imprisoned in the bone prison was looking at him indifferently, none of them making any noise, as if they had long been aware of his arrival. Some of them were even showing him the way forward, allowing him to safely avoid the locations of the barriers and spirit arrays. These guys should be with Wu Mengchuan. Yang Kai concluded that they must have received instructions from Wu Mengchuan, so they were not surprised at his arrival and even kindly led the way for him. Yang Kai observed secretly. He was shocked to find that there were at least a few dozen cultivator imprisoned in the depths of the bone prison, and although some of the cultivator's strength had been sealed, Yang Kai could still sense that they were not to be trifled with. These guys made Yang Kai feel troubled. Obviously, they were all Dao Source Realm Masters. What is the background of this Wu Mengchuan? Who are these people? Why are they all locked up here? Yang Kai had all kinds of doubts in his heart, faintly feeling that this blue feather sect should be involved in some huge secret. After going more than 1,000 meters deep, Yang Kai came to the end. At the end, there was a cell made of unknown materials. It was sealed on all sides with only a window-sized hole. Looking inside, it was pitch black. He could not see anything. However, Yang Kai clearly felt the aura of a living being inside, one that was a little weak and did not have the power he imagined a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator should have. "You're quite fast, boy. It seems your aptitude is quite good." Wu Mengchuan's voice came from the cell in front of him, sounding a little surprised. "Senior Wu?" Yang Kai asked tentatively. "It is this, old master. What should I do now?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Whether or not he could safely escape from Blue Feather Sect depended on the strength of the people locked up here. Yang Kai naturally did not want to waste time. "I will teach you a method. Once you crack the barrier of the cell, you can open the door." Wu Mengchuan's voice came out and immediately sent out his divine sense, imprinting the method into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai frowned, but did not resist, instead carefully comprehending it. This method was somewhat similar to the secret technique used to crack his own barrier, but it was more complicated. With his previous experience, Yang Kai could easily comprehend it, and in less than half an incense stick worth of time, he began to use it freely. Bursts of energy burst out from Yang Kai's body as they poured into the cell door in front of him. Cracking sounds came from the dark cell door as inexplicable spirit arrays and barriers were peeled off layer by layer. Time passed, and Yang Kai struck the cell door with his palm. The cell door flashed brilliantly. All the barriers and spirit arrays were lifted. Wu Mengchuan's excited voice came again. "Well done. You are indeed a promising talent. Now come and help this old master pull out these damn spirit-suppressing gold chains, and this old master can regain his freedom." There was a fanatical expectation in his voice, and even a little bit of madness. This made Yang Kai hesitate slightly, not knowing whether what he was doing was right or not. If he released a terrible monster, he would suffer the consequences of his own actions. But in this situation, he had no choice. So after a little hesitation, he threw these concerns to the back of his mind. He pushed open the cell door, and with the help of the dim light, Yang Kai looked inside. After seeing Wu Mengchuan's appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. On the opposite wall, there was a humanoid creature, but it seemed that its limbs were nailed to something, so it could only maintain that posture, tightly clinging to the wall. This humanoid creature's original appearance was almost impossible to see. It was as thin as firewood, and there seemed to be not much flesh on its body. Its cheekbones were high, making it look very frightening, and its hair was sparse and messy. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a guy was already dead. There was not much life aura left, and Yang Kai could not even feel the flow of blood in its body. However, its two eyes were extremely bright and green, like willow, the wisps making one's hair stand on end. "Senior Wu." Yang Kai frowned. "Ha ha ha." The skinny old man who was nailed to the wall grinned. "Boy, there's no need to doubt. This old master is Wu Mengchuan." Yang Kai couldn't bear to describe it. How much hatred did this Wu Mengchuan have with Blue Feather Sect that he had been tortured to such an extent? Persecuted, this old master simply endured the humiliation to save his own skin. Wu Mengchuan said in a low voice, like the howl of a ghost. Chapter 1964. Someone's coming. Why haven't you acted yet? Wu Mengchuan's expression suddenly became cold as he shouted in a deep voice. Yang Kai also noticed the sound of someone entering the bone prison, so he no longer hesitated and rushed directly to Wu Mengchuan's side, reaching out and grabbing the cone-shaped artifact in his right hand. This artifact was probably made of spirit-suppressing gold. As soon as Yang Kai grasped it, he felt all the strength in his body being suppressed, unable to move at all. Use your physical strength, Wu Mengchuan reminded him. Yang Kai nodded, the muscles on his arms bulging as he exerted all his strength. With a swish, the cone-shaped artifact was pulled out, bringing with it a jet of black blood. This blood was sticky and looked as if it was about to dry up, completely devoid of any color it should have. Yang Kai did the same and quickly pulled out the cone-shaped artifact from Wu Mengchuan's limbs. Only then did the old man who was nailed to the wall fall from the wall and collapse on the ground. He seemed to be gasping for breath, but his mouth kept letting out strange laughter. His body was also wrapped in chains made of spirit-suppressing gold, which were extremely strong. Yang Kai tried to pull at them, but found that they could not be broken. In the end, he had no choice but to use his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to break the chains. The 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a body-tempering secret art and was not restrained by spirit-suppressing gold. Regaining his freedom, Wu Mengchuan stood up shakily, his green eyes flashing even faster as he laughed lowly, his face filled with crazy hatred and joy. Zhu Junshan, Bian Yuqing Miaoqi. Tan Song, are you ready to bear this old master's anger? Yang Kai's heart thumped when he heard this. The 4 names that came out of Wu Mengchuan's mouth were the names of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect. Obviously, Wu Mengchuan had a monstrous hatred for these 4 people, and it could even be said that Wu Mengchuan was tortured like this. It was likely these 4 people's handiwork. However, Wu Mengchuan's current situation could only be said to be struggling at death's door. He had just escaped, and yet he was already boasting so shamelessly, which made Yang Kai feel that his idea was a little too unrealistic. He even regretted that he didn't escape from this place as soon as he got out. Instead, he wasted precious time on rescuing this old man. However, there was no point in regretting it now. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Senior, our deal has been completed. I won't stay here any longer. Our lives and deaths are up to fate." As he spoke, he was about to leave. Wu Mengchuan chuckled and squinted at Yang Kai. "What? Do you think I'm no match for them?" Yang Kai frowned. "It's not that I don't trust you, Senior, but your current state..." Humph. Wu Mengchuan snorted lightly and waved his hand. "Follow this old master. This old master will let you broaden your horizons." His casual appearance stunned Yang Kai for a while. He really didn't know what he was going to do next, but this old man had gone to great lengths to get him out. Wu Mengchuan was probably not someone who would easily seek death, so Yang Kai could only restrain his temper and follow him all the way forward. Not long after, the 2 came to the cell where many cultivators were imprisoned. After seeing Wu Mengchuan, the cultivators who had been guided by Yang Kai before all looked excited and gathered at the door of the cell, staring at Wu Mengchuan eagerly. Wu Mengchuan stood in the corridor and looked around. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. His withered hands slowly spread open. With this action, an inexplicable suction force gushed out from his body. Yang Kai was shocked. At this moment, he felt his knowledge cease suddenly turbulent, as if it was being pulled by something. His spiritual energy was about to leave his body. Not only that, the blood and qi in his body were also churning violently, making him feel as if his whole body was on fire. His complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly operated his secret art to suppress the discomfort in his body. Even so, it was extremely difficult for him to resist. But the cultivators imprisoned in the cells were not so lucky. After seeing Wu Mengchuan's posture, some of them immediately cried out in shock, no longer having the same expectations and fanaticism towards Wu Mengchuan before. Instead, they quickly retreated as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. But behind them was the prison wall. Where could they retreat to? Screams rang out one after another, and blood-red rays of light shot out from the cells in all directions. Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking all these blood-red rays into his abdomen. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his withered body began to fill up, and his dirty robes fluttered without any wind. His exposed, cracked skin gradually became lustrous, and his sparse white hair not only quickly turned black, but also became lush. His whole body seemed to have been injected with unimaginable vitality, suddenly breaking away from the state of near death and transforming into an appearance full of vitality. Yang Kai was shocked to the extreme. He could clearly see that the blood-red rays of light shooting out from the cells were clearly the blood and qi and life essence of the cultivators. But at this moment, they had all become the capital and foundation of Wu Mengchuan's strength. What kind of evil technique was this? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? Yang Kai immediately thought of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method that Wu Mengchuan had given him before. Although Yang Kai had not carefully studied that secret art, he vaguely knew its uses and characteristics. What Wu Mengchuan displayed at this moment was definitely the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method. How could this secret art be so evil and strange? It could forcibly deprive others of their blood and qi and life essence for its own use. How could this secret art be so powerful? How could it restore a dying person's vitality in a very short time? What kind of secret art was this? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, he also knew that the more heaven-defying a secret art seemed to be, the greater the drawbacks. This heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method definitely had drawbacks that he had not discovered. Perhaps Wu Mengchuan's evil temperament was related to this. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the power fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's body were increasing at an incredible speed. From the Saint Realm to the Origin King Realm, it only took him 3 breaths to reach the First Order Origin King Realm, then the Second Order Origin King Realm, the First Order Tao Source Realm. All of these continued to climb, seemingly without limit. This old man had said that he was a master from the Third Order Tao Source Realm, and it seemed that he wasn't just boasting. "Sect Master, please spare us. We have followed you all the way back then, and have been loyal to you without any complaints or regrets. Even after being imprisoned for so many years, we have never compromised. Sect Master, why must you do this?" Suddenly, a cultivator's scream rang out from the cell. Immediately afterward, pleas for mercy rang out from all directions, and all the cultivator addressed Wu Mengchuan as Sect Master. Sect Master. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Which sect master is Wu Mengchuan? Could he be from Blue Feather Sect? When this thought emerged, Yang Kai was startled. He instinctively denied it, but after thinking about it carefully, it really was possible. Because until now, he still didn't know the name of Blue Feather Sect's sect master. Within a month of coming to Blue Feather Sect, Yang Kai had inquired about the situation of Blue Feather Sect and learned the names of the 4 protectors. But when he asked about the sect master's name, all of his brothers showed unfathomable expressions. Once, when he asked Ko Wu reprimanded him, telling him not to look for trouble and to be careful of what he said. Yang Kai didn't quite understand what was going on at that time, but now he somewhat understood. This was quite interesting. The sect master of Blue Feather Sect was actually imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison, bound by a cone-shaped artifact and chains made of spirit suppressing gold. If it weren't for the help of a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai, Wu Mengchuan would likely never have been able to escape from that place. No wonder the secret technique this old man taught me to lift the seal was so effective. If he was really the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, he would certainly understand the secret techniques of his own sect. The pleas for mercy continued, and all the cultivators' faces turned ashen as despair filled their hearts. They thought that after Wu Mengchuan escaped, he would definitely release them, his former subordinates, to wash away the shame of the past. But Wu Mengchuan did not do as they wished. Instead, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique to deprive them of their vitality and life essence. When their trust and expectations were betrayed, they saw the true face of Wu Mengchuan's cruelty. This old man can feel your sincerity, but this old man needs strength now. Since you all said that you would follow this old man to death, then now this old man wants you to fulfill your promise. This isn't too much, is it? Wu Mengchuan turned a deaf ear to the pleas for mercy and screams around him, just standing there and urging the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique while speaking lightly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked as well. Yang Kai finally understood why the cultivators of Blue Feather Sect were so scheming and deceitful. If the sect master was like this, how could he expect his disciples to be any better? It could even be said that the reason why Blue Feather Sect was in such a state was all because of Wu Mengchuan. I absolutely can't be entangled with him for too long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to leave the bone prison and escape from Blue Feather Sect. Otherwise, with Wu Mengchuan's temperament, he might kill him one day. Yang Kai did not want to put his safety in the hands of others. Wu Mengchuan, you are the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You have brought shame to the emperor. I curse you to die a horrible death. Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. However, knowing that begging for mercy was useless and that he would die without a doubt, he cursed loudly. This explosive information caused Kai Yang to be dumbfounded. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Although he had never heard of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, he could feel the unusual weight of these words alone. Only when a cultivator's cultivation reached the emperor realm could they be called an emperor. However, ordinary masters of the emperor realm did not have the qualifications to be called an emperor at all. Only the best of the best in the emperor realm were worthy of their own titles. Titles were different, but they often represented the principles that the master of the emperor realm was most proficient in, the secret art they cultivated, and even the great glory they had achieved in their life. A title represented a legend, an epic, and a glory that shook the ages and dazzled the contemporaries. Chapter 1965. If Emperor Realm Masters were considered the cream of the crop in the star boundary, then titled emperors were considered the cream of the crop. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was definitely one of the great emperors. Wu Mengchuan was actually a descendant of a titled emperor. Such a thing was really beyond Yang Kai's expectations. And judging from the title of the great emperors, he obviously also cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. It could even be said that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was passed down by the great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor. At that time, Kai Yang was stunned. How could a titled emperor's secret art be described with the word precious? It was simply a rare treasure. If news of this spread out, even ordinary emperor realm masters would try their best to snatch it away. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He had accidentally learned such a big secret. Would Wu Mengchuan turn hostile and kill him to silence him? And why did he pass down the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to him so readily? It was undoubtedly his most precious treasure. Yang Kai did not believe that Wu Mengchuan was really so kind. Judging from his current style of conduct, this old man was cruel, cold, and inhumane. He could even kill his old subordinates at will. So how could he be so magnanimous to a cultivator he had just met? Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly became vigilant and decided to release the monster insect Queen if he sensed something wrong. As if aware of the change in Yang Kai's aura, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Fortunately, Wu Mengchuan did not pay attention to him and instead said in a low voice, "Humph, if it weren't for one of you leaking the news back then, those 4 bastards would have died. If I had let those 4 bastards know that I am the descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor and that I have mastered the heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics, how would I be where I am today?" After so many years, this old man is no longer in the mood to investigate who betrayed me back then. Once all of you are dead, it will be clean. As he spoke, Wu Mengchuan activated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique even more fiercely. Standing not far behind him was Yang Kai, who was struggling to resist the devouring force. Cold sweat dripped down. Damn it. I've heard so many explosive secrets all of a sudden today. I'm having some indigestion. Inferring from Wu Mengchuan's words, he might have been betrayed by one of his subordinates back then, and as a result, the 4 great protectors learned that he had mastered the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. So they attacked and imprisoned him here, hoping to find out the cultivation method of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. Perhaps there were some conspiracies, sneak attacks, and so on. But Wu Mengchuan obviously did not cooperate. Otherwise, he would not have lived to this day and would have been killed by the 4 great protectors long ago. Who would not covet the secret art passed down by a titled emperor? It was understandable that the 4 protectors dared to attack Wu Mengchuan after receiving the news. After all, they were all third-order Dao Source realm cultivators, so it would have been easy for them to launch a sneak attack. If they ambushed him, they would definitely succeed. Just as many distracting thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, the screams in the surrounding cells gradually subsided, and the vitality of the cultivator quickly dissipated. Yang Kai looked around and found that the appearance of those people after death was extremely withered, as if they had been weathered for hundreds of years. Their eyes were bulging, and there was not the slightest trace of vitality in their bodies. After devouring the vitality and life essence of so many people, Wu Mengchuan had also changed from his old and decrepit appearance to the current him. Now he had a head of black hair. His skin was fair, and his body was majestic. He looked no different from a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, and judging from the violent energy fluctuations that emerged from his body, his cultivation had surprisingly recovered to the level of the 3rd order Dao Source realm. He turned his head. Chuckling at Yang Kai, he said, "Let's go. This old master will lead you to a bloody path. And this old master smells the aura of an old acquaintance. How nostalgic." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight ahead, wherever Wu Mengchuan passed. Blood spurted out from the cells on both sides before he opened his mouth and swallowed it all. Of the cultivators imprisoned in these cells, those who were slightly weaker died directly, while those who were stronger couldn't hold on for long before Wu Mengchuan forcibly plundered their blood, qi, and life essence. Along the way, the energy fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's body became more and more terrifying. The violent energy fluctuations of his vitality made even Yang Kai tremble in fear. He was afraid that this old man would not be able to bear it and self-destruct. A few figures quickly approached from the front. Obviously, they had noticed that something was wrong with the bone prison and wanted to come in to investigate. The one leading this group was Yan Xiuran, and behind him were the 2 Origin King realm cultivator who had tortured Yang Kai many times before. These people had just entered the bone prison, and before they had time to figure out the situation, Wu Mengchuan, who was walking towards them, smashed them to pieces with a palm strike. From the burst of flesh and blood, Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth and swallowed them one by one. "Brother Yang, Lu Xianyun's voice came from the darkness. A cold light flashed in Wu Mengchuan's eyes, and he was about to attack Lu Xianyun when Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Senior, this is my friend." "Your friend?" Wu Mengchuan looked at Lu Xianyun coldly for a while, seemingly hesitating for a while before nodding. "Fine, her strength is not very high, so she is not of much use to this old master." "Many thanks for Senior's mercy." Yang Kai breathed a heavy sigh of relief. If Wu Mengchuan had really attacked Lu Xianyun just now, he would not have been able to sit back and watch. He would have torn apart all decorum with Wu Mengchuan. Fortunately, this did not happen. "Brother Yang, this senior is—" Lu Xianyun did not know that she had just walked through the gates of hell, but she also noticed that Wu Mengchuan was not to be trifled with. After being stared at by him for a while, she broke out in a cold sweat. It felt as if she was being stared at by the god of death. The aura of death rushing towards her made it difficult for her to breathe. "This is Senior Wu," Yang Kai explained casually before turning to Wu Mengchuan and asking, "Can Senior help me lift the seal on my friend's body?" Although Yang Kai could also lift the seal on Lu Xianyun now, it would definitely take some effort, so it was better to try and see if Wu Mengchuan could help. Wu Mengchuan did not speak when he heard this, and just raised his hand, directly breaking the seal on Lu Xianyun's body and restoring her strength. "Boy, after leaving here, take your friend and run away as far as you can," Wu Mengchuan suddenly said faintly. "Huh." Yang Kai was startled. He had been thinking about how to escape from Wu Mengchuan. After all, he had now mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, and the reason why Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned and plotted against was because of this secret art passed down by a titled emperor. He felt that Wu Mengchuan would not let him leave with such a secret art. He did not expect this old man to say such a thing. There was definitely something fishy about this. It was just that Yang Kai could not see it yet. "What, you don't want to leave?" Wu Mengchuan chuckled. "That's not what I meant." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "In that case, many thanks, Senior. And don't die. This old master is looking forward to your growth." "Ha ha ha!" Wu Mengchuan laughed strangely and strode forward. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun glanced at each other and followed closely behind. After a while, the three of them left the bone prison. "Let's go." Wu Mengchuan stood there with his hands behind his back as he narrowed his eyes and stared in a certain direction. From that direction, a streak of light was rapidly approaching, and judging from its aura, it was Miao Qi, whom Yang Kai had met not long ago. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Wu Mengchuan and said, "Senior, take care." After saying that, he pulled Lu Xianyun and soared into the sky. After Yang Kai left, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and glanced in the direction. He disappeared, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes as he laughed strangely. "The seed has been planted. When will it sprout? I'm really looking forward to it." After watching for a while, he suddenly turned his head again and stared coldly in the direction Miao Qi was coming from, his robe fluttering without any wind as he shouted, "Miao Qi, come and die!" Wrapped in a mysterious light, Miao Qi was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly stopped, asking in horror, "Wu Mengchuan, how did you manage to escape?" "Ha ha ha ha! This old master's life is not destined to end here. There will always be someone to help me. Back then, this old master said that one day I would cut you bastards into pieces, and today this old master has come to fulfill his promise." After experiencing a moment of panic, Miao Qi gradually calmed down and glared at Wu Mengchuan coldly. "Imph! You've just escaped, yet you think you can compete with this king? Don't forget, you and I are both from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. How could this old master do something he wasn't sure of?" As soon as Wu Mengchuan's voice fell, he suddenly opened his mouth and summoned a small bottle-like artifact. From this bottle, 10,000 rays of blood-red light suddenly sprayed out, instantly covering the world in a blood-red hue. This was because the surroundings were dyed red, and even the flowing air seemed to have turned into blood, making one feel as if they were in a sea of blood. Blood spirit bottle. You really have this thing. Miao Qi's horrified cry came from the sea of blood. Wu Mengchuan roared. Yes, this thing has always been with this old master. If it had not been fully restored back then, this old master would not have fallen into your hands. Miao Qi, Miao Qi, you underestimate this old master too much. This old master is a descendant of a titled emperor. How could he not have one or two emperor artifacts? In this blood spirit sea, this old master is the master. How much strength can you display? This old master will break your bones one by one and devour your vitality and life essence little by little. Your soul will become this old master's meal, and you will never have the chance to enter the samsara. Wu Mengchuan's resentful voice sounded like a curse in Miao Qi's ears, causing his face to suddenly pale. Don't worry, after killing you, I will go find Zhu Junshan, Bian Yuqing, and Tong Kong. All of you will die. Miao Qi's panicked roar came from the blood spirit sea. The blood spirit bottle was an emperor artifact, left behind by the great emperors of the heaven devouring great emperor. Although Wu Mengchuan could not display its full power with his third-order Tao Source realm cultivation, with the help of this emperor artifact, Miao Qi was not his opponent at all. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Chapter 1966. More than 100,000 kilometers away from Blue Feather Mountain, two streaks of light flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and shot towards a hidden area below. When the light dissipated, the figures of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were revealed. We escaped just like that. Lu Xianyun's pretty face was filled with surprise and disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Flying all the way here, she was surprised to find that they had not encountered the slightest obstruction. After all, she and Yang Kai were both disciples of Blue Feather Sect and had identity tokens on them. Even if they were occasionally questioned by someone, all they had to do was show their identity tokens and pass safely. After leaving Blue Feather Mountain, the two of them had been flying in this direction, and now that they had reached a certain distance, they decided to descend. 100,000 kilometers was safe enough. What's more, Blue Feather Sect was in chaos right now, so no one would care about two disciples escaping. This was also thanks to the fact that Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu were not in the sect. Brother Yang, we really escaped. Lu Xianyin was still immersed in excitement with a smile on her face. Xianyin, come here. Yang Kai did not show a happy look and instead beckoned to Lu Xianyin with a solemn expression before immediately taking out a few space rings from his pocket and releasing his divine sense to investigate them. These space rings belonged to the enemies he had killed in the bone prison before, and there were only 4 of them in total. After a quick inspection, Yang Kai quickly learned what was inside these space rings, leaving one of them behind before stuffing the other 3 into Lu Xianyun's hand and saying, "Take this." Brother Yang, what are you doing? Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Nothing from now on. You and I will go our separate ways. Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's tender body trembled, and she asked with some difficulty, Brother Yang, do you think this mistress is holding you back? Yang Kai frowned and fell silent for a while before nodding. Yes. Lu Xianyun looked at him seriously. Suddenly she ground her teeth and said, No. Brother Yang, tell me the truth. Is there some kind of danger approaching? Is it related to that Senior Wu? Why are you asking so many questions? Yang Kai looked impatient. Are you women all so long-winded? If I tell you to take the things and leave, then leave. Lu Xianyun gritted her teeth and glared at him. Her towering chest heaved up and down as she said in a deep voice, During this period of time, I have received a lot of care from Brother Yang. Now, if Brother Yang is in any danger, Xianyun will not sit idly by. What danger could I be in? Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. Anyway, From now on, you and I won't interfere with each other's business. You go your way and I go mine. Let's part ways here. Good luck." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he directly urged his power to break through the sky. "You want to leave just like that?" Lu Xianyin raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and chased after him. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai would do this, from her impression of him these days, Yang Kai wasn't such a ruthless person. So Lu Xianyin concluded Yang Kai had definitely encountered some kind of big trouble and didn't want to drag her down, so he wanted to separate from her. But how could Lu Xianyin be ungrateful? Naturally, it was impossible for her to let Yang Kai take the risk alone. Even if her strength was limited, 2 people together was better than 1 alone. But to Lu Xianyin's surprise, after chasing for a while, she found that she had lost track of Yang Kai. His speed was simply too fast, definitely not something a third-order Origin King should possess. Moreover, wherever Yang Kai passed, he left behind a faint space force fluctuation. Yang Kai understood the Tao of space. Lu Xianyin was well aware of this. At that time, in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used this technique in his battle with Yin Lisheng. Chasing after someone who was proficient in the Tao of space and was determined to get rid of her was undoubtedly too difficult. So, Lu Xianyin chased after him for a while. In the end, she could only give up helplessly and land back on the ground. She sighed faintly as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and muttered to herself, "Many thanks for this period of time. You must take care of yourself." Opening her palm, Lu Xianyin saw 3 space rings on her palm. Sweeping them with her divine sense, she quickly found that these 3 rings contained a lot of source crystals and artifacts. One of the space rings contained the most wealth, which was none other than Zhou Yi's ring. "It really suits his character." Lu Xianyin smiled bitterly. Yang Kai had only taken the ring that belonged to the Origin King Realm cultivator and left most of the things for her, obviously worried that she would not have enough cultivation resources in the future. High up in the sky, Yang Kai flew alone. The reason why he chose to part ways with Lu Xianyin was because Yang Kai felt uneasy, and the source of that uneasiness came from Wu Mengchuan. Although he did not know what Wu Mengchuan was up to, he did not think that the old man would be so kind as to let him go, especially after he mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. He is definitely up to something. This old man was a master from the third-order Tao source realm and very likely had 1 foot in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was not confident he could face him at all, so in order to avoid implicating Lu Xianyin, he could only separate from her. Lu Xianyin was a third-order Origin King and an overlord in her own star territory. Yang Kai believed that even in the star boundary, she would be able to take good care of herself. If her luck was really bad and she had an accident, it could only mean that her opportunity had come to an end here. Right now, Yang Kai only wanted to get as far away from Blue Feather Sect as possible, so he had no intention of stopping and simply flew forward. Along the way, Yang Kai also experienced the landscape of the star territory. Towering mountains and great rivers of world energy were everywhere, and the cultivation environment here was much better than any of the cultivation stars in the home star territory. At night, when he looked up, there were countless nebulas in the sky, each one representing a star territory. After flying for more than a month, Yang Kai finally felt a little safer, now that he was tens of millions of kilometers away from Blue Feather Sect. Even if Wu Mengchuan had the powerful cultivation of the third-order Tao Source realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to deal with him from such a distance. Stopping mid-air, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, but as far as his eyes could see, there was only desolation. He did not know where he was now. As a newcomer, he knew nothing about the star boundary, only that it was divided into 4 major star territories. He should still be in the Southern Territory. Slowing down, Yang Kai moved forward slowly, restoring his strength while waiting for an opportunity to find a place to gather. Half a day later, he finally found something. In front of him, a chariot-shaped flight-type artifact was flying towards him, and judging from the energy fluctuations coming from this chariot artifact, it was obviously an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact. Yong-kai hurriedly stepped aside while waving his hand, trying to stop the other party from inquiring about the location of the nearby city. But the other party had no intention of stopping at all, and instead flew directly past Yong-kai. Atop this chariot artifact, there were 3 cultivators, and without even looking at Yong-kai, it simply flew off. So cold! Yong-kai looked depressed, but soon he discovered that behind this chariot there were many other lights rapidly approaching. What's going on? Yong-kai was confused and subconsciously thought he was involved in some kind of pursuit, but after carefully probing himself, he found that this was not the case, because the people chasing after him did not emit any murderous intent. Obviously, they were not targeting the 3 cultivators in front of the chariot artifact. Instead, they seemed to be hurrying towards a certain place. What's going on? Kai Yong stood in the same place, constantly waving his hands, trying to find someone to ask for the reason. But those people completely ignored him, not showing the slightest intention to pay attention to him. Yong-kai was quite embarrassed. However, he had gained a bit of insight. The artifact refining techniques of the star boundary were really extraordinary, as could be seen from the flight-type artifacts used by the cultivators. There were all kinds of strange flight-type artifacts. There were simple long swords, shuttles, war chariots, ships, palanquins, and even windmill-like artifacts. All of them were quite fast, causing Yong-kai to feel dizzy just looking at them. Hey, kid, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and catch up, otherwise you won't be able to get any benefits. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Yong-kai turned his head when he heard this and found a tiger-headed chariot parked beside him. This tiger head was lifelike and majestic, and on top of it, a middle-aged man with a third-order Origin King cultivation was looking at Yong-kai curiously. Overjoyed, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, friend." The middle-aged man nodded and looked Yong-kai up and down thoughtfully. "You are not from Maplewood City?" "Maplewood City?" Yong-kai raised his brow, but immediately shook his head slowly. "No." "May I ask how far away Maplewood City is from here?" "If you go this way, you'll reach 100,000. The middle-aged man seemed to be a good person and enthusiastically pointed the way for Yong-kai before immediately grinning. "But boy, are you sure you want to go to Maplewood City now and not join in the fun?" "I was just about to ask, why are you in such a hurry?" Yong-kai asked with a puzzled look. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously. 30,000 kilometers away, in clear Jade Mountain, someone discovered a mysterious firebird. It seems to be a sentient artifact spirit, so they all want to capture it and refine it into their own artifact spirit. Firebird artifact spirit? Yong-kai was shocked when he heard this. "If you want to go to Maplewood City, just go straight ahead. But if you want to join in the fun, don't be late." After saying this, the middle-aged man urged his chariot and flew away. Yong-kai was dumbfounded in place, his heart filled with inexplicable excitement. Although the middle-aged man's description was not very clear, if what he said was true, then the one in clear Jade Mountain was most likely Lu Yan. Lu Yan's original body was in the form of a firebird, and it was the artifact spirit that gave birth to sentience. Moreover, an existence like Lu Yan was a great attraction to any cultivator. The reason was simple. The birth of an artifact spirit was not simple. It required great opportunities and luck. Chapter 1967. In the Starlight Corridor, Yong-kai had used his space secret technique to make the corridor unstable, causing him, Xiao Xiao, and Lu Yan to be separated. During this time, Yong-kai had been worried about their safety, but unfortunately he had no way to inquire about their whereabouts. Xiao Xiao looked like a puppet at first glance. Most likely, anyone would be interested in it. If it was exposed in front of outsiders, it would definitely be targeted. However, Xiao Xiao's escape methods were extremely good. He was a member of the stone mongoose race, so he was born with the ability to escape through the ground. It would be quite difficult for others to catch him. Lu Yan was different. She did not have such powerful escape methods like Xiao Xiao, and her existence could also arouse the interest of any cultivator. Catching her and integrating her into their own artifact was tantamount to creating an artifact spirit, which was enough to raise the power of their artifact to a whole new level. Not only that, some cultivator who was proficient in fire attribute secret techniques could even directly devour Lu Yan and integrate her power into their own body, greatly increasing their strength. Even if she was useless to them, they could still sell her. They believed they could definitely sell her for a good price. Therefore, Lu Yan's situation was much more dangerous than Xiao Zhao's. At this moment, after hearing the information provided by the middle-aged man, Yang Kai could not help feeling anxious. If the one in Clear Jade Mountain was really Lu Yan, then she was in a very bad situation. With so many cultivator rushing over, Lu Yan could not cope at all, so it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Thinking so, Yang Kai also quickly used his movement skill and chased after those people. A distance of 30,000 kilometers was actually nothing for an Origin King Realm cultivator, so it only took half a stick of incense to cover the distance. Yang Kai arrived at the bottom of Clear Jade Mountain. Many martial artists had already gathered here. A rough count put the total number at about 200. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that the cultivation of these people was not very high. Most of them were Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm cultivators, with Dao Source Realm Masters being rare. It seemed that the overall level of cultivator in Maplewood City was not very high. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The cultivator gathered here. They didn't seem to have any intention of entering the mountain range to search. Instead, they began to form groups of 3 to 5, shouting to form teams. It seemed that they wanted to rely on their advantage in numbers to act. There were also some fellows who were covered in cuts and bruises. It was obvious that they had been burned by the flames. There were even a few corpses on the ground. They looked terrible as their bodies were charred. That fire bird is truly ferocious, although we can infer from the energy fluctuations in its body. It was only a third-order Origin King, but the flames it spat out were extremely difficult to resist. Brother Zhao and Brother Zhang were both veteran Origin Kings, but in a single exchange they were burned to death. Fortunately, we ran quickly, otherwise. The person who spoke was sitting beside the corpses. While treating his injuries, he described his encounter with the firebird with lingering fear. Many people gathered around them, trying to deduce the firebird's battle prowess based on its injuries. It was precisely because of the experiences and descriptions of these people that the Origin Kings, who were not very strong, gave up the idea of monopolizing the treasures and instead formed groups. Yang Kai naturally heard what he said and could not help feeling excited. The fluctuations of a third-order Origin King and the terrifying flames were in line with Lu Yan's characteristics. If Yang Kai was still doubting whether the firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was Lu Yan before, now he was more than 80% sure. Lu Yan also had the aura of a third-order Origin King, and because she had swallowed so many exotic flames, she had even been swallowing Sun's true fire. As such, her flames were extremely terrifying. Even Yang Kai did not dare to touch them easily. "Friends, so you've seen the firebird?" Yang Kai pushed through the crowd and stepped forward to ask. "Naturally, we've seen it." The person who spoke raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Smiling bitterly, he continued, "Otherwise, how could we have returned with such injuries?" "Then dare I ask what the firebird looked like?" "I can't say, but it looked quite strange. Its tail was extremely long, but it wasn't very big, only about 3 meters in length." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If Lu Yan's true form was revealed, it should have been a behemoth, which was not quite consistent with Lu Yan's image. Then does it only have the form of a firebird? Can it change into something else? Yang Kai continued to ask. The man suddenly laughed. "Then what do you want it to look like?" A cold-faced, red-haired beauty wearing revealing clothes? The onlookers suddenly burst into laughter as they stared at Yang Kai strangely, as if they were looking at a lecher. "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled and withdrew from the crowd. Although he did not obtain much information from others, he still gained some benefits. Whether the firebird in clear Jade Mountain was Lu Yen or not, he would know after going in. He secretly urged the soul brand in his knowledge, see, and silently sensed it. There was a soul connection between him and Lu Yen, which was planted when he subdued Lu Yen. As long as the distance was not too far, he could sense each other by urging the soul brand. But to his disappointment, he did not feel Lu Yan's response. It seemed that he could only go in and explore. Just as he made up his mind to enter clear Jade Mountain, a figure quietly approached him from behind. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked back and saw a petite young girl with a pair of bountiful breasts staring at him with a smile. That girl should have been an outstanding beauty, but she had a brown, crescent-shaped birthmark on one side of her face. That ugly birthmark directly ruined her beauty, causing many men who saw her to first have their eyes light up, then wring their wrists and sighing. The girl was wearing a long green dress, but the loose skirt still could not hide her ample bosom. There were several cloth bags tied around her waist, but it was unknown what was inside. With a flattering expression and a harmless smile on her face, she looked at Yang Kai and said timidly, "Uncle, can I have a word with you?" Yang Kai's face went black as he snorted. "Who's your uncle? Do I look that old?" Although from a mortal's point of view, Yang Kai was indeed not young. As a cultivator, he was still very young. From his appearance alone, he looked to be in his early 20s. Suddenly being called an uncle by a young girl, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became bad. It seemed that Yang Kai's fierce appearance had frightened the girl, and she could not help taking a few steps back, an aggrieved expression on her face. Yang Kai looked her up and down. His eyes paused for a moment on her ample bosom, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing. Third order origin king? He was stunned to find that this girl, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, was actually in existence, whose cultivation was no weaker than his own. However, as for how old this girl's true age was, Yang Kai could not say. Perhaps this girl was an old witch who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Yang Kai was definitely not naive enough to believe that the aggrieved expression on her face was real. For this kind of old witch, putting on a show was nothing out of the ordinary. Their wonderful performances could even deceive him, let alone Yang Kai. However, this long-lost appellation reminded Yang Kai of a certain person. Lin Yin Back when they were still in High Heaven sect, this little girl had happily called Yang Kai uncle, making him sound much older than before. Yang Kai did not know how this girl was doing now. When Yang Yin left, he did not take anyone with him, not even Yi Shi Yin, only Lin Yin Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Lin Yin tyrant strength body. The expression on Yang Kai's face gradually softened as the girl stretched out her small hand and patted her chest, bolstering her courage. "Then, big brother, can I speak with you for a moment? Her acting is quite good." Yang Kai sneered in his heart, but nodded calmly on the surface. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The girl looked around cautiously before moving her red lips and sending a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly asked, "You're not lying to me, are you?" "I have no grievances with you. Why would I lie to you?" the girl said with an innocent expression. "Lead the way," Yang Kai motioned. The young girl immediately smiled and led the way in front of him. She did not guard against Yang Kai at all, but it was unclear whether she was pretending or simply fearless. Yang Kai guessed that it was the latter. After walking for a short time, the girl left the crowd. In a remote location, there were two other people waiting for her. Seeing the girl return, both of them wore joyful expressions. Yang Kai observed them carefully and secretly released his divine sense to sweep them, quickly discovering that they were both third-order Origin King cultivators. The two were a man and a woman. The man had a firm look on his face and a kind smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. The woman, on the other hand, was gorgeously dressed and had an enchanting figure. Her pair of watery eyes seemed to contain a strong charm that made one involuntarily attracted. Her slightly moving red lips were also extremely seductive. A man with poor mental fortitude would likely feel his mouth go dry from just looking at her. Yang Kai showed a sluggish expression at the right time before quickly returning to normal. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but smile, as if she was very satisfied with her own charm. "Little sister Shao-Chi, did you find him?" the woman asked with a smile. The girl nodded and said cheerfully, "This big brother should be able to, and is also very interested in our plan." Saying so, she pointed to Yang Kai. The man smiled and nodded to Yang Kai before cupping his fists and saying, "This one is Su Qing. May I ask what this friend's name is?" Yang Kai. In any case, few people in the star boundary knew him, so Yang Kai did not bother making up a fake name. "This mistress, Yurua Mei, greets Big Brother Yang." The woman bowed to the side. Yang Kai quickly returned the gesture. "My name is Mo Shao-Chi." The girl who led Yang Kai introduced herself. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Sister Shao-Chi, you just said you know where the Firebird is now. Is that true?" Chapter 1968. If it weren't for this girl named Mo Shao-Chi telling Yang Kai that she knew the exact location of the Firebird, Yang Kai would never have followed her here. The star boundary was much more treacherous than the territory of Homestar, so how could Yang Kai not act cautiously? However, the information thrown out by Mo Shao-Chi made it impossible for him to refuse. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Mo Shao-Chi nodded and said, "Of course it's true." "Where is it?" Yang Kai asked directly. To the side, Su Qing and Yurua Mei also focused, seemingly wanting to hear more carefully. "It's—" Mo Shao-Chi had just spat out a word when she suddenly realized something and quickly swallowed the second half of her sentence back into her stomach, instead saying with a smile, "I won't tell you now, just follow me." She wore an innocent look on her face, as if she really intended to reveal the exact location of the Firebird. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "How can I believe you? Since you know the exact location of the Firebird, why don't you gather familiar people and search for it yourself instead of gathering people like us?" Su Qing nodded to the side and said, "Brother Yang is right. Sister Shao-Chi, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that we don't know each other." This Su also has this question in his heart and hopes Sister Shao-Chi can answer it. Mo Shao-Chi frowned and said matter-of-factly, "I went in and saw it before, so naturally I know where it is. Did you see those guys who were injured? Previously, I followed behind them and sneaked in. Later on, they encountered that little fellow. Some died, while others fled. I followed that little guy all the way to its habitat. As for why I didn't look for familiar faces, I don't know anyone here, and I may not be able to defeat it alone, so I came to you." Yang Kai and Su Qing glanced at each other. Both of them nodded slightly. There were no flaws in Mo Shao-Chi's statement, or rather, even if there were, they wouldn't be able to find out. Seeing these people remain silent, Mo Shao-Chi couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid. Although that little guy is strong and difficult to deal with, it's still a baby after all. In fact, it's not difficult to deal with. As long as we're well prepared, it won't be a problem to take it down." At the side, the enchanting Yurua Mei pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Little sister Shao-Chi, it's not that we're afraid. It's just that there's only one Firebird. If we really get it, how are we going to split it?" Hearing this, Mo Shao-Chi suddenly became a little embarrassed and said with embarrassment, "I was just about to discuss this matter with my big brothers and big sisters. That little guy is of great use to me. If you really succeed, can you give it to me?" As soon as she said this, not only did Yang Kai look at her with a strange expression, but even Su Qing and Yurua Mei's expressions turned ugly. Everyone was a third-order Origin King cultivator, so why should they work for nothing and not receive any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Kai had his own plans. Su Qing and Yuruame would definitely not agree to such ridiculous conditions. This old demoness, isn't she a little too good at pretending to be innocent? Yang Kai secretly despised her in his heart. Didn't she know that going too far was as bad as falling short? Mo Shaoqi saw the ugly expressions on the faces of these people and quickly said, "Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I can give you enough compensation." Compensation? Su Qing coldly snorted. His attitude was no longer as amiable as before. Sneering, he asked, "I wonder what kind of compensation Sister Shao Qi wants to give us." Mo Shao Qi did not answer him and instead released her divine sense to scan her space ring. After a while, with a flash of light, she took out 3 artifacts. These were 3 artifacts. One of them was a pink gauze robe that was as thin as a veil and decorated with colorful gems. These gems were not ordinary and gave off mysterious energy fluctuations. The second artifact was a black ruler that was about 2 fingers long. Although it was not big, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling, as if it could even suppress a cultivator's divine sense. The last artifact was a thick-backed machete with a thick blade that was engraved with complex patterns. A bloody aura wafted from this machete, and it was obvious at a glance that many masters had died under it. However, the energy fluctuations coming from these 3 artifacts were not weak at all. Origin King-grade artifacts. Su Qing's eyes bulged, while Yurua Mei's breathing suddenly quickened. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded, because the 3 artifacts Mo Shaoqi took out were actually 3 Origin King-grade artifacts, and they were definitely not low-grade Origin King-grade artifacts. This heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber are both Origin King-grade high-rank artifacts, each with its own unique properties. This colored silk gauze robe is an Origin King-grade mid-rank artifact, woven from the silk of the 3,000-year-old snow silkworm, a specialty of the Northern Territory's snow province. It is impervious to all 5 elements and has excellent defensive capabilities. The outer space star sand on it can also be transformed into powerful attacks, combining attack and defense. I'll give you these 3 artifacts as compensation first, okay? If you succeed, there will be additional rewards. Mo Shaoqi looked at the 3 people in front of her timidly and asked hesitantly, "Is that okay?" Su Qing couldn't help swallowing hard, while Yurua Mei's pair of beautiful eyes were like locusts biting onto the colored silk gauze robe, unwilling to look away. Yang Kai forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart as he stared at Mo Shaoqi calmly, his heart filled with extreme vigilance. The fact that the other party could casually take out 3 high-grade Origin King-grade artifacts showed just how rich her family was. Such a person was definitely not some unknown master, and might even be a Tao, Source, Realm Master in disguise. Otherwise, how could she act so casually? Even if she was ignorant of worldly affairs, she should still understand the simple truth of not showing off one's wealth. Daring to expose her wealth like this, she should be confident in her strength. However, if she was really a Tao, Source, Realm Master who could hide from his perception, she should be at least a 2nd-order or 3rd-order Tao, Source, Realm Master. So why would she need to find him? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Why can't I? And Mo Shaoqi saw that the 3 of them still hadn't replied and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment as she tried to take back the 3 artifacts. "What is little sister Shaoqi saying?" Yurua Mei was the first to recover and giggled. Elder sister saw little sister for the first time and felt that little sister was a good girl. Since little sister wants that little thing, elder sister naturally won't compete with you. Elder sister will help you with this matter. Her words were filled with righteousness, but her actions were not slow as she directly took the colored silk gauze robe and stuffed it into her space ring. Not to mention the value of the Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain wasn't as high as an Origin King grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Even if it was, after the 4 of them divided it equally, it definitely wouldn't be as valuable as the colored silk gauze robe. Moreover, before they even started, Mo Shao-Chi had already given her a colored silk gauze robe. If they really succeeded, there would likely be even more benefits. As such, she no longer hesitated. Seeing that Yu Ruame had already taken action, Su Qing couldn't help lightly coughing and saying, "This Su can feel Sister Shao-Chi's sincerity. In that case, count this Su in as well." Saying so, his eyes swept between the remaining heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber, seemingly hesitant to choose. In the end, he picked up the heavy tasseled ruler and put it into his space ring. Mo Shao-Chi turned her eyes to Yang Kai and looked at him expectantly. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively not wanting to get involved in this muddy water. But thinking that Lu Yen was likely to be besieged by countless masters, he could only feign civility. Su Qing also persuaded from the side. "Brother Yang, Sister Shao-Chi is so sincere. Why are you still hesitating?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "I'm not hesitating, it's just, I don't use a saber." Mo Shao-Chi heard this, and her eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Then what kind of artifact does Big Brother Yang want?" She wasn't afraid that Yang Kai had high requirements, but rather that Yang Kai had no requirements. "Do you have a sword?" An ice attribute sword-type artifact. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the monster insect queen still lacked a decent weapon and quickly asked, "Oh, let me see, I remember I have one." Mo Shao-Chi said as she put away the enduring hatred saber and buried her head in her space ring. Su Qing stared at her ring with fiery eyes, as if he was staring at some kind of peerless treasure. It was no wonder they were like this. Mo Shao-Chi's performance just now had convinced them that this girl had countless treasures on her. She could take out 3 or 4 Origin King grade artifacts at will, so who knew how many more treasures she had in her ring? Who wouldn't covet such a space ring? Yang Kai observed their expressions and sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Su Qing and Yu Ruame couldn't see Mo Shao-Chi's problem. But humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. This was an eternal truth. So Yang Kai didn't care what they thought. After a long time, Mo Shao-Chi raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with an embarrassed expression. "Big Brother Yang, I seem to have remembered wrongly. I don't have an Origin King, grade, high rank, ice, attribute, sword artifact." Her expression was like a child who had done something wrong and was eager to be forgiven. Yang Kai just said lightly, "Since you don't have one, forget it." In any case, it wasn't anything urgent. The monster insect queen didn't have a weapon, so it could still display good combat strength. "Can I use dual swords?" After Mo Shao-Chi finished speaking, she suddenly took out 2 long swords that exuded a cold aura, one of which was purple and about 3 meters long, while the other was blue and about 2.5 meters long. The 2 swords, one long and one short, intertwined in a brilliant radiance, like a perfect combination of pearls and jade, giving off no sense of awkwardness. What was most noticeable was that both swords were exuding the aura fluctuations that Origin King grade high-rank artifacts should have. Su Qing and Yu Ruame's eyes suddenly turned red as their breathing quickened slightly. Dual swords. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up, never having expected Mo Shao-Chi to give him such a huge surprise. In essence, dual swords could be regarded as a sword-type artifact in another form. The difficulty of using them was several times greater than using a single sword, but correspondingly, the power they could display was greatly increased. It was for this reason that the value of dual swords was far above ordinary artifacts, comparable to defensive artifacts of the same level. The true value of 2 Origin King grade high-rank swords was no less than an ordinary Dao Source grade artifact. Chapter 1969. Are you sure you want to give me these twin swords? Their value is not low. Yang Kai looked at Mo Shao-Chi and asked with a frown. "Brother Yang, if you think it's inappropriate, how about I exchange my heavy tasseled ruler with you?" Su Qing asked eagerly from the side. He was not a fool. So how could he not understand the difference in value between the heavy, tasseled ruler and these twin swords? Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled coldly. Su Qing couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed as he scratched his head awkwardly. Mo Shao Qi smiled and said, "But I don't have the artifacts Big Brother Yang needs. Only these twin swords barely meet your requirements. If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, please accept them." "Ahem. Since you say so, then I'll accept." Yang Kai took the purple-green twin swords from Mo Shao Qi and threw them into the sealed world bead, sending them to the monster insect queen so it could familiarize itself with refining these artifacts. Only now did Su Qing and Yu Ruame retract their reluctant gazes, but when they thought of the rich man next to them, perhaps even more benefits were waiting for them. The two calmed down and looked at each other. As their eyes met, they seemed to be secretly communicating with each other. Mo Shao Qi didn't notice this scene at all. Seeing the three of them accept her benefits, a happy smile appeared on her face as she said, "Then it's a deal? If we can really catch that little guy, I hope you can keep your promise. Shao Qi will reward you handsomely." Of course, of course." Su Qing smiled warmly again. "There's no time to lose, let's go," Yang Kai urged. While the three of them were discussing, many teams had already gathered and were rushing towards Clear Jade Mountain. He was very worried about Lu Yan's current situation and couldn't wait to find her. "Come with me." Mo Shao Qi turned around and led the way. "Brother Yang, please." Su Qing smiled and gestured. Yang Kai said calmly, "You two go first. I'll bring up the rear." Su Qing smiled slightly. He didn't decline and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yang." As he spoke, he immediately followed. Yu Ruame also nodded slightly to Yang Kai and entered Clear Jade Mountain. Yang Kai looked around and was the last to enter. Clear Jade Mountain was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. The forest was deep, and there were many fierce beasts roaming about. However, the group of four was a third-order Origin King cultivator, so if they worked together, even if a Dao Source realm monster beast appeared, they would still be able to fight. Therefore, they were not afraid. Moreover, they were not in the depths of Jade Clear Mountain, so there were no powerful monster beast. Mo Shao Qi seemed to really know the specific location of the Firebird. After entering Clear Jade Mountain, she didn't even need to distinguish the direction and simply led everyone forward. His speed was extremely fast. Her performance gave Yang Kai some confidence in her. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that, along the way, Mo Shao Qi didn't seem to be on guard against the other three, as if she really trusted them. Between Su Qing and Yu Ruame, who were sandwiched in the middle, there were faint spiritual energy fluctuations, obviously communicating with each other in secret. It was ridiculous that they thought they were acting covertly, but in front of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, which was not something a third-order Origin King cultivator should possess, they were unable to hide. In this team, Mo Shao Qi's origins were mysterious, while Su Qing and Yu Ruame were sneaking around. Yang Kai also had other plans. It was hard to say who would have the last laugh. Along the way, they could faintly hear the sound of flying in the distance. Obviously, other teams were searching for the whereabouts of the Firebird. However, as time passed, such movements became fewer and fewer. The place where the four of them was getting deeper and deeper into Clear Jade Mountain. Half a day later, Mo Shao Qi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, and the other three naturally hurriedly stopped as well. The last time I saw it, it was in the mountain pass up ahead. "Everyone, get ready to fight," Mo Shao Qi reminded everyone. Su Qing and Yu Ruame nodded and secretly pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned because if Lu Yan was in front of them, he should have sensed it a long time ago, but until now he had not sensed Lu Yan's aura. There were only two possibilities for this. The first was that Lu Yan had left the mountain pass up ahead and was looking for another place to rest. The second possibility was also what Yang Kai did not want to see. The one inside clear jade mountain was not Lu Yan, so he could not sense it. Mo Shaoqi had already used a secret technique to conceal her figure, restraining her aura and Saint Qi fluctuations, as did Su Qing and Yuruame. The secret techniques of these three were different, but it was clear at a glance which one was stronger and which one was weaker. After Mo Shaoqi used her secret technique, her aura and life fluctuations completely disappeared. If one did not observe her with their naked eyes, even Yang Kai would not be able to detect her whereabouts. It was obvious that the secret technique she cultivated was of extremely high grade. Su Qing and Yuruame, on the other hand, were much worse. Although Yang Kai's vision was quite good, they were completely incomparable to Mo Shaoqi's. Yang Kai also used a secret technique to conceal his aura, nihility. However, he did not use the full power of nihility, only slightly. This way, while concealing himself well enough, he did not have to worry about exposing the secrets of his space secret technique. However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that after he used the weakened version of his nihility secret technique, Mo Shaoqi, who was in front of him, actually looked back at him, her beautiful eyes flashing with a puzzled light before she immediately turned her head away with a blank look. This girl, did she see something? Yang Kai was shocked. The four of them approached quietly and soon arrived above the mountain pass. Looking down, Mo Shaoqi could not help but let out a cry. What's wrong? Su Qing was surprised. It's not here, Mo Shaoqi said, standing up and flying directly down to the mountain pass. The remaining three looked at each other and did not bother to hide their figures, following closely behind Mo Shaoqi. At the mountain pass, it seemed that a fierce battle had just taken place. There were burn marks everywhere, and there were several charred corpses on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold, and the air was full of a burnt smell that made people want to vomit. Such a scene made everyone's eyes shrink. However, the situation in front of them also proved that Mo Shaoqi was not lying. The Firebird was indeed resting here before, but it might have been disturbed by these people, so it left after a great battle and killing the enemies. This is the Jiang family's third elder. Su Qing looked down at an old man in a brown robe and whispered. He obviously recognized this old man. Although the old man was burned to death, his appearance was still recognizable. What's the strength of this person? Yang Kai asked. Su Qing's face was solemn as he said, The Jiang family is not weak in Maplewood City. The third elder is a third-order origin king, the same as us. This is the vice palace master of Red Leaf Palace? He actually died here? Yu Ruame covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. As the dead cultivator was identified one by one, it turned out that these corpses were all second-order or third-order origin kings, and there were actually 8 of them. 8 second-order origin kings working together had actually been killed by the Firebird, a discovery that made Su Qing and Yu Ruame's faces turn ugly. The 8 corpses in front of them made them suddenly feel that this operation was a little too hasty. Everyone seemed to have underestimated the strength of the Firebird. After all, the 2 of them, including Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi, only had 4 third-order origin kings. In terms of numbers and overall strength, they were absolutely no match for these 8 people who died in front of them. If they were all killed, how could the 4 of them succeed? Thinking so, Su Qing and Yu Ruame could not help but retreat, their faces gloomy. Yang Kai also frowned, because he was very clear about Lu Yan's strength. Even if Lu Yan was not to be trifled with, he should not have the ability to kill so many people at once. Mo Shaoqi saw the hesitation of the 3 and suddenly said, You don't have to worry too much. Although that little guy killed a lot of people, it is also injured. How do you know? Yang Kai looked up at her. There is its blood on the ground. Mo Shaoqi smiled slightly and pointed to a spot on the ground. There seemed to be a pool of red on the ground, but it was surrounded by a raging fire. Yang Kai did not pay much attention to it before, but after Mo Xiaoqi's reminder, he finally noticed. It's not Lu Yen. The moment he saw this pool of blood, Yang Kai's heart was filled with disappointment. The firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was obviously not Lu Yen, because Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, not a body of flesh and blood. Even if she was injured, it was impossible for her to bleed. Moreover, judging from the situation around this pool of blood, it seemed to contain an unimaginable burning power, causing the surrounding ground to ignite into a raging fire that could not be extinguished. Realizing this, Kai Yang's whole body lost all its energy. The reason he came to Clear Jade Mountain was because of Lu Yen, but now that he knew the truth, he was naturally disappointed. If that's the case, we really do have some chance, Su Qing frowned thoughtfully. Although the Jiang family's third elders group had been completely wiped out, they had still caused some damage to the firebird. If the four of them were well prepared, they might have a chance to succeed. It's just that when the time comes and we really encounter that firebird, what should we do? Shouldn't we discuss it carefully? Yu Ruomei asked. The 8 dead people in front of her made her feel uneasy, and if it weren't for her greed for the reward Mo Xiaoqi had promised before, she would have left already. Although treasures were good, she still needed to be alive to enjoy them. We should discuss this carefully. How about this? Each of you briefly explain the secret techniques and powers you're proficient in so that everyone can cooperate when the time comes, Su Qing proposed. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai immediately gave him a meaningful look. Mo Xiaoqi smiled and waved her hand. No need. When we encounter it, the 3 of you just need to help me stall for time. I have my own way to deal with it. She had a victorious expression on her face, and no one knew where her confidence came from. Chapter 1970. The feeling Mo Xiaoqi gave Yang Kai was one of mystery. He faintly felt that the purity and naivety displayed by the other party was a disguise, but he couldn't find any flaws. Moreover, judging from the generosity of her actions and the concealment secret technique she had mastered, it was clear her origins were extraordinary. How could an ordinary Origin King store so many Origin King-grade artifacts in their space ring? Not to mention, each one of them was of extraordinary grade. This was especially true for Mo Xiaoqi, who gave off a powerful aura, obviously wearing a number of powerful artifacts. This girl definitely had a great background, and one that was not small at that. This made Yang Kai keep a close eye on her. However, now that she said she had a way to deal with the firebird, Yang Kai believed her. Although Yang Kai didn't want to get involved in Clear Jade Mountain's affairs anymore, after all, he had received benefits from them. So withdrawing halfway wasn't good. So he could only follow this path to the end. Sister Xiaoqi, you said you have a way to deal with the firebird. Can you tell us in detail? After all, that beast's strength is extraordinary. We really don't want to follow in the footsteps of others. Su Qing asked with some concern. Yu Ruomei also nodded, agreeing with Su Qing's point of view. Mo Xiaoqi frowned, looking a little embarrassed, but after a while she seemed to make up her mind and said, It's not convenient for me to tell you the details, but I have an artifact that can restrain its power. Please believe me, I won't let you do anything too dangerous. Hearing this, Su Qing and Yu Ruomei glanced at each other and nodded lightly, the former smiling and saying, Since Sister Xiaoqi says so, this will not ask further. Then I won't ask any more questions. I just hope that Miss Xiaoqi will succeed when the time comes. No problem, leave it to me. Mo Xiaoqi was overjoyed when she heard this and patted her chest confidently. Then let's track its location now. Although we don't know where it is now, if we follow the trail, we will be able to find it. We can definitely find it. Saying so, she led the way again. After walking all the way inside for more than an hour, Mo Xiaoqi stopped again in the midst of a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The trail in front of her suddenly broke. Just as she furrowed her brows and was about to search for clues again, an unusual power suddenly surged out from a certain place. That power was incomparably hot. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the air rose sharply, and the surrounding lush trees were affected by this high temperature, instantly withered, dried up, and began burning. "Be careful!" Yong Kai shouted hurriedly. There was no need for him to remind them. All four of them were third-order Origin King cultivators, were extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of this kind of power. When this hot aura, they all immediately, as soon as they felt, the four of them immediately, a ball of pitch-black flames the size of a wash-basin directly bombarded the place where everyone had been standing, turning that area into scorched earth. The black flames burned fiercely, as if they would never be extinguished. Whether it was the deep color or the terrifying killing power, they all couldn't help but change their expressions. "Sure enough, it's here." Mo Shao-Chi was not only not surprised, but instead overjoyed, her delicate face filled with joy. He stared at a certain spot. In that position, a strange bird about 3 meters long with a fiery red body was staring at the four of them with a fierce light in its eyes, as if it was made of flames. Its body was covered in scorching flames, and it had a long tail. Its appearance was beautiful, like a fire spirit. Lu Yen. Yong Kai was taken aback. Judging from the appearance of this firebird that had suddenly appeared, it was as if it had been carved from the same mold as Lu Yen. But he soon understood that this firebird in front of him was not Lu Yen, because no matter how it looked like it was made of flames, it was still in existence with flesh and blood. Moreover, Yong Kai could vaguely feel a faint pressure from its body. It was an indescribable power that made even someone as strong as Yong Kai feel somewhat uneasy in front of it. Bastard, who spread the rumor that this thing is an artifact spirit? Su Qing cursed angrily on the other side. Previously, outside Clear Jade Mountain, many cultivator had rumored that there was an artifact spirit with sentience inside the mountain, leading to countless people rushing here. But now it seemed that this was clearly not the case. Which bastard had spread this rumor? However, it was meaningless to pursue this matter now. "It's coming again!" Yu Rua Mei screamed as her tender body flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages as she suddenly dodged. In the next moment, a mass of black flames bombarded the place she had been standing. After Yu Rua Mei reappeared from another direction, a look of lingering fear appeared on her face. She could clearly feel the powerful lethality contained in these black flames. If she had been accidentally contaminated, she would likely have ended up like the Jiang family's third elder. So many Origin King Realm Masters had already died, demonstrating just how difficult and terrifying this firebird was. So how could Yu Rua Mei dare not be careful? "Everyone, please hold it back for a while. I'll start preparing." After Mo Shao-Chi hurriedly said. She suddenly jumped away from the spot and formed a series of mysterious seals with her hands, her entire temperament suddenly changing. The innocence faded from her body, and Mo Shao-Chi suddenly became solemn and awe-inspiring, her red lips moving slightly as she formed a series of seals with her hands, muttering some unknown words. At the same time, an aqua-blue sphere appeared in front of her. This sphere was filled with extremely powerful water attribute energy, like a vast ocean. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of waves and tsunamis coming from it. A Tao Source-grade artifact. Su Qing's eyes suddenly turned red as his breathing quickened as he stared greedily at the aqua-blue sphere in front of Mo Shao-Chi. Although he was a third-order Origin King cultivator, he had never owned a Tao Source-grade artifact before. Although judging from Mo Shao-Chi's generosity before, it was very likely that this girl had many Tao Source-grade artifacts. Seeing it with his own eyes still shocked Su Qing. What's more, this aqua-blue sphere was obviously not an ordinary Tao Source-grade artifact. It was most likely a high-rank Tao Source-grade artifact. Such a treasure was invaluable to Su Qing. "Brother Su, it's not good to be absent-minded at this time, is it?" Yong Kai coldly snorted and hurriedly rushed in front of Mo Shao-Chi. When Mo Shao-Chi took out the aqua blue sphere artifact and began chanting, the firebird opposite her suddenly stared at this girl with a pair of fierce eyes, as if it also felt the threat to its life from this girl and regarded her as its #1 enemy. The bird opened its beak and spat out a dragon-like pillar of black flame. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, and his first reaction was to dodge immediately. "Help me block it. I can't move right now." Before Yang Kai could dodge, Mo Shao-Chi's nervous words reached his ears. "Idiot." Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. He really couldn't figure out whether Mo Shao-Chi was really stupid or just pretending to be. In the face of such a powerful enemy, she had actually used a secret technique that made her unable to move. Wasn't this simply courting death? Now, as long as he dodged, Mo Shao-Chi would inevitably be hit by the black flames. Judging from the terrifying destructive power of these black flames, this girl would definitely die. Could it be that her true nature was the same as what she showed before? Was she not pretending? Was all his previous guesses about her wrong? Otherwise, how could her combat experience be so shallow? Anyone with even the slightest bit of common sense in battle would not choose to do this, unless the people around them were extremely trustworthy companions they could entrust their lives to. And he, Su Qing, and Yu Ruomei were obviously not companions Mo Shao-Chi could entrust her life to. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts floated through Yang Kai's mind, but soon he shouted, "If you don't want to die here, come help." Saying so, he let out a roar, and a 5-colored light burst out from his body. Stretching out his hand, he pushed forward and muttered, "Earth Sword Chi, Divine Nullification Shield." A yellow light burst from his body and quickly formed a shield-like barrier in front of him. Yang Kai cultivated his 5 elements indestructible sword chi and had absorbed a large amount of the Divine Nullification Sand's energy into his Earth attribute sword chi. So now he could naturally display the power of the Divine Nullification Sand to form a defensive barrier. The Earth attribute sword chi was thick, and its main defensive attribute was the Divine Nullification Shield's defensive power. However, this was not the end of it. Yang Kai also stripped the light cyan light from his body and condensed his wood attribute sword chi into an illusory forest in front of him, forming a second line of defense behind the Divine Nullification Shield. Followed by the water attribute, metal attribute, fire attribute, using all 5 elements sword chis, the 5-colored light originally covering Yang Kai's body disappeared in a very short time and was replaced by 5 layers of defensive nets. Kong. The black flames collided with the Divine Nullification Shield and in an instant tore through its defenses and rushed into the illusory forest, incinerating the scenery around it. The water curtain was evaporated and the golden walls were melted away. Only the fire sword chi, which was the main offensive attribute, was able to contend with the black flames for a while. After all, this was the sword chi Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing the sun's true fire, so in terms of grade it was definitely not inferior to his opponent's black flames, but in terms of quantity it was somewhat inferior and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. The heat and murderous intent rushing towards him made Yang Kai's hair stand on end as the aura of death rushed towards him, making him feel as if he was facing the summons of the Grim Reaper. It was not until this moment that Su Qing and Yu Ruomei finally reacted. Although the 2 of them were acting stealthily in secret, they were not idiots and knew that they were not this Firebird's opponent. If they wanted to survive, they had to first save Mo Shao-Chi's life and allow her to complete her secret technique. As such, seeing Yang Kai take action, they had no choice but to act. Heaven's Net Cut. Boundless Saint Seal. 2 powerful attacks bombarded from Su Qing and Yu Ruomei's direction, blocking the Black Flame Dragon's path. The full strength of a 3rd-order Origin King was definitely not something to be underestimated. With the 2 of them joining forces, the pressure on Yang Kai was instantly reduced. Chapter 1971. Secret Technique Exile. Yang Kai knew that if he didn't use his trump card now, he wouldn't have another chance. So he didn't care about exposing himself at this moment and hurriedly displayed his space force. In front of him, a black hole suddenly opened, like the maw of a hungry beast, greedily swallowing up the weakened black flame dragon and banishing it into the endless void. Looking around, the violent and chaotic power fluctuations gave Yang Kai a good cover for his secret technique, making those who didn't know the truth think that the collision between the two sides was simply too powerful, causing the surrounding space to collapse. At the very least, Su Qing and Yuruome, who saw the exile's secret technique with their own eyes, didn't associate it with Space Force and instead just watched all of this in horror, their faces trembling. On the other hand, Mo Shaoqi, who had been concentrating on preparing her secret technique and urging the power of her artifact, suddenly lit up and shot a look of surprise towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unaware of all this. Now that he was riding a tiger, he couldn't get off, so he couldn't help feeling annoyed. If he didn't dodge, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the Firebird's attack. But if he did, Mo Shaoqi would be in danger. This made him curse Mo Shaoqi in his heart. But at the same time, he had no choice but to stand in place and act as a meat shield. Yang Kai, Su Qing, and Yuruame's joint attack obviously let the Firebird know that its opponents were difficult to deal with. So its crimson eyes filled with anger, it spread its wings and gently waved them, sending out countless black fireballs towards the three of them. Su Qing and Yuruame screamed again and again as they constantly used their exquisite movement skills to dodge. But there were simply too many fireballs, so the two of them had no choice but to summon their defensive artifacts. This gave them a sense of security. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Qing and Yuruame were free to move, but he could only stand in place and summon his golden blood threads. These golden blood threads transformed into streaks of golden light that swept away the oncoming fireballs. Although the effect was quite good, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling bitter as his golden blood threads made contact with the fireballs. Many of them were actually incinerated. These were all things transformed from his own golden blood, so each of them was extremely precious. After such a short time, he had already lost so many of them, making him want to cry but have no tears. "Ah, my sorrow cloud mirror!" Su Qing's cry reached Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai quickly glanced over, only to see a mirror in Su Qing's hand wrapped in black flames. In the blink of an eye, it began to melt, causing Yang Kai to hurriedly throw this artifact away, lest he draw fire to himself. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from this treasure mirror, it was obviously an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact. Looks like I'm not the only one who suffered heavy losses. If Yang Kai's golden blood threads were damaged, he could always use his golden blood to repair them. However, if the other party's Origin King grade artifact was incinerated, he would really lose everything. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's mood improved a lot. Not only did Su Qing lose his sorrowful cloud mirror, but the hairpin-shaped Origin King grade artifact in Yuruame's hand was also destroyed by the black flames. The two of them, who had suffered such a huge loss, glared at the Firebird with eyes filled with endless hatred. But due to the ferocity of the Firebird, none of them dared to step forward and could only dodge awkwardly. The Firebird suddenly let out a cry that was mixed with an inexplicable anger. It pierced through the 9 heavens. The moment the cry rang out, everyone's face changed drastically, because if they did, it was very likely to attract the attention of others. If all the cultivators who had entered Clear Jade Mountain were attracted here, all of their efforts would be wasted. Just as Yang Kai was in a daze, a fireball suddenly shot in front of him, causing Yang Kai's face to sink. Just as he was about to use the same trick to banish it, he never expected that the fireball would explode right in front of him. In an instant, the pitch-black rain of fire that filled the sky shot towards him like raindrops. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and without even thinking about it, he directly used another secret technique. Dragon transformation. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a huge dragon head flashed behind Yonkai. At that moment, dragon pressure filled the air, causing the firebird opposite him to be stunned, a look of dread flashing across its red eyes. Dragon scales appeared and wrapped around most of Yonkai's body. Even the real dragon scale appeared on Yonkai's chest, covering the vital points on his chest. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, a series of explosions rang out as countless black flames hit Yonkai's body, causing Yonkai to cough up a mouthful of blood. The black flames stained the surface of his body and burned fiercely, causing the strength in his body to rapidly melt away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yonkai's face sank as he desperately urged the power of his golden divine dragon source to stop the spread of the black flames. However, his appearance was extremely miserable, and his entire aura had fallen by quite a bit. "Sister Xiaoqi, I've reached my limit," Yonkai hurriedly said, and was about to leave. He had done everything he could, and if he stayed any longer, he was afraid the situation wouldn't be good. He had stood in front of Mo Xiaoqi and bought her so much time, even suffering injuries in the process. He had done enough. "I'm done." Mo Xiaoqi shouted tenderly as she suddenly waved her hand, causing the sound of a tsunami to ring out from the blue sphere in front of her, giving people the illusion that they were standing in the middle of the sea and listening to the crashing waves. The blue sphere also burst into pieces, turning into a mist that shot forward like it had a life of its own. This mist swept over Yonkai's body, instantly extinguishing the burning black flames. Immediately afterwards, the mist arrived in front of the firebird and wrapped it up, transforming back into a blue sphere. However, this blue ball was many times larger than before. No matter how much the firebird struggled, it couldn't escape the ball's wrapping. After doing all this, Mo Xiaoqi seemed to be a little exhausted, her delicate face pale and her towering chest heaving up and down violently. Obviously, using this artifact had taken a huge toll on her. Although the price was not small, the result was gratifying. "Hee, I finally caught you, little thing. Let's see where you can run now." Mo Xiaoqi looked forward with a grin. Yonkai's face suddenly sank as he shouted, "Be careful!" Saying so, he quickly dodged, and a figure strangely appeared behind him, using a secret technique to hit Yonkai's afterimage and shatter it. The figure revealed himself and frowned, as if he had not expected that his sneak attack would be seen through by Yonkai. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? At the same time, Yurua Mei's figure also appeared behind Mo Xiaoqi, her slender palm filled with violent power, a cruel and greedy smile on her charming face as she slammed her palm into Mo Xiaoqi's back. Mo Xiaoqi let out a miserable cry as she opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. While she was sent flying, her beautiful eyes were still filled with disbelief. "Ah!" Along with Mo Xiaoqi's scream, Yurua Mei also let out a cry of alarm. After unleashing this move, Yurua Mei seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, her figure continuously retreating as her pretty face suddenly turned pale. She felt a burning pain in her palm as she raised her hand and looked down. In an instant, her face turned ugly as she screamed, "How is this possible? What is this?" An extremely strange imprint had actually appeared at the center of her palm. The imprint looked like the face of a ghost, and it was savage, terrifying, and warped to the extreme. One could faintly hear miserable and shrill howls that caused one's hair to stand on end. At this moment, 2 spots of light appeared in the eyes of this ghost face, and through these 2 spots of light, Yurua Mei seemed to see a lofty existence staring at her indifferently. She lost her composure for a moment and fell to the ground, trembling all over. "Rua Mei, what happened to you?" On the other side, Su Qing, whose sneak attack had failed, saw Yurua Mei fall to the ground and could not help calling out. Yurua Mei's eyes were absent-minded as she sat on the ground sluggishly. If someone could invade her knowledge sea with their divine sense, they would be able to see that at this moment, inside her knowledge sea, there was a ghost face exactly the same as the one on her palm that was madly devouring her spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy her knowledge Si consumed, the dimmer the light in her eyes became. On the other side, Mo Shao-Chi stood up while coughing lightly. From her current state, although she had been sneak attacked, it was obviously not a big deal. She turned her head and looked at Yuruame blankly, a look of disbelief on her face as she asked, "Why did you attack me?" Her pained look didn't seem to be fake. After all, she had been attacked from behind by her trusted companion, and if it weren't for the protection of her powerful artifact armor, she would probably be a corpse by now. "You really are a stupid woman." Yang Kai looked at her as if she was an idiot. Mo Shao-Chi turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her big eyes watery as she asked, "How am I stupid?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and held his forehead, really not knowing how to explain it to her. "What did you do to her?" Su Qing saw that no matter how he called out to Yuruame, she didn't respond, so he turned his head and roared at Mo Shao-Chi. Mo Shao-Chi's tender body trembled as a look of extreme horror appeared on her face, waving her hand and saying, "I didn't do anything to her. I'm wearing my artifact armor. Anyone who attacks me will suffer a backlash from the evil ghost seal. Shishi." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Is it really appropriate to reveal my details so easily? Now he finally determined that this girl named Mo Shao-Chi was not the treacherous existence he had imagined her to be, but rather a pure and innocent little girl who knew nothing about the world. Is she really only as old as she looks? Yang Kai was taken aback by the thought that emerged in his mind. If this was the case, it would be too terrifying. Evil ghost seal? Su Qing frowned, obviously having never heard of the secret technique before, but soon he shook his head and said lightly, "Fine. One less person is good. This Su can monopolize all the benefits." He no longer cared about Yuruame's life and death and instead just grinned. Yang Kai curled his lips and sneered. "Brother Su, where does your inexplicable self-confidence come from? Don't you see the situation clearly? We have two people on our side." Chapter 1972. So what if you have more people? Su Qing sneered as he looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. "How much strength can the two of you exert at this moment?" After all, from his point of view, Yang Kai had stood in front of Mo Shao-Chi to resist the Firebird's attack, so he must have consumed a lot of his strength. Later, he had been hit by the black flames, so it was a miracle he hadn't died. After using that artifact, Mo Shao-Chi also looked like she was about to collapse. These two were obviously not at their peak, so the strength they could exert was greatly reduced. Su Qing himself, on the other hand, was in perfect condition, so he was not afraid. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "If Brother Su really thinks so, you might as well give it a try." Seeing Yang Kai's fearless look, Su Qing couldn't help frowning, unable to guess whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things or really had nothing to fear. Not far away, Mo Shao-Chi still stood there with a lost look on her face, looking at Su Ruame, whose eyes had lost their luster and had become an idiot, muttering, "Why did you attack me? How could this be?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, unable to help scolding. "Idiot! People die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. You don't even understand such a simple truth. Do your parents know you ran out here to court death?" "I don't know." A look of panic appeared in Mo Shao-Chi's eyes as she waved her hand at Yang Kai. "Don't tell my father I'm here or he'll beat me." "I don't even know your father. How am I supposed to tell him?" Yang Kai almost vomited blood and died from anger at this girl. "That's right." Mo Shao-Chi suddenly showed a look of relief. "Enough." When Su Qing saw the two of them talking to each other as if there was no one else around, he immediately roared angrily, "Brother Yang, if you don't want to die, leave here quickly. You have no reason to oppose this Su." Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he looked at Su Qing calmly. "We really have no reason to be enemies with each other, but what Brother Su wants is exactly what this Yang wants." Su Qing was startled as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Muttering in amazement, he said, Brother Yang's strength is quite deep. But if that's the case, why don't you and I join forces and split everything 50-50? No, no. Shaking his head, Yang Kai raised a finger and said, I have a shortcoming. I always like to eat alone and am not very willing to share with others. If Brother Su is sensible, then I will share with you. If Brother Su Qing's right, it's not too late now. Brother Yang's eyes, Brother Yang Kai? I have a great appetite. Mo, Xiao, Qi looked at the two of them blankly and interjected. What do you want to eat? I have some spirit fruits here. Do you want them? Saying so, Huan really did take out 2 tender spirit fruits from his space ring. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air, causing everyone who smelled it to drool. And judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the spirit fruits, this spirit fruit was obviously not an ordinary item. It was very likely to be an extremely rare treasure. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Yang Kai glared at her angrily. Mo Xiao, Qi felt wronged. Humph, since Brother Yang says so, does that mean there's no room for discussion? Su Qing gulped, his expression gradually becoming crazed. The good things Mo Xiao, Qi casually took out made him extremely greedy, making him more and more certain that there were countless treasures hidden in Mo Xiao Qi's space ring. Thinking that as long as he could snatch this space ring, he might not have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of his life, how could Su Qing endure? From the moment Brother Su launched that sneak attack on me, we had nothing to say. Yang Kai sneered. Good. Then let this Su see how great Brother Yang's skill is. Su Qing's voice fell. The power in his body suddenly surged. Immediately, his whole body grew several times larger. The clothes on his body emitted a sizzling sound as they instantly turned into strips of cloth and scattered to the ground, revealing Su Qing's exposed skin. Countless golden hairs were visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths of time, Su Qing's entire appearance had undergone a huge change. At this moment, he was 5 meters tall. His body was slightly hunched, his arms were extraordinarily long, his muscles were bulging, and his eyes were shining with an indescribable, ferocious light. His throat was letting out a beast-like roar, and his whole body was covered in golden hair, making him look like a giant golden ape. Yang Kai was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this kind of secret technique. At the very least, he had never seen such a beast-like secret technique in the Homestar territory. The wonders of the star boundary were truly extraordinary. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat disdainful was that even in that dangerous situation just now, Su Qing had not used his trump card, but when dealing with him, he did not hesitate to use it. Beast-soul symbiosis? Giant golden ape? Mo Xiao Qi exclaimed from the side, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she immediately did something that made Yang Kai feel was unreasonable. She actually stretched out her hands and covered her eyes, no longer daring to look at the almost naked Su Qing, even though the tattered clothes on his lower body were enough to cover his vitals. This silly girl. Yang Kai had nothing to say to her and completely abandoned any plans to join forces with her. Su Qing, who had used his trump card secret technique, roared at this moment and turned into a golden streak of light, rushing directly in front of Yang Kai at an incredible speed. A fist bigger than a clay pot slammed down from above, carrying with it the power to split mountains and split seas, enveloping this part of the heavens and earth. So fast! Yang Kai instantly realized how difficult Su Qing was to deal with at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, but he had no intention of dodging and instead gathered all his strength to meet this fist head-on. Su Qing's eyes flashed a look of ridicule as he sneered, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourself." The huge fist fell at an even faster speed. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as half of his body was smashed into the ground, while Su Qing's 15-meter tall body staggered slightly and was almost sent flying. His golden-haired face was filled with surprise, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai's physical strength to be so powerful. But soon he stabilized himself, raised his other fist high, and smashed it down again. Like a falling meteorite, the sound of his fist whistling through the air was extremely ear-piercing. Yang Kai's body was half stuck in the ground, making it difficult for him to move, so he was unable to avoid this blow. Left with no choice, he could only raise his arms to block. With another loud bang, Yang Kai's entire body was smashed into the ground, leaving only half of his head. Su Qing did not even spare a glance at Yang Kai, nor did he care whether he lived or died. Instead, his figure flickered as he rushed towards Mo Shaoqi. In his opinion, it was meaningless to fight a life or death battle with Yang Kai. As long as he could snatch Mo Shaoqi's space ring, his goal would be achieved. Mo Shaoqi was still standing there, covering her eyes, completely unaware of the impending danger. Her face flushed red, and even the tips of her ears were rosy. For Mo Shaoqi, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, even if she saw the topless Su Qing in his beast form today, it was still not something she could bear. Her heart was filled with panic. Damn, I won't go blind like this, right? Auntie Fang's words were still ringing in her ears. Never look at a man's ugly body, it will blind you. Mo Shaoqi still remembered Auntie Fang's serious expression and tone when she said this to her that day, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Su Qing was extremely fast and arrived beside Mo Shaoqi in an instant. Looking at the girl who was completely unguarded against him and the sparkling space ring on her hand, Su Qing could not help but grin. Immediately, he reached out to grab Mo Shaoqi's space ring. Because of Yu Ruomei's example, he did not dare to make a move against Mo Shaoqi. Only the heavens knew what kind of power the artifact armor she was wearing had. If he followed in Yu Ruomei's footsteps, he would be in deep trouble. His goal from beginning to end had always been Mo Shaoqi's space ring. But just as his big hand was a foot away from Mo Shaoqi, the two earrings on Mo Shaoqi's ears suddenly let out a tinkling sound. Immediately afterwards, these two seemingly inconspicuous earrings flickered slightly and transformed into two beams of light that shot towards Su Qing like arrows from a bow. The sharp edges of these two beams of light caused Su Qing's hair to shrink and his golden hair to stand on end. His complexion changed drastically, and he no longer dared to attack Mo Shaoqi, hurriedly retreating. However, the two beams of light did not give up and shot towards Su Qing from both sides. At this moment of crisis, Su Qing could not help roaring as his body glowed with a golden light and his already huge body seemed to grow even larger. With two light crackling sounds, the golden light around Su Qing's body suddenly shattered and his body shook, unable to help letting out a muffled groan as he stumbled back a few steps. The two beams of light returned and transformed back into the shape of the earrings on Mo Shaoqi's delicate earlobes. However, a huge gash appeared on Su Qing's abdomen from which blood gushed out like a fountain. Panicking, Su Qing hurriedly circulated his strength to stop the bleeding. He looked at Mo Shaoqi incredulously, unable to believe that this girl in front of him had not even been able to move her hand and had instead relied on the self-protection of her artifact to make him suffer such a big loss. Yu Ruomei's death was not unjust. "Who the hell are you?" Su Qing roared. At this time, if he still could not guess that Mo Shaoqi's background was not small, he would not be worthy of being an Origin King Realm cultivator. He secretly regretted having set his sights on Mo Shaoqi. Such a person was definitely a descendant of some master. If he dealt with her without leaving any traces behind, it would be fine. But if he made the slightest mistake and caused his information to be leaked, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. If he fell into the hands of her elders, his life would be worse than death. However, there was no turning back, so regretting it now was useless. The only thing he could do now was to kill her to silence her. Just as he was lost in thought, a murderous intent suddenly bloomed behind him. Su Qing was startled and quickly turned his head, only to find Yang Kai rushing down from above, his body flashing with a dazzling, five-colored light. His face was filled with anger, and a violent power was brewing in his hands, like an enraged beast, causing anyone who saw him to shudder. Chapter 1973. Yang Kai had underestimated the power of Su Qing's beast form, mainly because he did not know who this giant golden ape was. If he had known that this giant golden ape was famous for its strength even in ancient times, he would not have been so careless and allowed himself to be smashed into the ground. In ancient times, this kind of powerful beast could easily uproot mountains. Fortunately, Yang Kai's skin was thick, so although he was a bit embarrassed, he was not injured. However, Su Qing's attack had completely enraged him. Yang Kai's Third Order Origin King's territory domain pressed down on Su Qing, causing the surrounding space to become unstable as countless tiny void cracks began to appear. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he waved his hands and sent out a series of moonblades. Su Qing's complexion changed drastically, although he was not able to immediately determine what kind of power these moonblades were. The strength of Yang Kai's territory domain made him feel a threat to his life. Ignoring the injury on his lower abdomen, Su Qing roared towards the sky as his golden hair stood on end, transforming into steel needles. Using his unparalleled divine strength, Su Qing broke free from the suppression of Yang Kai's territory domain and retreated. Chi-chi-chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly as the moon blade's attacks all hit empty air, splashing dirt everywhere. When Yang Kai turned around and locked onto Su Qing's position, Yang Kai saw that a big axe had appeared in the latter's hand at some point and was swinging it down. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger as the five-colored glow around his body intensified. At the same time, he also used his dragon transformation secret technique, covering his right arm in a layer of dragon scales as he swept it towards the axe. When the two auras collided, it was as if two mountains had collided. Even the earth trembled. What? Su Qing's complexion changed drastically as he watched his artifact, axe, being sent flying while Yang Kai remained unscathed. His figure only paused for a moment before he dissipated the force behind his opponent's attack. Then he charged forward again. Even a cultivator at the Third Order Origin King realm should have been severely injured or even killed if they were hit head-on by this attack. But Yang Kai seemed to be completely unscathed. Just how strong is his physical defense? Su Qing was furious. Instead of retreating, he roared and rushed forward to meet Yang Kai head-on. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle high up in the sky. From the very beginning, Su Qing was at a disadvantage while Yang Kai became fiercer and fiercer, using all kinds of secret techniques and martial skills to attack him. This caused Su Qing to complain. How can this be? I have already displayed the golden-haired great ape's beast soul, symbiosis. Even if it is not invincible among origin kings, it is still not something anyone can suppress. Could it be that his source chi? Su Qing's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It wasn't fear but worry. It was hard for him to calm down. However, although Su Qing was in a difficult situation, being completely suppressed by Yang Kai, but there were no new wounds. All he had suffered were internal injuries. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Su Qing could not hold on any longer. He realized that if he stayed to fight Yang Kai, he would likely lose his life here. Thinking so, he began to think about retreating. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. At the same time, it was accompanied by a person's laughter. The heavens have treated me well. I actually picked up a ready-made one here. Ha ha! As soon as these words fell, a ship suddenly blocked the sunlight overhead. On the ship, Li Chia was standing on the ship. A group of 7 or 8 cultivator emitting deep auras were looking down coldly, the old man in the lead staring at the firebird imprisoned by the blue sphere. Yang Kai and Su Qing were both shocked and hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, Yang Kai arrived beside Mo Shaoqi. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Yang Kai's face suddenly became ugly. He sensed that countless martial artists were rapidly approaching this place. Clearly, the cries of the Firebird had attracted these people here. The ship was only the first batch to arrive, but the old man in the lead was a powerful Tao Source Realm cultivator. Just as the old man's voice fell, a figure flashed not far away, and a middle-aged man, dressed like a scholar, appeared in front of everyone. He sneered and said, "Old Jew, you're quite fast." Hearing this, the old man glanced at the middle-aged scholar in disgust and said coldly, "Qin Shi, you've also come to join in the fun?" The middle-aged man named Qin Shi smiled and said, "What's wrong? Since old Jiu can come, why can't this Qin come? My raging fire temple, also wants to join in the fun. Old Jiu, you won't be unwelcome, right?" Another voice interjected as 3 tiger-like war chariots appeared from a certain location. The burly man in the lead leapt off the chariot. He was as strong as a bear and gave off a very obvious fire attribute aura. Even his hair and beard were dark red in color. Humph! Seeing this man from Raging Fire Temple arrive, old Jiu and Qin Shi couldn't help coldly snorting as a look of displeasure appeared on their faces, seemingly extremely wary of this burly man. 3 Tao Source Realms. Yang Kai frowned. With his perception, he could vaguely estimate the strength of these 3 people. Old Jiu and Qin Shi, who had arrived first, were probably from the First Order Tao Source Realm, while this burly man was a Second Order Tao Source Realm Master. As soon as this burly man appeared, old Jiu and Qin Shi stopped arguing, and after exchanging a glance, both of them seemed to want to work together. Temple Master Luo coming here is beyond this old master's expectations. Doesn't Temple Master Luo need to guard Raging Fire Temple? I heard that your noble temple hasn't been very peaceful recently. Old Jiu coldly snorted. The burly man surnamed Luo chuckled and said, "Many thanks for old Jiu's concern. There were just some small disputes in the temple that were easily resolved by this Luo." Hearing this, old Jiu's face sank as he knew that this easily resolved situation was likely accompanied by the deaths of many people. Don't be fooled by this temple master Luo's crude and careless appearance. In fact, he was a vicious and merciless person, causing many people near Maplewood City to fear him. As these people talked, more and more cultivators gathered here. These cultivators basically came in groups, while those who came alone, like Qin Shi, were extremely rare. This situation made the 3 Tao Source Realms extremely dissatisfied, and they wanted to expel these small fries, but none of them dared to take the lead and provoke public anger. Yang Kai frowned secretly, feeling that this matter was a bit difficult to deal with. Just as he was hesitating, though, Temple Master Luo suddenly asked, "Old Jiu, you are quite knowledgeable. Do you recognize what kind of monster beast this thing is?" He had been staring at the Firebird wrapped in an aqua blue ball, but did not seem to recognize its species. So he had no choice but to ask. Old Jiu frowned and said, "In this old master's opinion, this little thing seems to have a phoenix bloodline." Phoenix? Ancient divine spirit. Many of the cultivator present heard this, and instead of being surprised, all of them took a step back in horror. The name of an ancient divine spirit was too great, so great that even an ordinary cultivator would be shocked to hear it. Even the 10 great Emperor Realm Masters would find it difficult to deal with an ancient divine spirit, a powerful divine spirit that had been born since ancient times. The power of an ancient divine spirit was enough to destroy an entire world. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. If this was really the case, it would explain why he felt a faint pressure coming from this Firebird's body. Dragons had their dragon's aura, and phoenixes had their phoenix's aura. If this Firebird really had the bloodline of the phoenix, it would naturally have an innate aura within its body, which was a deterrent to any living creature. Qin Shi nodded from the side and said, "This Qin also agrees with old Jiu's opinion. but this Qin cannot tell which bloodline this thing belongs to. Temple Master Luo chuckled. I heard that in ancient times there was a kind of divine spirit called the Luanfeng, one that possessed both the Phoenix and Blue Luan bloodlines. This Luo is not a genius, but he has seen some records and diagrams in ancient books that are quite similar to this little thing, but he is not certain. Luanfeng? Old Jiu frowned and suddenly shouted to Su Qing, who was standing nearby, Boy, let me ask you, did this little thing use any kind of power before? Su Qing had already removed his beast soul symbiosis state and restored his original appearance, but his face was a little pale. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now, so when he heard old Joe's question, he did not dare not answer and quickly explained everything he had experienced. As the Tao Source Realm Masters listened, their expressions became more and more excited, because according to Su Qing's description, this firebird might really belong to the Luanfeng bloodline. That was an ancient, divine spirit. In other words, this little firebird was a descendant of a divine spirit, and a young one at that. If they could capture it and bring it back to captivity, when it grew up, they would be able to obtain a divine spirit as a helper, and its status would be no different from the 10 great emperors. Thinking so, many people's breathing became rapid. This was a good opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Old Jiu, Qin Shiqi, and Temple Master Luo all looked at the little firebird with greedy eyes. It's time to go. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and realized that this was not a place to stay for long, so he quickly whispered to Mo Shaoqi, Can I take my hands off now? Mo Shaoqi asked timidly, Why do you keep covering your eyes? Yang Kai angrily removed her hands from her eyes, regaining her vision. Mo Shaoqi looked around and was suddenly startled. So many people! Yes, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to. Yang Kai ground his teeth. But my little Luanfeng. Mo Shaoqi bit her red lips as she stared at the firebird imprisoned by her artifact. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that it was impossible to take the firebird away in front of so many people. You know it's a Luanfeng. Yang Kai looked at Mo Shaoqi in amazement. I know. I knew it the first time I saw it, Mo Shaoqi said matter-of-factly. Yang Kai was dumbfounded for a long time before cursing fiercely. If he had known that there was a young Luanfeng in Clear Jade Mountain, even if Mo Shaoqi offered him many benefits, he would never have come. Chapter 1974. Not to mention that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. If he really obtained this Luanfeng, he would definitely be in trouble. It was a divine spirit, so if there were young ones, there would definitely be old ones. Yang Kai did not want to be chased by a mature Luanfeng all day long. This little Luanfeng was obviously a hot potato. It was ridiculous that so many people had been blinded by the promise of a bright future and actually wanted to take it for themselves. But facing this stupid young girl, what else could Kai Yang say? If he tried to reason with her, Yang Kai would probably vomit blood in anger. Just as the two were communicating secretly, old Jiu asked again, What kind of artifact is this? It can actually bind a young divine spirit. It seems quite extraordinary. He stared at the aqua blue ball with a greedy look on his face. Qin Shiqi and Temple Master Luo were the same. Even if this Luanfeng in front of them was just a baby, it still had the bloodline of a divine spirit, so it was not something that could be easily bound by some artifact. The aqua blue ball did not look very eye-catching at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was quite shocking. The 3 Tao Source Realm Masters were unable to see through its quality. This thing was brought by that girl. It was unknown what Su Qing was thinking, but when he heard old Joe's question, he actually smiled slightly and pointed to Mo Shaoqi. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy as he cursed 18 generations of Su Qing's ancestors in his heart. Su Qing was obviously trying to get someone else to do his dirty work. He had already offended Mo Shaoqi, so he was afraid of being hunted down by the force behind Mo Shaoqi, so he could only turn his attention to old Gio. Sure enough, when old Gio and the others heard this, they could not help looking at Mo Shao-Chi with bright eyes. Temple Master Luo grinned meaningfully, saying, "Little girl, not bad. Do you want to join my raging fire temple? This Luo can provide you with very good cultivation resources." He actually directly opened his mouth to win over Mo Shao-Chi. As long as he could win over Mo Shao-Chi, she would be willing to work for him. Naturally, he could make her work for him and obtain the Luan Feng sealed by Mo Shao-Chi's artifact. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they refused, it would not be too obvious, but Mo Shao-Chi was obviously not so tactful. Hearing this, he shook his head decisively and said, "Aunt Feng said that the forces outside are as messy as grass and not worth mentioning. I don't want to join the raging fire temple." The veins on Temple Master Luo's forehead throbbed and his eyes turned cold. On the other hand, old Gio and Shinshichi were shocked. He laughed gloatingly on the side. Yang Kai's face darkened. The corners of his mouth twitched as he cupped his fists and said, "Temple Master Luo, please don't mind her. This girl is a little crazy." "What did I say wrong?" Mo Shao-Chi looked at Yang Kai blankly. "Shut up." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "Oh, humph. How dare you insult my raging fire temple? Little girl, you've got guts. If you promise me one thing today, I'll spare your life. Otherwise..." How could Temple Master Luo pay any attention to Yang Kai's pleading? Mo Shao-Chi's answer had made him lose all face, so his murderous intent had already risen. If it weren't for him wanting to use Mo Shao-Chi's artifact to subdue the Luan Feng, he would have already attacked. "Temple Master Luo, you must not act rashly against her. This little girl is covered in artifacts, many of which have autonomous defensive abilities. One of my companions was caught off guard and was killed by her, losing his soul and turning into an idiot. Even this junior himself was affected. Even junior brother Luo Feng was almost killed by her," Su Qing shouted. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear him clearly. "An artifact that has autonomous defensive abilities." Temple Master Luo heard this and cried out, "An artifact with an artifact spirit?" Artifacts were inanimate objects. An artifact that had autonomous defensive abilities meant that it already had an artifact spirit. Such an artifact was definitely not low grade and was extremely valuable. "That's interesting." Old Gio also stared at Mo Shao-Chi with shining eyes, his gaze constantly wandering over her earrings, hairpins, pendants, and bracelets, secretly probing them with his divine sense. Old Gio found that just as Su Qing had said, all of Mo Shao-Chi's accessories were artifacts of high grade. Chun Shichi's expression also flickered as greed filled his eyes. "Bastard Su Qing, you'll die a horrible death." Yang Kai cursed angrily before grabbing Mo Shao-Chi and shouting, "Let's go!" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai let go of Mo Shao-Chi as if he had been electrocuted, because the moment he grabbed her, Yang Kai felt like he had been pricked by a needle, causing his hand to ache. "Sorry, my hand is smeared with..." "Don't say anything. Save your life first." Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with her, so after speaking, he wrapped her in his Saint Chi and rushed out. "My weak water bead and little Luan Feng." Mo Shao-Chi called out tenderly as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly trying to take back the weak water bead and imprisoned Luan Feng. But how could the 3 Dao Source Realm Masters present just stand by and watch this happen? Temple Master Luo and the others simply waved their hands and suppressed the weak water bead and Luan Feng in place. "Quickly take back the weak water bead," Yang Kai said hurriedly. Mo Shao-Chi was extremely obedient and stopped caring about the Luan Feng after hearing this, taking back the weak water bead with a single thought. Without the imprisonment of the weak water bead, the infant Luan Feng immediately regained its freedom. Spreading its wings, it sent out countless black fireballs in all directions, causing the surrounding cultivator to panic. At the same time, the infant Luan Feng's body shot up into the sky, as if it was trying to escape from this dangerous place. Where do you think you're going? The three Dao Source Realm Masters took action together, blocking all the escape routes of the infant Luan Feng. But none of them dared to approach. After all, the black flames were too intimidating and would be extremely difficult to extinguish once they came into contact with them. After blocking the Luan Feng, Temple Master Luo even had the time to send out a palm strike towards the fleeing Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi. You think you can just run away? Too naive. Temple Master Luo coldly snorted. The blow of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, even if it was just a casual blow, was enough to stir up the surrounding world principles, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. Quickly using his nihility secret technique, his figure suddenly disappeared. The power of the palm strike arrived as expected and passed through Yang Kai's body, hitting nothing but air. On the other side, an oval-shaped energy barrier flashed around Mo Shaoqi's body, completely neutralizing Temple Master Luo's attack, leaving her unscathed. When Yang Kai reappeared, he immediately stared at Mo Shaoqi like she was some kind of monster. He was able to avoid Temple Master Luo's attack because he used his space secret technique. But Mo Shaoqi was obviously able to do so because of the array of artifacts she was wearing. This girl's heritage was far greater than he had expected. The speed of the two of them was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had fled far away. Behind them, Temple Master Luo and the others were caught in a fierce battle over the Luan Feng, the sounds of battle filling the air as the energy fluctuations around them became extremely chaotic and the light of their artifacts flashed brightly. It was estimated that they would not be able to find Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi for a while. After running a few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Mo Shaoqi also stopped and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her coldly and grinned. Mo Shaoqi's beautiful face suddenly turned pale as she stumbled back a few steps and tried to act tough. What do you want to do? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. What do you think I want to do? I just want to stay here and observe for a while longer. Mo Shaoqi frowned and thought for a while before suddenly jumping up and saying, What you mean is the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She looked extremely excited, as if she had found something fun. I just want to set up an ambush and see if Su Qing will come over. Those who dare plot against me are doomed to have a bad end, Yang Kai sneered. I'll help you. That guy doesn't seem to be a good person. Mo Shaoqi volunteered. You should have already noticed that he isn't a good person, right? Yang Kai was completely speechless towards her. Immediately, the two of them set up an ambush and concealed their auras. However, Mo Shaoqi stayed far away from Yang Kai. It wasn't that Mo Shaoqi was cautious and wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would harm her, but Yang Kai was afraid. This girl was covered in thorns, and when he accidentally touched her just now, his hand was covered in blood. If he got too close, who knew what would happen? So, under Yang Kai's strong request, Mo Shaoqi hid 1,000 meters away from him. At this moment, she was pursing her lips and muttering something with an unhappy expression. Although there was a distance of 30 kilometers between them, with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he was still able to clearly observe the situation there. More and more cultivator rushed to that position and became involved in the battle, many of whom were Dao Source Realm Masters. These cultivator were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 7 or 8, all of them fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would fall and die, but instead of calming them down, the flow of blood and the screams of death only served to further stimulate the ferocity in their hearts, causing almost all of them to become bloodshot. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm Masters were undoubtedly much calmer. While they were dealing with others, they were also blocking the Luan Feng's escape route, forcing it to stay in place and unable to leave. Yang Kai found Su Qing in the crowd. This guy had once again used his beast-soul symbiosis secret technique to transform into the giant golden ape and was following behind old Gio, slaughtering his way through the crowd. In just 2 hours, at least 80% of the hundreds of cultivator that entered Clear Jade Mountain had been attracted to the battlefield. Blood flowed like rivers on the battlefield, and the scene was extremely chaotic. As time passed, the Dao Source Realm Masters also began to suffer injuries. At this point, almost everyone had become enraged. It was no longer just a matter of snatching the Luanfeng, but rather a matter of seeking revenge and repaying grievances. Almost all of them were cultivator from the vicinity of Maplewood City, so there were many differences between them. Many of them held grudges against each other, so now was naturally a good time to settle them. More and more cultivator fell. The Dao Source Realm Masters finally realized that something was wrong. No one knew who suggested it, but in the end the battle subsided, but only half of the original cultivator remained. The infant Luanfeng was still surrounded by the cultivator in the center, but at this moment it was no longer as ferocious as before. Instead, it was lying weakly on the ground, its beautiful fur stained with blood, and the burning flames on its body seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. This battle seemed to have damaged its foundation. Chapter 1975. The infant Luanfeng was destined to have no way to escape. Under the watchful eyes of so many cultivator, where could it escape to? The only question left was who would be able to subdue it. However, seeing that no one was willing to back down, Yang Kai was certain no one would be able to come to a good conclusion in a short time. Sure enough, the surviving cultivator argued for an hour without coming up with any good countermeasures. The situation was still deadlocked, and the atmosphere gradually froze, as if a second battle was about to break out. Throughout the entire process, the infant Luanfeng lay on the ground, letting out a soft cry. Yang Kai, who was hiding 30 kilometers away, frowned, no longer having the patience to continue waiting. Once these people reached a consensus on who the Luanfeng belonged to, their next target would most likely be Amo Shaoqi. After all, her value did not seem to be any less than the infant Luanfeng. Just as Yang Kai was about to withdraw from this place, he suddenly felt his skin tighten as a sense of crisis and horror welled up in his heart. This made him frown, not knowing what had happened to cause him to feel this way. Turning his head to the other side, Yang Kai saw that Amo Shaoqi also seemed to be aware of this and was looking around furtively. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was as if dark clouds had covered the sun overhead, casting a huge shadow over the earth. At the same time, the temperature of the air suddenly rose. The lush trees around Clear Jade Mountain began to wither and burn. Screech! Above his head, a resounding and sharp screech resounded through the sky. Yang Kai was startled and looked up. The next moment he froze in place. In the sky, an existence that looked exactly the same as the infant Luanfeng was flapping its wings as it flew overhead. However, this existence was countless times larger than the infant Luanfeng, as if it was an enlarged version of the infant Luanfeng. Wherever it passed, even the sky was left burning marks. Space shattered as an unimaginably huge pressure descended, like a collapsing mountain, suppressing Yang Kai so much that his bones creaked. Luanfeng, an ancient divine spirit? Yang Kai exclaimed. This was a truly mature Luanfeng, a powerful existence that only appeared in legends, a peerless overlord that could contend with a true dragon. Yang Kai groaned inwardly. Although he had already guessed that there would be a young Luanfeng, he had no idea. Then there must be a mature Luanfeng, but he never imagined that a mature Luanfeng would appear in front of him. Yang Kai was almost unable to move due to the deterrence of its huge body, not to mention the pitch-black flames burning all over its body. Those were black flames that could destroy an entire world. His eyes trembled violently. He wanted to move his fingers, but he found that he was completely powerless. He could only watch as the Luanfeng flew over his head. Screech! 30 kilometers away, the young Wan Fong let out an anxious cry and stood up with its weak body. He was like a lost child who had finally found his parents. It kept chirping in response to the sky. Hull, Master Luo, Elder Ju, Qin Shichi, and the others all froze in place when the shadow that covered the light descended upon them. Everyone knew that a great disaster was imminent, and large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Everyone desperately pushed their strength, trying to escape from this place as quickly as possible. However, under the suppression of an ancient divine spirit, they were like children, unable to withstand a single blow. Even the Tao Source Realm Masters were like this, so the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm Masters were even worse off. There were even a few weaker Origin Returning Realm Masters who vomited blood and died. The Luan Fong circled in the air, as if it had seen the miserable state of its child. Its eyes suddenly turned crimson red, and a violent aura escaped from its body, sweeping in all directions. Stopping midair, it opened its mouth wide, its abdomen slightly contracting and expanding as it sent out a tsunami of black flames. No. Hull, Master Luo, could only shout out this one word before he was incinerated by the black flames and turned into nothingness. Wherever the black flames passed, nothing remained. None of the more than 200 cultivator who survived were able to escape this calamity. All of them burned to death, their souls extinguished. The black flames soared into the sky, and even from 100 kilometers away, they could still be seen clearly. These flames seemed to want to incinerate even the heavens and earth, a ferocious sight to behold. The ground was scorched, and not a single blade of grass grew. The area within a radius of 5 kilometers had turned into a dead zone, and this dead zone was still spreading out at an extremely fast speed. 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the black flames rapidly burn towards him. He no longer dared to hesitate and pushed his golden divine dragon source to resist the violent pressure coming from the Luan Fong, allowing him to regain some of his freedom. In the next moment, he summoned the sealed world bead and hid inside it. The moment Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the black flames burned through the place he was hiding. If he had been just a moment slower, he would have followed in the footsteps of Hull, Master Luo, and the others. Shit! As soon as he hid inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about Mo Shao-Chi. Although Mo Shao-Chi had powerful artifacts in front of the peerless flames of an ancient divine spirit, she would not be able to resist. Just now, he had been in too much of a hurry to consider Mo Shao-Chi's situation. Now that he thought about it, even if he had gone out to save her, it would have been too late. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little annoyed. Although he and Mo Shao-Chi did not have much of a friendship, this simple-minded girl had no ulterior motives, so Yang Kai felt a little guilty for letting her die in these black flames. Hopefully, the heavens will help the worthy. Yang Kai thought to himself, although he knew that the possibility of this happening was slim. Clear Jade Mountain was burning, and a black light enveloped a radius of 100 kilometers, destroying all living creatures. At this moment, the figure of the Luan Fong that was flying in the sky swayed. Suddenly, it transformed into a young woman, her hair tied up in a bun, her temperament cold, and her clothes luxurious. Her pair of beautiful eyes did not contain the slightest emotion. There was only a cold, murderous intent. Only when she looked at the young Luan Fong on the ground did she reveal a rare trace of gentleness. The young Luan Fong also turned at this moment and suddenly transformed into a child who looked only 3 or 4 years old with a sky-piercing spear on his head. He looked like a tiger. The young woman stretched out her hand, and an inexplicable force wrapped around the child and pulled him in front of her. The young woman glared fiercely at the child, as if blaming him. The child, however, giggled and crawled into the young woman's arms. He assumed a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The young woman sighed faintly. Hugging the child with one hand, She disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Before leaving, her brow furrowed as she glanced in the direction Yang Kai had been, seemingly a little confused. After a full 10 days, Yang Kai quietly ran out of the sealed world bead. As soon as he appeared, he felt an unbearable heat coming from all directions. And this was not just heat, but also a kind of power that seemed to be able to burn one's soul. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly flew up. Looking down, he couldn't help feeling frightened. At this moment, on clear Jade Mountain, with the battlefield as the center, black flames were burning in a radius of 100 kilometers. Although 10 days had passed, there were still no signs of them extinguishing, especially the 10-kilometer radius in the center, where the black flames gave off a world-destroying aura. It had probably been hundreds or thousands of years. It was impossible for anything to grow in that place. There were no corpses on the ground either, all of them having been burned clean, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Looking at the place where Mo Xiao-Qi had been hiding, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling sad. There, it seemed to have been affected by the black flames, as the burning flames were particularly dark. Mo Xiao-Qi had long since disappeared. That girl, I'm afraid she's already dead. Yang Kai thought to himself. If there had been a chance at that time, he would definitely not have left her in the lurch. But at that time, he was not close to Mo Xiao-Qi, and life or death could have been decided in an instant. So he didn't have time to think too much. Is this fate? If he hadn't been stabbed by Mo Xiao-Qi, they wouldn't have been so far apart. If she had been by his side at that time, Yang Kai could have taken her to hide in the sealed world bead. Shaking his head, Yang Kai was about to leave this place. But at that moment, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and turned his eyes in a certain direction. Over there seemed to be something left behind. In front of the Luan Feng's world extinguishing black flames. Anything that could remain was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai smiled happily and hurriedly flew over. Only when he got closer did he really see what it was. It was actually a feather about 2 meters long, but it was not black and instead exuded a fiery red glow as it lay quietly in a corner. A Luanfeng feather. Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly stepped forward. He did not dare to reach out rashly and instead released his golden blood thread to hold it in front of him. Unexpectedly, this Luanfeng feather was not burning hot. Through the golden blood thread, Yang Kai could feel that it was not a thread at the moment, as if it was just an ordinary object, but if he probed it carefully, he could feel that this feather contained a terrifying aura. This is a good thing. A divine spirit feather, if given to an excellent artifact refiner, would definitely be able to refine an extraordinary artifact, possibly even an emperor artifact. After all, this was already a top-grade artifact refining material. Yang Kai examined it for a moment before happily putting it away. This trip to Clear Jade Mountain had not been completely fruitless. He had obtained the ice attribute purple-green dual swords from Mo Xiao-Qi and picked up a Luanfeng feather. Compared to the time he had spent on this trip, this harvest was already extremely generous. It's just a pity for Mo Xiao-Qi. Yang Kai sighed, secretly adjusted his mood, and flew out. His goal was Maplewood City. When he arrived in the Star Boundary, he was caught by Kowu and forced to enter the Blue Feather Sect. Yang Kai had not had time to experience the many wonders of the Star Boundary yet, so he was still looking forward to visiting the nearby Maplewood City. He was only a third-order Origin King now, and the strength in his body had not been completely transformed into Source Chi, so he did not even have the qualifications to break through to the Tao Source realm. So his top priority now was to transform his strength. Chapter 1976. Maplewood City was more prosperous than any city Yang Kai had seen in the Homestar territory. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Sky City could not compare. But in the Star Boundary, it was merely one of the countless obscure cities. Even in the entire southern region, it couldn't be considered to be very eye-catching. Yang Kai's horizons were truly broadened. The only thing he despised was that he had to pay 10 low-rank source crystals to enter the city. This made him feel extremely distressed. He was no longer in the Homestar territory. Every source crystal was extremely precious to him, so he naturally did not dare to use it casually. The source crystals he had were all found in the space rings of the Blue Feather Sect disciples. There were not many of them, only a few thousand. Originally, there were 4 space rings and even a first-order Tao Source Realm Cultivator's Ring. However, Yang Kai gave 3 to Lu Xianyan and only kept 1 for himself. In addition to the few thousand source crystals, there were only 2 low-grade artifacts in the ring. There were also some miscellaneous materials that were not of much use. After entering Maplewood City, he did not rush to find a place to live. Instead, he walked around and listened to the conversations of the surrounding cultivator to obtain information that would be beneficial to him. After a day, he gained a lot. Just as he had expected, the cultivators in Maplewood City weren't very strong. Even some of the small forces in the surrounding area didn't have powerful masters overseeing them. City Lord Duan Yuanshan was a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, and the 2 Vice City Lords were first-order Tao Source Realm Cultivators. The 3 of them jointly governed the entire Maplewood City. As for the small families in the city, only the Jiang family had an old ancestor from the first-order Tao Source Realm. There was no other Tao Source Realm Cultivator. Most of the surrounding small forces only had a first-order Tao Source Realm Cultivator. Only Raging Fire Temple had a second-order Tao Source Realm Cultivator. They could vaguely compete with the city Lord's Mansion in Maplewood City. However, Yang Kai knew that the Raging Fire Temple's Hall Master Luo had already died in the Clear Jade Mountain. It would not be long before he died. The power structure of Maplewood City was about to change. The tragedy in Clear Jade Mountain had already spread to Maplewood City. It was even spreading to the entire Southern Territory at an extremely fast speed. After all, the appearance of the Holy Spirit Luan Feng would most likely attract the attention of many powerhouses. Of course, this wasn't what Yang Kai needed to care about. What he cared about was whether or not Maplewood City could become his temporary foothold. Now it seemed that this place was not bad. If there wasn't a powerful cultivator, it meant that he wouldn't encounter too big of a threat. He had plenty of time to slowly grow. After gathering enough information, Yang Kai decided to stay in Maplewood City for the time being. At the very least, he had to convert the energy in his body into source chi before making any other plans. When night fell, he came to a side hall beside the city Lord's Mansion. He found the personnel on duty in the city Lord's Mansion to handle his identity token and various procedures. After a while, he spent more than 3,000 origin crystals, which made Yang Kai grit his teeth in pain. However, although the cost was high, he could live in Maplewood City with peace of mind for a year. Moreover, he also had a good cave residence. This cave residence was built by the city Lord's Mansion of Maplewood City. Any foreign cultivator could rent it, but depending on the quality of the cave residence, the fee needed to be paid was different. Yang Kai was not stingy in this regard because he knew that the speed of cultivation was inseparable from a good environment, so he directly rented a good cave residence. Leaving the side hall took a lot of twists and turns. He inquired about the location of the cave residence. Finally, he came to the place where he settled down. Using his identity token to open the cave residence, Yang Kai entered. Although it was called a cave residence, it was actually just a well-built house with a lot of good restrictions inside, to prevent outsiders from peeping. Yang Kai walked around inside and found that it was not bad. The world energy in the cave residence was much richer than in the city. It seemed that some kind of spirit array was used to gather world energy. There were also several rooms with different functions for Yang Kai to use. He did not have many requirements in this regard, as long as he could have a place to stay. The night passed silently. Yang Kai just sat cross-legged in meditation, converting his source chi while recovering his spirit. The next day, he came out of the cave residence. Walking on the street, Looking at the various cultivator and the people coming and going on the street, Yang Kai's thoughts flew. When he first entered the star territory, his mood was almost the same as now. He was full of curiosity and the desire to explore everything. Step by step, he grew from a weak person to a strong one. If he could do it at that time, he could definitely do it now. Thinking so, Yang Kai's gaze became firm. But I don't know how my two great helpers, Ai, O, Guizu, and the others are doing and where they are. If I'm not separated from them, it would be better to work with them than to work alone. Yang Kai shook his head and did not think too much about it, walking straight ahead. Not long after, he stopped in front of a shop called Spirit Pill Plaza. After pondering for a moment, he walked in directly. The shop assistant opposite him immediately bowed and greeted him. What would this guest like? I'm not bragging, but our Spirit Pill Plaza has everything you need. The prices are fair and we don't cheat anyone. We guarantee that you will have the spirit pills you need. Also, let me tell you a secret. We have a share of the City Lord shares, so you don't have to worry about buying fake goods here. The waiter had a mysterious look on his face as he lowered his voice. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He knew that this old man must have said this to every guest who came here. However, this Spirit Pill Plaza really was owned by the City Lord. In Maplewood City, this old man didn't dare to speak nonsense. Otherwise, even if he had several lives, it wouldn't be enough. I'm not here to buy spirit pills. Yang Kai waved his hand. Then what would this guest like? The shop assistant had a good temper and smiled. We only sell spirit pills here, nothing else. Do you have pill recipes? Yang Kai raised his brow. The shop assistant frowned and forced a smile. This? I really can't decide. Would this guest like to wait for a moment while I ask the shopkeeper? Yang Kai nodded. The shop assistant immediately turned around and went inside. The reason why Yang Kai came to buy pill recipes was entirely related to his experience during the month he spent in Blue Feather Sect performing alchemy. Although he was very popular in Blue Feather Sect when he was performing alchemy and was sought after by many Blue Feather Sect disciples, Yang Kai had never even heard of the pills a cultivator would ask him to refine, let alone refine them. After all, the materials and products of the Star Boundary were much richer than those of the hometown Stars territory. Many herbs that could not be found in the Star Boundary's territory could be found everywhere in the Star Boundary, which promoted the development of alchemy in the Star Boundary. Countless different pill recipes were born. With Yang Kai's knowledge of alchemy, it was enough to use in the Star Boundary's territory, but it was somewhat lacking in the Star Boundary. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to earn source crystals, and the only way he could think of was to resume his old profession of alchemy. Perfecting his own pill recipes was a preparatory work. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Moreover, Yang Kai was in urgent need of a pill recipe, the source condensing pill. The role of the source condensing pill was to help an Origin King Realm cultivator transform their Saint Chi into Source Chi, and it was very popular among Origin King cultivators. After all, once one's strength reached this level, it was extremely difficult to break through. Not only did it require a variety of opportunities, but it also required the accumulation of time. However, compared to breaking through to the next realm, transforming one's Saint Chi into Source Chi could also improve one's combat power. An Origin King Realm cultivator naturally needed a large number of source condensing pills to help shorten the time it took to transform their Saint Chi. When Yang Kai broke through to the Third Order Origin King Realm, the starlight in his body had been exhausted, so the speed at which he could transform his Saint Chi into Source Chi had suddenly slowed down. If he wanted to increase the speed, he could only start with source condensing pills. Moreover, this kind of pill was extremely popular among Origin King Realm cultivator and was very expensive. The materials were not too difficult to find, so as long as Yang Kai could buy the pill recipe for this kind of spirit pill, he could refine it freely. Even if he only refined source condensing pills, Yang Kai felt that he could make a lot of money. While waiting, Yang Kai wandered around Spirit Pill Plaza and saw many spirit pills that he had never heard of before, each with strange effects that greatly interested him. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally had a desire for pill recipes, so he was secretly thinking about how to ask someone to buy the pill recipe. Not long after, the shop assistant returned with a smile on his face. "Honored guest, our shopkeeper invites you in for a chat." Yang Kai raised his brow, looking a little surprised. After all, he was just here to buy a pill recipe and had never met the shopkeeper before, so why was he being so enthusiastic? However, after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Good, I'll have to trouble you." "This way, please." The shop assistant eagerly led the way, and soon he brought Yang Kai to a side room. He gestured to him before bowing and retreating. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door, and an old voice immediately called out from inside, "Please come in." Pushing the door open and entering, Yang Kai was greeted by the smell of sandalwood and simple decorations. An old man was standing there with his hands behind his back, and after seeing Yang Kai, he quickly cupped his fists with a smile and said, "This old man is Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper, Kong Si Ran. May I know honored guest's name?" "Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Kong." Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. Kong Si Ran nodded and looked Yang Kai up and down, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Young Master Yang is young and promising." Yang Kai naturally knew that Kong Si Ran had seen through his cultivation, and Kong Si Ran was also a third-order Origin King cultivator. However, Yang Kai could feel that the strength in his body was very pure and not chaotic. Obviously, all of it had been transformed into source qi, and if there was an opportunity, he might even be able to break through to the Tao source realm. Since the other party praised him so highly, Yang Kai was naturally modest. "Come, young Master Yang, please sit down and try the rain maple initial stamen that this old master personally stir-fried." As Kong Si Ran spoke, he enthusiastically poured a cup of steaming tea for Yang Kai, and in an instant, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Kong Si Ran pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and gestured for him to taste it. Chapter 1977. Inside the room, Yang Kai took a seat but didn't rush to touch the tea in front of him. The shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza was a bit too enthusiastic, which made him feel like he was being unaccountably solicitous. So Yang Kai showed the necessary caution. Kong Si Ran obviously noticed this as well, but he didn't care and simply smiled lightly. "I heard that customer is here to buy pill recipes." And Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran's eyes lit up as he asked, "So, customer is an alchemist?" Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "While selling things, do you also inquire about the details of your customers?" There was an element of blame in these words, but Kong Si Ran didn't get angry and instead apologized. "Young Master Yang, please don't take offense. This old master was wrong. This old master will offer you tea instead of wine as an apology." As he spoke, he really finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. Wiping the water from his chin, he said, "If customer is really an alchemist, and if your alchemist grade is high enough, this old master can give you any pill recipe you need." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was confused. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly when he heard this, but did not answer immediately, seemingly choosing his words carefully. After a while he said, "Since that's the case, this old master will get straight to the point. Please speak, shopkeeper Kong." "Actually, it's like this." Kong Si Ran pondered for a moment. "Our Spirit Pill Plaza is currently lacking in alchemists. If customer is an Origin King grade alchemist or above, this old master would like to hire customer as an alchemist of our Spirit Pill Plaza. This old master has two proposals for you to choose from. Either you will be given a certain amount of monthly salary, or you will receive a commission from our Spirit Pill Plaza. Everything is up to you." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. "Your Spirit Pill Plaza doesn't have enough alchemists." To be honest, Kong Si Ran seemed to have been worried about this for a while. Now that he saw a glimmer of hope, he had no intention of hiding it. Our pill shop originally had 3 alchemists, but 2 of them left a while ago. Now, there's only 1 person left, and the spirit pills he refined are not enough to make ends meet, so... But you can rest assured that if our Spirit Pill Plaza has any pill recipes, you can check them out. This old man will never hide them. This answer couldn't help but make Yang Kai a little excited. After all, he didn't have many source crystals on hand right now. Perhaps he would only be able to buy 1 or 2 ordinary pill recipes. As for the source condensing pill recipe, it would definitely be incomparably expensive. With his current financial resources, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Originally, he had only planned to inquire about the price of the pill recipe before raising the source crystals to buy it. He hadn't expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise in the Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai calmly asked, "Why did the 2 alchemists suddenly leave? Could it be that shopkeeper Kong didn't pay enough?" "How could there be such a thing?" Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. This old man has always been fair in doing business in Maplewood City. He is an honest man, and the price that the Spirit Pill Plaza offered to his alchemists was definitely not low. It's just that people want to go higher, who wants to go lower. This is an immutable truth. In the face of greater benefits, it is only natural for them to choose to leave the Spirit Pill Plaza. Listening to what he said, Yang Kai understood a little. He's been poached. Kong Si Ran heard this, and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. Nodding, he said, "Indeed. Our Spirit Pill Plaza is actually the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and the Pill Pavilion across the street is the business of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. It is only natural that they would target us." Violet Source Chamber of Commerce? 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai frowned. Customer hasn't heard of it? This time, it was Kong Si Ran's turn to be surprised. Kai Yong smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Kong Si Ran was stunned for a while. He did not expect that Yang Kai, a third-order origin king, would not have heard of these 2 great chambers of commerce. After all, in the Southern Territory, besides the Supreme Overlord Star Soul Palace, the great forces below them were Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce and 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai's strength was not low, so how could he not have heard of them? But in the end, Kong Si Ran was a businessman and was very good at reading people's expressions. In order to avoid embarrassing Yang Kai, he quickly smiled and said, "It seems that customer is a cultivator. No wonder your cultivation is not inferior to this old man's at such a young age. This old man admires you." Yang Kai gave a hollow laugh but did not answer. However, from the information revealed by Kong Si Ran, it seemed that these 2 chambers of commerce had a hostile relationship. This was not difficult to understand. After all, peers were enemies. Since they were all doing business, it was natural for them to compete. 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce had offered a higher price to poach 2 of Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemists, causing Spirit Pill Plaza to be in an awkward situation. Without enough alchemists, there would naturally not be enough spirit pills. Over time, it was likely that no one would patronize Spirit Pill Plaza anymore. Kong Si Ran, as the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, was naturally anxious about this situation. These days, Yang Kai had been looking for suitable alchemists to recruit into the Spirit Pill Plaza, but Maplewood City wasn't a big city in the star boundary. Even if there were alchemists, they would already belong to someone else. Therefore, even if he hired low-level alchemists, they wouldn't be of much use. This was why he was so enthusiastic about Yang Kai. When he heard that Yang Kai was here to buy pill recipes, he immediately asked the shop assistant to invite him in. Those who would buy pill recipes were undoubtedly alchemists. An ordinary cultivator would not care about pill recipes at all. They only needed to collect materials and pay enough to hire an alchemist to refine pills. Dare I ask, what is customer's alchemist grade? Kong Si Ran explained his predicament before looking at Yang Kai nervously and expectantly. If Yang Kai's alchemist grade was not high, then there was no need for him to waste any time with Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought about it and said, I have no problem refining Origin King grade spirit pills. His answer was not complete, and there was some concealment, but it was enough to satisfy Kong Si Ran. Hearing Yang Kai admit that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, Kong Si Ran was extremely excited, his eyes filled with sincerity. Before he could speak, Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Kong, there is no need to say anything more. I only perform alchemy because I need source crystals. It is a way to make money, and it can also be regarded as a form of cultivation. I will not continue to perform alchemy for long. Perhaps one day I will stop. Shopkeeper Kong should find someone better qualified." The other party's attitude was very sincere, and Yang Kai did not want to hide anything, so he spoke bluntly. After all, for Yang Kai, alchemy was just a means of cultivation, and he would not invest too much energy and time into it. If he agreed to Kong Si Ran's request, it would be tantamount to selling himself to Spirit Pill Plaza, and his time and freedom would be limited in the future. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. "You won't be able to perform alchemy for long." Kong Si Ran was stunned for a moment, but immediately smiled and said, "It doesn't matter as long as customer can help this old master with alchemy for 3 months. No, 2 months will be enough. This old master will not delay your cultivation too much." "Only 2 months?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "And, in fact, this old master has already reported the situation here to the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, and they have agreed to transfer 2 alchemists here. But it will still take some time. After all, the journey is long, and this is a small place, so the headquarters will not pay too much attention. It will take about 2 months, so customer only needs to help this old master through these 2 months. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Customer, what do you think? Do you want to think about it carefully?" Kong Si Ran asked nervously. He had been tormented by this matter for some time now, and now that a suitable person had been sent to him, he was not willing to miss this opportunity. "If it is 2 months, I can give it a try, but Shopkeeper Kong, the pill recipes of your esteemed Chamber of Commerce." Before Yang Kai could finish, Kong Si Ran waved his hand boldly and said, "If customer really becomes one of us, you can naturally investigate those pill recipes at will and even copy them. Can I ask what pill recipes are available? Are there source condensing pills among them?" Almost every pill shop has a pill recipe for source condensing pills, but because each shop is different, there'll be some small differences in pill recipes. Why? Since customer is an Origin King grade alchemist, does he not know how to refine source condensing pills? Kong Si Ran suddenly felt a little uneasy, wondering if Yang Kai was talking nonsense just now. Which Origin King grade alchemist did not have a pill recipe for source condensing pills? This was the pill that an Origin King realm cultivator needed the most. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and could only say, "The place where I came from is relatively remote, and there is no powerful cultivator, so, although this explanation was full of loopholes, it was still a reasonable explanation." Kong Si Ran did not try to get to the bottom of this matter, as it was annoying. "Shopkeeper Kong, please give me a list of the pill shops owned by your esteemed Chamber of Commerce. I will go back and consider it carefully. If possible, I will definitely come back in 3 days." Yang Kai did not rashly agree to Kong Si Ran's request. After all, he was not familiar with the Spirit Pill Plaza or Kong Si Ran himself. So who knew if he was a hypocrite? It was always right to be careful. "Very well. Then this old master will wait for customers' arrival. Please consider it as soon as possible. Our Spirit Pill Plaza supply of pills is currently running out." Kong Si Ran knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he could only agree to Yang Kai's request. Immediately, he sorted out a list of pill recipes and handed it to Yang Kai. After bidding farewell to Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai did not return to his residence, but instead continued to wander around the city. Every time he saw a shop selling spirit pills, he would go in and ask about it. Although he had already negotiated with Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai still wanted to try to buy pill recipes from other places. After all, if he could do it alone, it would be better than taking a cut from Spirit Pill Plaza, and the profits he could obtain would be much greater. Of course, there were also some benefits to cooperating with Spirit Pill Plaza, such as a fixed source of customers, sufficient materials, and no need to worry about sales channels. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 1978. Late at night, Yang Kai returned to his residence with a gloomy look on his face. Today's trip hadn't gone very smoothly. Although he had visited a lot of shops, those shops either treated their pill recipes as precious treasures and wouldn't easily show them to outsiders, or they would offer sky-high prices that Yang Kai couldn't do anything about. Moreover, the pill recipes these shops were willing to sell were all obscure pill recipes that were basically useless. As for the truly useful and popular pill recipes, they wouldn't sell them at all. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't going to be taken advantage of. He could understand the practices of these shops. The pill recipes of each shop were refined by many alchemists and could be considered their own trade secrets. So how could they easily show them to outsiders? As such, he had to carefully consider Kong Si Ran's proposal. Over the next 2 days, nothing happened. On the third day, Yang Kai came to Spirit Pill Plaza again. Kong Si Ran seemed to have instructed him to do so. As soon as the shop assistant saw Yang Kai, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Master, you're here. Please come in. The shopkeeper has been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Kai nodded lightly and motioned for him to lead the way. Entering the same room as last time, Kong Si Ran saw that Yang Kai was as punctual and trustworthy as he had previously promised. His old face bloomed with a smile as he warmly invited Yang Kai to take a seat. After pouring some tea for Yang Kai, Kong Si Ran took out a piece of paper from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is the list of pill recipes young Master Yang requested. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied." Yang Kai thanked him before taking the pill recipe list and browsing through it. After just a glance, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. That was because there were 40 to 50 types of pill formulas in the pill formula catalog. Looking carefully at them one by one, Yang Kai found that the first one was the source condensing pill he had requested. Although Yang Kai had already mastered most of the pill recipes, they were still not fixed. However, things like pill recipes weren't fixed. Depending on the geographical environment and the production of resources, they would be distributed in different regions. A pill recipe could be derived from many different versions, and the effects of the spirit pills refined would also be somewhat different. Therefore, even if he had already mastered the pill recipes, he could learn from the experience of the Spirit Pill Plaza's pill recipes and improve them. It was not completely worthless. Out of the 40 to 50 types of pill recipes, there were only about a dozen that he didn't have. However, Yang Kai was very satisfied with this result. He nodded and put the paper down. Kong Si Ran's pair of fiery golden eyes had been carefully observing the situation. How could he not know that Yang Kai was already tempted? He immediately asked, "Young Master Yang, are you satisfied with the catalog this old man provided?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Shopkeeper Kong is too kind. These pill recipes are not easy to come by, right?" Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "Young Master Yang's vision is indeed sharp. Only a small portion of these pill recipes are owned by our pill square. The rest were obtained by this old master from some old friends and are not trade secrets. Therefore, young Master Yang need not worry about it. You have so many different kinds of spirit pills. Does this mean that if I were to refine pills here, I would need to refine all of these pills?" No. Kong Si Ran quickly waved his hand. "The pills our pill square mainly sells are the top 15 spirit pills on this catalog. We do not sell the rest mainly because there are not many cultivator demand them, so there is not much profit to be made. In particular, source condensing pills are the top priority of our pill square. It is not that this old master wants to boast, but the source condensing pills produced by our pill square are at least 10% better. Compared to the source condensing pills on the market, the effects of our pill square are at least 10% better. It is highly sought after by all cultivator in Maplewood City." Why is that? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. In fact, he had noticed before that many cultivators who came to Spirit Pill Square to buy pills needed source condensing pills, and these cultivators were all Origin Realm cultivators. Without a doubt, all of them were Origin Kings. Hearing this, Kong Si Ran smiled proudly. Stroking his beard, he said calmly, because our source condensing pill recipes were personally improved by Grandmaster Huang Pu from the headquarters. After saying so, Kong Si Ran seemed to realize that Yang Kai was a little ignorant and quickly added, Grandmaster Huang Pu is an emperor-grade alchemist who enjoys a high reputation throughout the star boundary. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Only now did he understand why Spirit Pill Squares, source condensing pills, were so popular. It turned out that the pill recipes were personally improved by an emperor-grade alchemist, so it was only natural that their effects were better than those of others. However, this was good news for Yang Kai, because what he needed the most now was source condensing pills. Refining pills with a pill recipe improved by an emperor-grade alchemist would naturally be of great help to him. Perhaps he could even learn some mysteries from this pill recipe. Haha, young Master Yang, this old master will be frank. I wonder if young Master Yang. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai with a smile. At this moment, he was no longer as anxious as before because he could tell from Yang Kai's demeanor and tone that Yang Kai would be joining Spirit Pill Square for the time being. Sure enough, as expected, Yang Kai nodded and said, It is this Yang's honor to be able to perform alchemy for your esteemed Spirit Pill Square. I will have to trouble shopkeeper Kong to take care of this Yang for the next 2 months. Good. Kong Si Ran laughed heartily, the haze that had covered his face for the past few days finally sweeping away, putting him in a good mood. The current situation of Spirit Pill Square could be said to be strapped for cash. Because source condensing pills were selling well, Spirit Pill Square had a steady stream of customers. Previously, there were 3 Origin King grade alchemists in charge, so the pills they refined could barely keep up with the sales. But after 2 of them were poached by 7 Glory's Chamber of Commerce's pill pavilion, the remaining 1 had to work overtime to refine pills desperately, but still couldn't make ends meet. Now, Spirit Pill Square's source condensing pills were in short supply, causing many old customers who came to buy pills to complain. Doing business was about maintaining a steady flow, and once there was a lack of supply, it was very likely that one would lose many customers, which was a fatal blow to Spirit Pill Square. Now that Yang Kai had joined them, although things wouldn't return to normal immediately, they could at least breathe a sigh of relief. All that was left was to survive the next 2 months. As long as he waited for the 2 alchemists from the headquarters to arrive, everything would be fine. Young Master Yang, this old man, is a businessman, so he will speak his mind. If I have offended you in any way, I will not offend you. If there is any offense, I hope young Master Yang can forgive me. After the great joy, Kong Si Ran suddenly became solemn again. Shopkeeper Kong, please speak freely. Good. Young Master Yang can study these pill recipes and even copy them. However, you cannot disclose them to others, especially the source condensing pill recipes. This old man needs Yang Kai to sign a contract with me using his sole brand. I wonder if young Master Yang can agree? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded readily. Very good. Then I ask young Master Yang to see if this contract needs to be changed. Kong Si Ran was already prepared and directly took out the prepared contract from his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know what this contract was made of, but he could vaguely sense a trace of energy fluctuation from it. Yang Kai took it and read it carefully. The responsibilities and obligations of both parties were written in detail on the contract, especially the problems with the pill recipes. Yang Kai was not allowed to disclose the secrets of those pill recipes. After a long time, Yang Kai nodded and said, No problem. Kong Si Ran said, Then I ask young Master Yang to brand this contract with this old man's sole brand. That should be enough. Saying so, he took the initiative to release his divine sense and brand it onto the contract. Although Yan Kai had never done this before, with Kong Si Ran's demonstration, he was able to quickly learn. When the two soul imprints were completely branded into the contract suddenly lit up without any flames. As the contract burned, a trace of inexplicable power split into two and poured into Yan Kai and Kong Si Ran's knowledge seas. Unknowingly, Kai Yang felt that there was an inexplicable barrier in his knowledge sea. Normally, this barrier had no effect on him, but if he tried to reveal something that he shouldn't, he would inevitably suffer a backlash from this barrier. This thing is quite mysterious. Yang Kai thought to himself. He didn't know which master had developed this, but it was undoubtedly of great help to those who did business. Kong Si Ran knew that Yang Kai didn't know much, so he took the initiative to explain. This kind of soul contract originated from the Serene Soul Palace. It was developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul. The Serene Soul Palace is one of the great emperors of the 10 great emperors. This kind of soul contract can guarantee the integrity of both parties. If young Master Yang goes out in the future and has no choice but to cooperate with a stranger, this kind of soul contract can be signed. However, the value of this thing is not low. A single one costs at least 150,000 low-rank source crystals, and it is extremely difficult to obtain. So expensive, Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He had only earned 30,000 low-rank source crystals a month in Blue Feather Sect, but 150,000 meant that it would take him 5 months to refine a single soul contract, and even then he might not necessarily be able to buy it. Haha! This old master's soul contract was inadvertently obtained in his early years, Kong Si Ran said with a pained expression. Although he was reluctant to use his soul contract in order to protect Spirit Pill Plaza, Kong Si Ran had no other choice. Alchemist Yang, please take care of me for the next 2 months. Kong Si Ran put away his pained expression and cupped his fist to Yang Kai with a warm smile. Likewise. Yang Kai replied, Good. Since we have signed a soul contract, let's talk about the remuneration, Kong Si Ran said before sitting down. The soul contract just now only guaranteed that Yang Kai would not leak the pill recipe. The remuneration was not written on it. This required Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai to discuss in detail. At that moment, however, there was a knock on the door from outside. Kong Si Ran frowned and shouted coldly, What is it? He had clearly ordered that he would be discussing an important matter with Yang Kai today and that no one was to disturb them. But he had not expected that there would still be an insensible waiter, which made him very annoyed. Manager, this is bad. Alchemist Fan is about to leave our pill shop. The panicked voice of the shop assistant came from outside the door. What? Kong Si Ran stood up abruptly, his face pale and stunned, obviously very surprised. Shopkeeper, please go and take a look. Alchemist Fan says he's leaving. How preposterous! Kong Si Ran was furious and hurriedly rushed out, but when he reached the door, he suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked, Will Alchemist Yang come with me? Can I? Naturally, you are no longer an outsider. Chapter 1979. Kong Si Ran had not been having a good time in the past month. His opponent, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy Pavilion, was despicable and shameless, disregarding the ethics of the industry and poaching 2 of his alchemist pillars. If Spirit Pill Plaza really closed down because of this matter, his future in Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce would come to an end. He had finally found Yang Kai and had just signed a soul contract with him, hoping to become the second alchemist of Spirit Pill Plaza to stabilize the situation. He had not expected that at this critical juncture, news of Alchemist Fan's departure would appear. If Alchemist Fan really left, then the situation he had worked so hard to salvage was very likely to tilt again, and his future would be bleak. He was so anxious that his throat burned as he led Yang Kai to the backyard, but before he arrived he heard Fan Hong shouting, Who dares to stop me? This Fan won't do it. Get out of my way. If you don't, Don't blame this fan for being impolite. In the backyard, a few shop assistants were trying to persuade him, but they were still unable to stop Fan Hong. Kong Si Ran heard this and knew that the situation was not good. So he quickly sped up and arrived at the backyard in the blink of an eye, only to see Fan Hong's angry face and surging strength, as if he was about to fight. But after seeing Kong Si Ran, Fan Hong frowned, and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Alchemist Fan, what are you doing?" Although Kong Si Ran was annoyed that Fan Hong was causing trouble at this time, he did not dare to speak too harshly and could only ask with a sullen face. Fan Hong sighed. He said, "Shopkeeper Kong, this fan is sorry, but this fan has made up his mind to leave. Please forgive me, Shopkeeper Kong." Is Alchemist Fan dissatisfied that this Kong did not pay enough? Or perhaps someone else offered a better price? If so, we can discuss it. Kong Si Ran knew that the most important thing now was to figure out why Fan Hong wanted to leave Spirit Pill Plaza so that they could find the right remedy. "Shopkeeper Kong is insulting this fan. Ever since I came to Maplewood City, I have been working in the Spirit Pill Plaza and have been refining pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza for 10 years. This fan has long regarded this place as his home, so even if someone else offers a higher price, this fan will not covet it." Fan Hong put on an impassioned look, as if Kong Si Ran's words were insulting him. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. If that's not the reason, why did Alchemist Fan suddenly decide to leave? Fan Hong heaved a sigh and opened his mouth to say, "Shopkeeper Kong, this recent month, this fan has been refining pills day and night. I'm practically already a lamp without oil. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. Shopkeeper Kong, please do me a favor and let me go." Hearing this, Kong Si Ran was at a loss for words. While the two were talking, Yong Kai was also observing Fan Hong. He found that what Fan Hong said was true. It was very likely that this person had overexerted himself. His mental state was not very good. The energy fluctuations around his body were fluctuating. His hair was messy and his eyes were sunken. It was obvious that he was exhausted. This Fan Hong's strength was not high, only reaching the peak of the third order origin returning realm. With such a cultivation, Yong Kai estimated that even if he was an origin king grade alchemist, he would at most be an origin king grade low rank alchemist. After all, sometimes alchemy required the support of one's strength. The weaker one's strength was, the less hope one had of refining a good spirit pill. However, alchemists dealt with spirit grasses and medicines all year round. How could they have the time to cultivate? If they did not cultivate, how could they have great strength? Without great strength, how could they support high-intensity alchemy? This had almost become a vicious cycle for alchemists. This Kong was not thoughtful enough. "Please forgive me, Alchemist Fan." Kong Si Ran also knew that Fan Hong had paid too much this month, so he quickly bowed. Fan Hong was shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is too polite. Kong Si Ran shook his head. It's this Kang's fault. But now, this Kong has found another alchemist. Alchemist Fan, you no longer need to refine spirit pills like before. How about you go back and rest for a few days before coming to the pill shop? You found another alchemist? Fan Hong was stunned when he heard this, his eyes sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Yong Kai. Yong Kai smiled at him lightly. Alchemist Fan's contributions to the pill shop are naturally seen by this Kong, so I won't say any words of gratitude. Why don't you go back and rest for a few days and come back when you feel the time is right? Kong Si Ran looked at Fan Hong sincerely, unwilling to let him go no matter what. Fan Hong looked like he was in a dilemma, seemingly hesitant. Just as Kong Si Ran was about to strike while the iron was hot and persuade Fan Hong, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly called out from outside. "Alchemist Fan, it's time. This mistress has come to pick you up personally." As soon as this person's voice fell, Fan Hong's face changed drastically. His originally pale face, due to excessive consumption, suddenly turned purplish red. like a pig's liver, making him look extremely embarrassed. Kong Si Ran, on the other hand, was startled, but soon ground his teeth and shouted, "Xuening Si!" A look of extreme hatred appeared on his face, as if he had a great hatred for this woman named Xuening Si. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he vaguely understood what was going on and turned to look at Fan Hong with a smile. Fan Hong's whole body became uncomfortable as his eyes flickered and his lips squirmed, seemingly cursing. When Kong Si Ran's gaze shifted to him, Fan Hong's face turned even redder, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. This old master understands. Kong Si Ran smiled coldly. Alchemist Fan, it turns out you really have found a better place to go. If that's the case, you should have said so earlier, and this old master would have congratulated you. Why bother making excuses? Fan Hong grit his teeth and became angry out of shame. What does shopkeeper Kong mean? Could it be that this Fan's efforts this past month were fake? In order to produce spirit pills for the pill shop, this Fan coughed up blood several times. If it weren't for this Fan's support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became and the more impassioned he became. Kong Si Ran heard this and frowned deeply. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and nodded slightly, seeming to have aged quite a bit. What Alchemist Fan said is correct. If it weren't for your support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. Humph. Since you understand, there's no need to say anything more. Fan Hong snorted coldly. This Fan is only thinking about his own future. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Shopkeeper Kong should also know this. Shopkeeper Kong, take care of yourself. This Fan will take his leave now. Saying so, Fan Hong pushed aside the two shop assistants in front of him and walked straight out. When he passed by Yang Kai, he turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai, taking pleasure in his misfortune. You're going to be miserable in the future. Yang Kai just shrugged and did not comment. Kong Si Ran stood in place and pondered for a moment before suddenly turning around and leaving with Fan Hong. Outside Spirit Pill Plaza, a beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes stood at the entrance with a smile on her face. She was accompanied by several beautiful maidservants. She had a charming smile on her face, and her exposed snow-white skin and faintly discernible cleavage attracted the gazes of countless passing cultivators. However, she didn't seem to care at all, and instead seemed to enjoy the gazes of these men, casting a few flirtatious glances around from time to time, causing many men to fall head over heels for her. Fan Hong hurriedly walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza and came to the beautiful woman's side, whispering, "Didn't you say I would come? What are you doing here?" Xuening Si smiled charmingly, her red lips wriggling as she asked, "What's wrong? I came to pick you up in person. Is that not enough?" "You woman, sigh." Fan Hong looked helpless. Xuening Si said, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. You might be able to hide it for a while, but do you want to hide it forever? Besides, you're just changing places to perform alchemy. What's so shameful about it?" Fan Hong's face became gloomy, and he didn't answer. He knew that Xuening Si didn't come here to greet him, but to attack the morale of Spirit Pill Plaza. He was just a chess piece that Xuening Si could use, so he knew that it was useless for him to say anything. While the two were talking, Kong Si Ran walked out and stared at the graceful woman with fiery eyes. Xuening Si let out a strange cry as she patted her towering chest with her jade hand. Shopkeeper Kang's eyes are so fierce, as if he wants to eat this mistress. But, Shopkeeper Kong, you're so old, can you really do it? After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Shopkeeper Joie. Kong Si Ran wasn't moved by her beauty at all, and just smiled coldly. Good means this old man admires you greatly. Oh, what does Shopkeeper Kong mean? This mistress doesn't understand. Xuening Si's slender waist swayed as a fan suddenly appeared in her hand, gently waving it. We're all sensible people, so there's no need to play dumb. However, If shopkeeper Zhua thinks this will cause my Spirit Pill Plaza to close down, you're gravely mistaken, Kong Si Ran sneered. Ha! Zhua Ningxi covered her mouth with her fan as she stared at Kong Si Ran with her beautiful eyes. This mistress remembers that shopkeeper Kong used to have 3 Origin King-grade alchemists, but now they seem to have all gone to this Mistress Alchemy Pavilion. Could it be that shopkeeper Kong is also an alchemy grandmaster and plans to go into battle personally? Old master, you're not young anymore, so you must take care of your body. Humph, Maplewood City is so big. Do you think it's difficult to find an Origin King-grade alchemist? Kong Si Ran smiled when he heard this. Zhua Ningxi was stunned and asked in surprise, "Does shopkeeper Kong have other alchemists?" Fan Hong leaned over and whispered a few words in Zhua Ningxi's ear. Zhua Ningxi frowned, and her eyes immediately turned to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she smiled and said, "Honored alchemist master, dare I ask your name?" "Yang. So, it is alchemist Yang this mistress greets you." Zhua Ningxi smiled and said, "Alchemist Yang is so young, but his cultivation is not bad, and he also knows alchemy. This mistress admires you greatly." "There have always been many people who admire me." Yang Kai chuckled. Zhua Ningxi froze for a moment, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, but she didn't care, still smiling as she said, "I wonder if Alchemist Yang is interested in coming to my alchemy pavilion? This mistress can give Alchemist Yang Zhua Ningxi." Before she could finish speaking, Kong Si Ran roared angrily. Chapter 1980. The previous 2 alchemists and even Fan Hong had been secretly poached by Zhua Ningxi, but now this woman was trying to win over Yang Kai right in front of him. She was simply not putting him in her eyes. Kong Si Ran was furious. Why is shopkeeper Kong so angry? Zhua Ningxi was not afraid of him at all. After all, both of them were 3rd Order Origin King cultivators, and their source chi had long since been fully transformed. It was just that they had not had the opportunity to break through to the Tao source realm. She pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. "I just want to say a few words to Alchemist Yang. I'm not bothering you in any way." Kong Si Ran's face was filled with murderous intent, but he could not really attack, so he could only suppress his anger, feeling as if his lungs were burning. Seeing this, Zhua Ningxi turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai again and said, "Alchemist Yang, what do you think of this mistress proposal? As for the remuneration, you don't have to worry about it. How about we double the amount shopkeeper Kong is offering you?" Hearing this, Kong Si Ran's face became even more livid. The previous 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza had all been tempted by benefits and turned to Pill and Artifact Pavilion. He did not know much about Yang Kai, nor did he have any friendship with Yang Kai, so he did not know what Yang Kai's attitude was. Looking at Yang Kai anxiously, Kong Si Ran's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Yang Kai actually looked interested and said with a smile, "Is there such a good thing?" Zhua Ningxi smiled even more happily and nodded. "Naturally, if Alchemist Yang does not believe me, you can ask Alchemist Fan. In addition to the remuneration, this mistress will arrange for 4 beautiful maids to serve you and take care of Alchemist Yang's daily needs." Men pursued fame and fortune all their lives. It was nothing more than power, wealth, and women. As an experienced woman, Zhua Ningxi naturally knew what these men were thinking. As such, she was able to successfully poach several alchemists from Kong Si Ran. She believed that as long as Yang Kai was not stupid, he should make a wise choice. "Shopkeeper, Zhua's proposal is very tempting." Yang Kai's eyes darted around the beautiful maidservants. Seeing his appearance, Fan Hong couldn't help but sneer. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes, as if he despised Yang Kai's character. However, on second thought, he didn't seem to have the qualifications to do so. Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed. "Alchemist Yang Kai." Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in despair. He wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, all he could do was sigh helplessly. Although he had just signed a spiritual contract with Yang Kai, it was only a contract that stated that the pill recipe could not be leaked. Yang Kai hadn't gotten the pill formula from him yet. Therefore, the soul contract could not be used at all. Kang Si Ran was annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have written all kinds of agreements on the contract, but now it was too late to regret. Zhuo Ning Si chuckled. Her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, as if she could already see the day Spirit Pill Plaza closed down and the day she would be valued by the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce. As long as she could deal a heavy blow to Spirit Pill Plaza, it would close down. Then she would have a chance to gain the favor of the upper echelons and possibly be transferred away from a small place like Maplewood City to a bigger city to take charge of the Chamber of Commerce's business. Just as she was about to strike while the iron was hot and finalize this matter, she saw Yang Kai say with a look of embarrassment, Unfortunately what? Zhuoning Si frowned. Unfortunately, this Yang has just signed a soul contract with Shopkeeper Kong, so even if I want to, I'm afraid I won't be able to help Shopkeeper Zhuo. Yang Kai sighed, a look of regret on his face. Kang Si Ran was stunned for a moment before immediately looking at Yang Kai with overjoyed eyes. He didn't believe that Yang Kai didn't know the restrictions of the soul contract. Yang Kai saying this now meant that he had no intention of going to Pill Pavilion. How could Kang Si Ran not be surprised? Kang Si Ran stared at Yang Kai with excited eyes. He was filled with gratitude. After all, if Kai Yang really did leave, other than spitting on Kai Yang for not keeping his word, what else could he do? At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza would have no alchemist and would not be far from closing down. As for Yang Kai's attitude, it had become a life-saving straw for Kang Si Ran. In an instant, Kang Si Ran's evaluation of Yang Kai in his heart underwent a 180-degree change, and even Yang Kai's figure suddenly became taller. A soul contract! Zhuoning Si was also shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is so generous, even using a precious soul contract. Kang Si Ran coldly snorted. I had no other choice. Shopkeeper Zhuo, what do you think? Yang Kai looked at Zhuoning Si with a smile. I'll perform alchemy for Shopkeeper Kong while also performing alchemy for your Pill Pavilion. I'll only take half of the benefits you promised before. How about it? Go to hell! Zhuoning Si glared at Yang Kai without any trace of politeness. After learning that Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran had signed a soul contract, she subconsciously felt that it was impossible for her to poach Yang Kai, so she no longer tried to be perfunctory and instead resorted to vicious words. Since she couldn't poach him, what was the point of being polite? This woman's sudden change in attitude stunned Yang Kai. Zhuoning Si no longer had any intention of entangling with Yang Kai. In any case, her purpose for coming to Spirit Pill Plaza this time had been achieved, so she sneered and said, Shopkeeper Kong, now that you only have one alchemist left, I'd like to see how long your Spirit Pill Plaza can last. Let's go. Saying so, she waved her hand and led the beautiful maidservants across the street. Fan Hong didn't want to stay here and be treated with disdain, so he hurriedly followed. The storm subsided, but Kang Si Ran's brow furrowed deeply. The predicament of Spirit Pill Plaza had not improved. Originally, with Yang Kai and Fan Hong, there were now 2 alchemists in the plaza, which allowed Kang Si Ran to breathe a sigh of relief. He was confident that they could hold on for 2 months while waiting for the alchemist sent by headquarters to arrive. But what he really hadn't expected was that after inviting Yang Kai, Fan Hong would leave. This situation had not changed at all. The only thing he could hope for now was that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were better than Fan Hong's. But after thinking about it carefully, this was somewhat unlikely. After all, Yang Kai was already a third-order origin king, and he himself had said that he only regarded alchemy as a means to make money and would not invest too much time and effort in it. Such an alchemist would definitely only treat alchemy as a sideline. Being able to refine an origin king grade spirit pill by chance was already good enough. So how could Kang Si Ran expect Yang Kai to be so good? However, Yang Kai's previous actions had left Kang Si Ran with a good impression of him. At the very least, Yang Kai was a man of his word. Returning to his room, Kang Si Ran cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Alchemist Yang, this old master must thank you for today's matter. If not for you, Spirit Pill Plaza and this old master would have lost a great deal of face." Yang Kai waved his hand slightly and said, "Shopkeeper Kong is too serious. This Yang did not do anything." Kang Si Ran smiled and said, "This old master is actually a little confused. Since shopkeeper Zhui offered such generous conditions, why did alchemist Yang? And 3 days ago I went to Pill Pavilion to buy some pill recipes, but I was rudely driven out by the shop assistant. Just because of that, Kang Si Ran's jaw dropped. Then why does shopkeeper Kong think?" Yang Kai chuckled. "This old master understands. Then let's continue to talk about the matter of remuneration. Our Spirit Pill Plaza can provide 2 methods of payment. The first is a monthly salary. Spirit Pill Plaza will give you a certain amount of source crystals every month. Of course, this old master can give you double this monthly salary." Perhaps he was grateful to Yang Kai for choosing to stay and help him, or perhaps it was because of the remuneration Zhuaning Si had offered before. But Kang Si Ran was not stingy on this issue and readily expressed that he could double the remuneration. The other method is a commission. Our Spirit Pill Plaza will provide you with various herbs, and Alchemist Yang will be responsible for refining them. After the refined spirit pills are sold, you will receive a commission from the Spirit Pill Plaza. What does Alchemist Yang think? The second method, Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Kang Si Ran couldn't help being startled. He had thought that Yang Kai would choose the first method. After all, only capable alchemists would choose the second method, because the more spirit pills one refined, the more rewards one would receive. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just a dabbler in alchemy, so choosing the first method would naturally ensure his own benefits to the greatest extent, but he chose the second method, which greatly surprised Kang Si Ran. "Is this alchemist Yang a master of alchemy?" Kang Si Ran's heart shook. Just to be cautious, he still asked Alchemist Yang, "Do you not want to reconsider?" Alchemist Fan, who left before, paid with the Spirit Pill Plaza using the first method. "No need," Yang Kai shook his head. Then, all right, since it was someone else's choice, Kang Si Ran could not say anything more. Soon, the two of them finalized the ratio of profits. Originally, the ratio between the Spirit Pill Plaza and the alchemist was 30-70, with the alchemist taking 30% and the Spirit Pill Plaza taking 70%. After all the materials were sold by the Spirit Pill Plaza, while the alchemist was only responsible for refining. The Spirit Pill Plaza also had to bear some of the losses, so the alchemist taking 30% of the profits was quite fair. However, Kang Si Ran took the initiative to propose a 40-60 split with Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. After everything was agreed upon, Kang Si Ran said, "Then we've reached an agreement. Alchemist Yang, do you want to go back and rest for a few days?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "With Spirit Pill Plaza's current situation, is there any time for me to rest?" "There's no time to lose, so let's get started. Shopkeeper Kong, please give me the pill recipes on the catalog. I'll study them for 2 days before I begin refining the spirit pills." "No need to rush. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping firewood," Kang Si Ran said. As Kang Si Ran spoke, he took out a variety of pill recipes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and handed them to Yang Kai. "Alchemist Yang, please come with me to perform alchemy." Spirit Pill Plaza had its own alchemy Pill Plaza, and inside it was a grand fire array that could draw fire from the ground for alchemists to use. This grand fire array was a few dozen meters below the store and was originally used by 3 alchemists, but now it had become Yang Kai's territory. Chapter 1981. After entering, Yang Kai immediately felt a scorching heat wash over him. "Alchemist Yang, take your time to comprehend the mysteries of these pill recipes. Don't worry about alchemy for now. Just wait until you are ready. Kong Si Ran was afraid that Yang Kai would not be fully prepared, so he urged him. Yang Kai nodded before turning back and asking, "By the way, shopkeeper Kong, what kind of spirit pill is your shop in urgent need of right now?" "Naturally, source condensing pills. There are countless Origin King Realm cultivator in Maplewood City, so the demand for this kind of spirit pill is extremely high. Our source condensing pills are often sold out as soon as they are refined." Kong Si Ran replied proudly. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly, having some ideas in his mind. There were countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines in this world, and the number of pill recipes was impossible to calculate. But if one were to ask cultivators what spirit pills they needed the most, the answer would be source condensing pills. The use of source condensing pills had been with an Origin King Realm cultivator for many years, and any Origin King Realm cultivator had a great demand for this kind of spirit pill because it could promote the transformation of source chi in one's body. Maplewood City was not big, and there were not many Dao Source Realm masters, but it had become a gathering place for many Origin King Realm cultivators, so the demand for source condensing pills was terrifying. If one opened a pharmacy in Maplewood City without source condensing pills, it was impossible for anyone to patronize it. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe was actually improved by an emperor-grade alchemist, and its effects were about 10% better than ordinary source condensing pills. It had long since accumulated countless praise and popularity. Countless cultivator wanted to buy source condensing pills from Spirit Pill Plaza, and every time a new source condensing pill was refined, it would be snatched up. This was the result of Kong Si Ran limiting the number of pills each person could buy. If he had not limited the number of pills he could buy, the competition would have been even fiercer. Now that Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were out of stock, many of its old customers were naturally dissatisfied. Outside the alchemy room, Kong Si Ran paced back and forth. He was anxious and uneasy. His strength was not considered low at his level, and as the shopkeeper of a workshop he had a calm temperament. But now he was still as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the impatient urging of the Origin King Realm cultivator at the entrance of Spirit Pill Plaza. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps sounded from above. Kong Si Ran didn't need to look to know that it was one of the shop staff who had rushed over. He stopped in his tracks, and before the shop assistant could speak, he snapped, "Didn't I ask you to go and appease those customers? Why did you come back? That won't do, shopkeeper. The situation is a little out of control. Originally, our pill shop should have released the new source congealing pills yesterday. Many old customers have been queuing up to buy them since yesterday, but they have not arrived until now. They have been dissatisfied for a long time. So what if you're dissatisfied? Could it be that they want this old man to make them appear out of thin air? Tell them to wait." Kong Si Ran replied impatiently. "I've already told them many times, but they won't listen," the shop assistant said with a long face. Furthermore what?" Kong Si Ran's face sank. "Furthermore, I don't know who spread the rumor that our Spirit Pill Plaza will no longer supply spirit pills in the future. So some customers became impatient and left." The shop assistant replied in a low voice. "Zhuaning Si, you cheap slut." Kong Si Ran ground his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, with his shrewdness, how could he not know that Zhuaning Si had instigated this rumor? This vicious woman naturally would not miss this opportunity to add insult to injury. She could not wait for Spirit Pill Plaza to close down as soon as possible. Although she despised this rumor, it was really troublesome now. If they could not produce source congealing pills in a short time, those customers who did not know the truth would most likely believe this rumor. When that time came, they would lose a large number of customers, which would be a huge blow to the future of Spirit Pill Plaza. But in this situation, what could Kong Si Ran do? He turned his head, looking eagerly at the closed alchemy door, He could only pray that Yang Kai would not disappoint him too much. "Shopkeeper, can this alchemist Yang really do it?" The shop assistant did not seem to have much confidence in Yang Kai. He had seen many alchemists before, but none of them had a cultivation as high as Yang Kai's, and most alchemists were sloppy and unkempt. They dealt with herbs all year round and had medicinal fragrances all over their bodies. From his previous contact with Yang Kai, he could tell that Yang Kai was not an orthodox alchemist at all. "How should I know?" Kong Si Ran replied weakly. It had been 10 days since Yang Kai entered alchemy. 2 days ago he had been studying the pill recipes, but on the 3rd day he had asked for a large number of herbs to refine source congealing pills, and immediately closed the alchemy door, not coming out until now. Kong Si Ran really wanted to rush in and see how many source congealing pills Yang Kai had refined and how many herbs he had wasted. Every alchemist would lose some herbs in the process of alchemy. This was unavoidable. Even the most experienced alchemist could not guarantee that every batch of spirit pills would be successfully refined. However, depending on the skill of an alchemist, the loss rate of herbs varied. Of the 3 alchemists in Spirit Pill Plaza, the best one could control the loss rate of herbs to about 30%, which meant that out of 10 batches of pills, 7 would be successful while the remaining 3 would be wasted. This was already an amazing result, and Fan Hong's material loss rate was about 50%. Even so, Kong Si Ran had to treat him as a guest of honor, who made him an Origin King grade alchemist. What was Yang Kai's loss rate of herbs? 60%, 70%, even if it was 80%. Kong Si Ran felt that this was acceptable as long as he could refine some source congealing pills. But what made him anxious was that Yang Kai had not taken out a single source congealing pill until now. If it weren't for the fact that alchemists could not be disturbed while they were refining spirit pills, Kong Si Ran would have rushed in to investigate. The noise outside seemed to be getting more and more intense, making Kong Si Ran extremely irritated. Kacha! At that moment, a soft sound rang out. Kong Si Ran was startled for a moment before he was overjoyed. His eyes widened as he looked forward and saw the closed alchemy door open. Before it could fully open, Kong Si Ran rushed in directly. The alchemy room was filled with flames, but Kong Si Ran turned a deaf ear to it and went straight to Yang Kai. With a glance, he saw a pile of dregs not far from Yang Kai. This was the result of a failed spirit pill refinement. It was black and had a burnt smell to it. There wasn't much dregs here, only about 10 batches of herbs or so. What Kong Si Ran had given Yang Kai 7 days ago was a full 100 batches of source congealing pill materials. I don't know how many batches this alchemist Yang has consumed. If I can find out, I can estimate his loss rate, Kong Si Ran thought secretly. Alchemist Yang. Kong Si Ran squeezed out a smile on his face and cupped his fists. Have you finished refining the spirit pills? And they're all here. Yang Kai waved his hand and more than 30 jade bottles appeared in front of him. Seeing this scene. Kong Si Ran couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air as he stared blankly at the jade bottles on the ground. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement and called out, "Shopkeeper Kong?" Kong Si Ran came back to his senses and turned his stiff neck to look at Yang Kai. Alchemist Yang, are these all source congealing pills? Yes, Shopkeeper Kong can inspect them. Hearing what he said, Kong Si Ran no longer hesitated and reached out his hand, sucking over a few jade bottles. Opening the caps one by one, he found that they were all filled with round and fragrant source congealing pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, so there were more than 30 bottles here, which meant there were more than 300 source congealing pills here. When this number appeared in Kong Si Ran's mind, it was like a sledgehammer had struck him, making him dizzy and unable to think. How is this possible? How could this happen? In just 7 days, a single person refined more than 300 source congealing pills. This is equivalent to the result of 3 alchemists working together in Spirit Pill Plaza. Can Yan Kai replace 3 alchemists by himself? Kong Si Ran completely lost his mind and stood there stiffly, unable to recover for a long time. Everything in front of him had subverted his understanding of common sense. Seeing this scene, Yan Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had taken too many. If he had known earlier, he would have kept another 100. Refining source congealing pills was actually not difficult for Yan Kai. After all, it was only an Origin King grade, mid-rank spirit pill. Yan Kai himself could have refined Origin King grade high-rank pills long ago. He just didn't know the pill recipe and had never refined one before. After experiencing the first few failures, Yan Kai had become proficient in this process. The number of pills he could produce from a furnace of herbs was also gradually increasing. From the beginning, he could produce 2 or 3 pills, but now he could condense 4 pills, then 5. Out of 100 sets of materials, 10 sets had been wasted, and the remaining herbs had all been refined into pills, resulting in a total of more than 400 pills. Yan Kai had secretly kept 100 pills to avoid shocking the world. But now, it seemed that keeping 200 pills would not be a problem. Yan Kai needed source congealing pills himself, and in large quantities at that. Even if he couldn't use them all up, he could sell them. There was absolutely no need to worry about a market for source congealing pills. Kong Si Ran's expression made him feel very annoyed. However, fortunately, the source congealing pills with pill veins had been kept by Yan Kai, which could be considered a consolation. After a long time, Kong Si Ran also chuckled, a somewhat nervous look on his face. Yan Kai seemed to be able to understand Kong Si Ran's mood a little, so he didn't say anything. After all, Kong Si Ran didn't expect Yan Kai to be so amazing. He alone could produce as many pills as the previous 3 alchemists combined. Kong Si Ran had only hoped that Yan Kai would not waste too many herbs, but the result had greatly surprised him. The violent ups and downs of his mood made it impossible for him to suppress the joy in his heart, so it was only natural for him to laugh out loud. Chapter 1982. How is that possible? Old Ghost Kong actually took out more than 30 bottles of source condensing pills? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Inside Pill Pavilion, Zhuaningxi's pretty face was gloomy as she stared at the First Order Origin King cultivator in front of her and asked in a deep voice. The cultivator, who was short and stout, nodded and said, "Subordinate is not mistaken. Those more than 30 bottles of spirit pills were indeed source condensing pills. As soon as they were taken out, they were immediately snatched up by many people. Subordinate also expended a great deal of effort to purchase 3 pills. Saying so, he respectfully placed the jade bottle containing the 3 spirit pills in front of Zhuaningxi. Because Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were so popular, Kong Si Ran stipulated that any customer could only buy 3 at a time. 3 source condensing pills were enough for an Origin King cultivator to use for 10 days to half a month. When they ran out, they could buy more, and it just so happened that Spirit Pill Plaza would produce new source condensing pills. This way of selling was also one of the important reasons why Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were so popular. Because of the tight supply of source condensing pills, the black market of Maplewood City had even begun selling them. Although they were only 20% more expensive than those sold in shops, they were still in short supply. Many Origin King realm cultivators did not care about the extra 20%. They just wanted to convert the Saint Qi in their body into source Qi as soon as possible. Are they really source condensing pills? Zhuaningxi poured out the 3 spirit pills and frowned even more. Shopkeeper, could these spirit pills have been refined by that guy named Yan Kai? The short and fat cultivator asked. Zhuaningxi sneered and coldly snorted. Do you think he can refine so many spirit pills in 10 days? What kind of alchemist do you think he is? Even a Tao source-grade alchemist does not have such ability. Shopkeeper is right. Subordinate was too stupid. The short and fat cultivator thought about it and agreed. Although he did not know much about alchemy, he knew how many spirit pills were needed to refine and how much energy an alchemist would consume to refine a furnace of spirit pills. A person could refine more than 300 spirit pills in 10 days, even if they had enough time. It was impossible for him to have so much energy. This kind of thing was too comical. It looks like old Ghost Kong still has some reserves, Zhuaning Si said thoughtfully. This old fogey really isn't easy to deal with. What should we do? I've heard that the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will send 2 alchemists to Maplewood City in 2 months. If we can't take down the Spiritual Pill Plaza in 2 months, we'll have to deal with them. At that time, we won't have much of a chance. Hearing this, Zhuaning Si gently nodded, a cold killing intent flashing through her beautiful stars-like eyes. The killing intent bloomed slightly, making the short and fat cultivator shudder involuntarily. You can go now. Keep an eye on the Spirit Pill Plaza. If there's any movement, report it to me immediately. Zhuaning Si waved her hand. Yes. After the short and fat cultivator left, Zhuaning Si picked up another source condensing pill with a puzzled expression, sniffed it, and carefully observed it for a while. She murmured, "Strange. These pills don't look like they have been stored for a long time. They look like they were newly refined." She had noticed this before. After all, although Zhuaning Si wasn't an alchemist, she had dealt with spirit pills all year round, so she had some insight. The 3 spirit pills in front of her were round and smooth. They were plump and gave off a pure pill fragrance. Obviously, they were high-quality goods. What Zhuaning Si cared about the most was that these spirit pills seemed to have been refined recently. Could they have been refined by that alchemist named Yan Kai? This thought appeared in Zhuaning Si's mind, but she quickly rejected it. No matter what, she didn't want to believe that a person could refine so many spirit pills in such a short time. She would rather believe that old Ghost Kong had been prepared for this and threw out his stock. After pondering for a moment, she stretched out her slender jade fingers. She picked up a spirit pill and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing it, she circulated her secret art to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. She had already reached the peak of the Origin King realm, and all the source chi in her body had been transformed, so she didn't need source condensing pills to assist her. She just wanted to test the efficacy of this spirit pill, so she did this. At first, Zhuaning Si's expression didn't change, but as time passed and the medicinal efficacies began flowing through her body, her face couldn't help changing slightly as she opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "This is..." She found that the medicinal efficacies contained in these source condensing pills were even stronger than the source condensing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Although this increase was very subtle and almost imperceptible, it was still there. Old Ghost Kong, that idiot, actually found that Grandmaster to modify his pill recipe again? Zhuaning Si suddenly thought of this possibility. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe made Zhuaning Si extremely jealous, and it was also the main reason why she had spared no expense to poach 3 alchemists from her rival. These 3 alchemists, for various reasons, would not leak their pill recipes to others, but it was not a problem to provide them with materials to refine them. As long as they were poached, Pill Pavilion would be able to sell the same pills as Spirit Pill Plaza in the future. At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza's only advantage would be gone, and it would be much easier to suppress them. But today's discovery made Zhuaning Si very angry. Old Ghost Kong was really cunning. He must have known her plan, so he changed the pill recipe again to make the source condensing pill even more effective. In this way, Spirit Pill Plaza still had the advantage in terms of medicinal efficacies. Zhuaning Si's lungs were about to explode. What was the point of her spending so much to poach 3 alchemists from her rival? Old Ghost Kong, you idiot! Just you wait. In a few days, the Star Envoy from Star Soul Palace will come to Maplewood City. At that time, I want to see how you will fight with me." Zhuining, Si muttered to herself angrily. At the same time, in the underground alchemy room of Spirit Pill Plaza, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and turned all his alchemy experience over the past few days into insights, examining them one by one and accumulating them. After refining so many furnaces of source condensing pills, Yang Kai naturally had some gains. This kind of gain was not just the harvest of 100 source condensing pills, but also the growth of his alchemy experience and comprehension of the alchemic Tao. A few years ago, he triggered the grand alchemic Tao tone on Water Moon Star, and since then he had a unique advantage in the alchemic Tao. That time, the grand alchemic Tao tone had caused a fundamental change in his alchemy talent. Not to be modest, Yang Kai's alchemy aptitude was not inferior to Xia Ning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body in the slightest, and even surpassed him in some aspects. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to get started so easily after obtaining the new pill recipe and was able to refine even better pills. Zhuining, Si guessed wrong. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe had not changed. It was just that Yang Kai was refining it himself, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was much purer, so the spirit pills he refined were much more effective. And this was just the beginning. Zhuining Si believed that as Yang Kai continued to refine pills, the spirit pills he refined would become more and more powerful, eventually becoming unique. Kong Si Ran ordered another 100 sets of source condensing pill materials to be delivered, but he also told Yang Kai to rest for a few more days before opening the furnace again. He was more concerned about Yang Kai's physical condition than Yang Kai himself. Now, in Spirit Pill Plaza, there was only one alchemist, Yang Kai, in charge, and he alone could take on 3 others, so Kong Si Ran did not dare to neglect him. Since taking away more than 300 source condensing pills that day, his attitude towards Yang Kai had become more and more amiable, granting almost all of his requests. But then again, Yang Kai did not seem to have any requests. At this time, Yang Kai was absorbing the insights he gained from the past few days while taking source condensing pills to transform the Saint Chi in his body. A few days passed by quickly, and Yang Kai opened the furnace again. 100 sets of materials were divided into different categories. Yang Kai wore a solemn expression as his conflagrated knowledge pulsed inside the purple origin furnace in front of him. Herbs were thrown in one after another, and under the powerful power of his divine sense, the impurities were removed and the medicinal liquids were condensed. Various spirit arrays were drawn and formed inside the furnace. Yang Kai's movements were extremely skillful, without the slightest hesitation. His control of the flames was so perfect that it could almost make an emperor-grade alchemist gasp in amazement. The timing of the herbs he threw in was also perfect. The change in his talent made it much easier for Yang Kai to perform alchemy. For Yang Kai, alchemy was almost like eating and drinking. It was a kind of instinct. He clearly knew what kind of spirit array to inscribe, which spirit array would have the best effect, when to use the right amount of heat, and when to add the required herbs. When alchemy became an instinct, even failing to refine a pill was an extravagant hope. Coupled with his powerful conflagrated knowledge which was a natural advantage that all alchemists dreamed of, Yang Kai had walked in front of many people on the alchemic Tao, although he had not put much effort into it all this time. The great Tao was obscure and elusive, and only a few lucky people could reach out and touch it. Yang Kai was undoubtedly one of them. As the pill fragrance began to diffuse, Yang Kai's expression became more and more focused. He did not let his guard down because of his proficiency, and instead became even more cautious. Inside the purple origin furnace, various medicinal liquids were mixed, and under the influence of the spirit arrays and conflagrated knowledge a magical transformation took place. When the pill fragrance condensed to a certain extent, Yang Kai suddenly moved. Both of his hands were constantly forming mysterious seals as streaks of light shot into the purple origin furnace and disappeared. A sense of ancient desolation suddenly filled the air, as if this set of seals did not belong to the current era, but rather to the ancient era. However, this set of techniques was in harmony with the great Tao and contained countless mysteries. As he displayed this technique, Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy were rapidly drained away like a broken dam, unable to stop himself from being consumed. 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. This was a set of extremely profound pill condensing techniques, which had no effect on cultivation and could only be used when an alchemist condensed pills. There were countless pill condensing techniques and secret arts in the world, each with its own merits. Grandmaster Zhuangzi, who competed with Yang Kai in the Alchemy Dao in Water Sky City, had once created a set of red lotus magical hand seals, which was sought after by countless alchemists within the territory of the Homeland Star. In the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture, there was also a pill condensing technique, which Yang Kai had studied quite a bit. However, this set of 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method did not come from the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture, but from the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. Chapter 1983. On that day, during the competition between Yang Kai and Zhuangzi, it was because of the pill condensing technique that triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. That pill condensing technique was the prototype of the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. Yang Kai combined all his alchemy knowledge and lifetime of alchemy experience to comprehend it. With the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone, the omnipresent and all-encompassing heavenly Tao principles perfected this pill condensing technique for Yang Kai. Therefore, the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method could be regarded as the crystallization of the heavenly Tao. The truth of heaven and earth was everywhere, and only those who were fated could comprehend it and benefit infinitely. Yang Kai's 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was a product of heaven and earth itself, but he was able to peek into it by chance. Even if he wanted to teach such a technique to others, they would not be able to comprehend it because this was the affirmation of the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this pill condensing technique was extremely mysterious. If he wanted to comprehend it thoroughly, he would not be able to do so in a short time. Now, it seemed that it made some sense. After all, this 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method, which was born in the territory of Homestar, was still an extremely high-end technique in the star boundary. All the pills that he had refined, he had used the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method to end the pill. At this moment, it was time to condense the pills. As the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was used, the pill fragrance in the alchemy room became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, there was even a strange sound coming from the purple origin furnace. Realizing that the time had come, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the purple origin furnace. The lid flew up, followed by 6 rolling spirit pills. Yang Kai took out the jade bottle he had prepared and put it away. Only 6. Yang Kai frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Theoretically speaking, one set of source condensing pill materials could condense up to 9 pills, which was the limit of most pill recipes. Yang Kai had good aptitude in alchemy and a unique pill condensing technique like the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. But after all, he was just an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist. Even if he tried his best, he could only condense 6 pills at a time. 3 pills short of the limit of 9. But this was already amazing. There were very few alchemists who could refine a spirit pill to its limit. Those who could do this were all great grandmasters with reputations throughout the entire star boundary. Alchemists like alchemists, it was impossible to achieve such results every time. The 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was the method 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. And Yang Kai was able to achieve this was mostly thanks to the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. That was the reason why so many alchemists were masters had a profound condensing technique. This was because a good pill condensing technique meant that one could refine more pills at the last moment, which in turn saved a lot of materials, time, and energy. When Yang Kai first began refining source condensing pills, he could only condense 2, but now only 10 days had passed. Yang Origins Yang. Although it seemed that he was not far from the limit of 9, sometimes 1 or 2 pills could become an insurmountable gap. If Yang Kai wanted to reach this limit, he would need a lot of practice and experience. 100 sets of materials. Yang Kai spent 6 or 7 days consuming them. He deliberately failed a dozen times to avoid Kong Si Ran's suspicions. In fact, according to his ability, refining source condensing pills now was as easy as closing his eyes. Naturally, he wouldn't fail. When Kong Si Ran received a notice to collect the pills, Kong Si Ran's expression was extremely interesting. Although he had already experienced this once, Kong Si Ran still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could refine 100 spirit pills in such a short time. In terms of quantity, there was almost no difference from the last time. More than 300 pills. Yang Kai kept more than 200 source condensing pills this time. Alchemist Yang, it is this old master's honor to be able to cooperate with you. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai with a smile. If it weren't for you, my Spirit Pill Plaza would have really closed down. Words cannot express my gratitude for Alchemist Yang's kindness. If Alchemist Yang has any request in the future, this old master will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. It is my duty. Shopkeeper Kong is too serious. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yang Kai's modesty and geniality made Kong Si Ran smile even more heartily. He had never seen such a young, capable alchemist without putting on airs. Which one of the 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza wasn't extremely difficult to serve? Every time Kong Si Ran came to pick up the pills, the 3 of them would wear gloomy expressions, as if he owed them millions of source crystals. Even though Kong Si Ran's cultivation was higher than theirs, he still had to put on a polite smile and carefully deal with them. He also had to complete all kinds of strange requests for them. For example, Fan Hong. Every time he finished alchemy, he had to find a beautiful virgin to relax with. And this virgin's cultivation couldn't be lower than an Origin returning realm master. There were many Origin returning realm cultivator in Maplewood City, but Spirit Pill Plaza definitely wouldn't pay a low price for such a woman. The requirements of the other 2 alchemists were even more outrageous. One wanted to drink the 10,000 safflower wine, which was only available in the city lord's mansion, while the other wanted to eat the demon flame fruit that grew in the depths of the flame swamp. A small cup of the 10,000 safflower wine cost 1,000 source crystals. What's more, it was a special gift from the city lord's mansion. If Kong Si Ran hadn't had some connections, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. The demon flame fruit was even rarer. The depths of the flame swamp was a dangerous place where even a Dao source realm cultivator might not be able to survive. The value of the demon flame fruit that grew there was naturally extraordinary. 5,000 source crystals for a single fruit was already considered low, with 7,000 to 8,000 possible. The key was that this thing could only satisfy one's appetite and had no use for improving one's strength. Every time he thought of this, Kong Si Ran's heart bled. This alchemist Yang, on the other hand, not only had an amiable personality, he also didn't have any other requirements. Only a few alchemic pills were enough to satisfy him. In contrast, Yang Kai's noble character was far superior to those 3 pieces of trash. Now that those 3 were in pill and artifact pavilion, that cheap maid Zhuaning, Si could deal with them. Considering all this, Kong Si Ran's mood suddenly improved. Alchemist Yang, do you want to rest for a few more days? With the source condensing pills you provided this time, our Spirit Pill Plaza won't need to worry about supply for the next half a month. Kong Si Ran saw Yang Kai being so conscientious and felt a little moved, so he took the initiative to propose. Oh, if you have enough source condensing pills, do you want to refine other spirit pills? Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran chuckled. The demand for other spirit pills is not very high, and this old master still has some in stock, so there is no need to worry. Alchemist Yang, you should take a good rest. Don't tire yourself out. Very well, I'll rest for a few days. Yang Kai thought for a while before nodding and replying. That would be best. By the way, Alchemist Yang has just arrived in Maplewood City. Would you like to go out with this old master tomorrow? Go where? Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran suspiciously. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly and said, It's like this. A star envoy from Star Soul Palace has arrived and is now in the City Lord's mansion. This old master is fortunate enough to be invited to accompany the Star Envoy's master tomorrow and can bring one person with him. A star envoy from Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai raised his brow. Seeing him like this, Kong Si Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not so ignorant as to not know about Star Soul Palace. After all, this was the overlord of the entire Southern Territory, the sect where the Bright Moon Great Emperors were. And the Bright Moon Great Emperors was one of the 10 Great Emperors. And as a star envoy from Star Soul Palace, his status was obviously extremely respected. Why would a star envoy from Star Soul Palace come to Maplewood City? Yang Kai frowned. After all, Maplewood City was not very prosperous, so it was impossible to attract such a character. But soon, Yang Kai suddenly realized, could it be because of the matter in Clear Jade Mountain? Indeed, Kong Si Ran nodded. Traces of a Luanfeng have appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. During this time, many foreign masters have come to Maplewood City to investigate. Alchemist Yang, you have been performing alchemy here day and night, so you don't know much about the outside world. The reason the Star Envoy Master came here is naturally because of the Luanfeng. Otherwise, how could so many masters have come to this small Maplewood City? Who are these people? Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He was not here to gossip, but to inquire about the power structure of the Southern Territory. Hearing him ask this question, Kong Si Ran naturally told him everything he knew. The news of the Luanfeng's appearance spread very quickly, and almost all the great sects and great forces in the Southern Territory have come. From what this old master knows, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple are all great sects second only to Star Soul Palace. In addition, it seems that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have also sent masters. But this old master is only responsible for business matters, so he was not notified or contacted with the masters of his Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran said unhurriedly, there are also countless small and medium-sized forces. Now Maplewood City is bustling with activity. Do they want to track down the whereabouts of the Luanfeng? Yang Kai looked stunned. That's not it. Kong Si Ran laughed in surprise. The Luanfeng is an ancient divine spirit, and even the 10 great emperors may not necessarily be able to defeat her. Who would dare risk their lives to track her down? It's just, after all, the appearance of a divine spirit will naturally attract the attention of many. Moreover, all the great forces know that they won't be able to track her down, but they can't just ignore it. In fact, the people who have come are not the true elders of those sects, but also some newcomers who have come to accumulate experience and see the world. So that's how it is. Although our Spirit Pill Plaza is not a big deal, it is still a property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, so the City Lord has taken great care of it. This time, in order to welcome and accompany the Star Envoy Master, this old master has been invited. Alchemist Yang, are you interested in joining us? Would you like to see the place where the divine spirit appeared in Clear Jade Mountain? I heard that the world-extinguishing black flames are still burning there, and even a Tao Source Realm cultivator does not dare to enter them easily. However, we will not go too deep either. We just want to relax and broaden our horizons to see what the world-extinguishing black flames are like. I've already deeply experienced those flames, Yang Kai thought secretly. Chapter 1984. When the Luanfeng appeared, Yang Kai was in Clear Jade Mountain. It could be said that among the cultivator who had observed the Luan Feng up close, Yang Kai was the only one who was still alive. The others were all dead. Naturally, he had no interest in Kong Si Rant's proposal. So, he declined Kong Si Rant's invitation. Although shopkeeper Kong felt it was a pity, he did not say anything. After all, not everyone wanted to show their face in front of the Star Envoy Master in hopes of receiving guidance. Everyone had their own aspirations and could not be forced. Kong Si Ran admired Yang Kai's free and easy temperament, so after telling him to rest for a few days, he left. Yang Kai simply packed up and left Spirit Pill Plaza, returning to the secluded home he rented in Maplewood City. The next day, a magnificent, extremely large, and luxuriously decorated ship flew out of the city lord's mansion and headed straight for Clear Jade Mountain. On the ship, there was a symbol of the moon and stars. This was the symbol of Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the Southern Territory. All the cultivators in Maplewood City were shocked. At this moment, Yang Kai rented a white jade dragon horse carriage and ordered the coachman to go to a street in the western part of the city. Even if Maplewood City was not famous in the Southern Territory, it still occupied a vast area. Flying was not allowed in the city, so cultivators who wanted to save time could only rent this white jade dragon horse carriage. The white jade dragon horse was said to have the bloodline of an ancient divine dragon, but it was extremely thin. It had a gentle temperament and was easy to domesticate. It was also very suitable for pulling carriages. After half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Yang Kai paid the fare and got off the carriage. Coming to a remote corner, he took out a set of clothes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and put them on. Lifting his hat to cover his face, Yang Kai walked straight to the bustling street in front of him. Here, Maplewood City's Black Market. Although he had not been in Maplewood City for long, he had already inquired about the existence of the Black Market. The so-called Black Market was a place that could not exist openly, but it was a street that was tacitly permitted by Maplewood City's city lord's mansion. Here, there were many spoils of war from killing and robbing. Many things that couldn't be sold in the open could be found in a good market here. There were also some items of unknown origin that could be sold here. The cultivator who entered and exited the black market all consciously followed a rule. They did not ask about the origin of the goods, nor the seller's name and background. After the transaction was completed, they would have nothing to do with each other. In a place like this, it was easy to find some good things, so it was very popular and sought after by the cultivator in Maplewood City. Every day, it was packed with people. However, it was precisely because of that special rule that there were also some speculators. They would sell fake and substandard goods as good goods. This was a test of the buyer's eyesight and knowledge. If they were deceived because of greed, they would not be able to get away with it. He asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Yang Kai was a little worried that his outfit would attract too much attention. After all, he looked guilty and didn't look like a good person. However, when he entered the Black Market Street, he realized that his thoughts were unnecessary. There were actually a lot of martial artists wearing similar clothes to him, and they were everywhere. This discovery made him immediately relax. As soon as he entered the street, a shifty-eyed old man quietly approached him with a mysterious look on his face. He pulled Yang Kai's clothes. His eyes drifted and signaled him to talk to the side. "If you have something to say, say it," Yang Kai said coldly. "Brother, this old man is looking for you to tell you something good." "How can I say it in this place?" "Be careful that the walls have ears," the old man said while looking around. He was as vigilant as a mouse stealing oil. "Then don't say it." Yang Kai naturally knew that there were all kinds of people in this place. How could he be in the mood to waste time with a stranger? As he spoke, he strode forward. "Hey, little brother, don't go." The old man quickly caught up and stopped in front of Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Well, little brother seems to be a busy person. Then this old man won't waste your time. Look at this." As he said, So he took out a wrinkled animal skin paper from his chest. It was unknown what kind of monster beast the animal skin paper was made of, but it still had a strong energy fluctuation. On the animal skin paper, there were complicated lines running through it, crisscrossing and looking very profound. The old man just waved the animal skin paper in front of Yang Kai and quickly put it away. Then he said bitterly, "To tell you the truth, little brother, this treasure map is a treasure passed down by this old man's ancestors. This old man's ancestors followed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. And this treasure map points to the heaven-devouring great emperor's treasure. This old man's strength is too low to look for the treasure. Today, seeing little brother, we hit off very well. How about I sell this treasure map to you at a cheap price?" The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes, the great emperors who had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Who else could it be but him? The old man looked at Yang Kai with exultation. So little brother knows about the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy. That is a top secret art that even heaven and earth cannot tolerate. To tell you the truth, this secret art is very likely to be in this treasure trove. If little brother can obtain this secret art, it will only be a matter of time before you become one of the 10 great emperors. Ha ha! I already know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy, so I have no interest in your treasure map. Go find someone else. I'll sell it to you for 5,000 source crystals. This is a top opportunity. Little brother, do you want to consider it? The old man shouted behind Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. The old man suddenly became angry. "Brat, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. How dare you boast that you know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Do you really think this old man is a fool?" After saying that, he muttered to himself, "Isn't this trick too easy to see through? Should I change to another method?" Just as he was worried that no one had been fooled for several months and that he was penniless, a martial artist walked over from the corner of the street. That martial artist was a young girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The young girl was not ugly, and her figure was also very good. It was just that half of her face had a large crescent-shaped birthmark that ruined her overall beauty, making people sigh and wring their hands. The young girl bounced over from that side, like a happy little elf, with a face full of innocence. Seeing this, the old man immediately greeted her with an extremely kind smile on his face. "You, what are you doing?" The young girl was startled and immediately took a few steps back, looking at the old man warily. "Young girl, don't be afraid. This old man has no malicious intentions." The old man's smile became even more amiable. "Then what do you want to do?" The young girl looked the old man up and down. Her clear, beautiful eyes filled with instinctive vigilance. The old man chuckled and pretended to be profound. "This old man and this young girl are destined to meet here, so I want to give you a great opportunity." When the young girl heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she asked in surprise, "Great opportunity? What great opportunity? Tell me, tell me." In the depths of her heart, she was overjoyed, thinking that the legends and stories Ani Fong had told her when she was a child were not lies. In this world, there really were such opportunities and good fortune. In those stories, ordinary cultivators, because of the guidance and benefits given by mysterious old men, would soar to the heavens and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, achieving unparalleled greatness and being worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. When she was a child, she listened to these stories with great interest, but this time, after coming out for more than half a year, the young girl thought that Auntie Fong was just trying to deceive her, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Now that a mysterious old man was going to give her a great opportunity, the young girl couldn't be more excited, her heart jumping with joy. In an instant, the old man who was good at deceiving others became an extremely powerful master in the eyes of the young girl, and the reason he appeared in this crowded place was to find a suitable successor. and she was undoubtedly that peerless genius, 1 in 10 million, so she was chosen by this master. As for her casual dress, well, a little sloppy. Wasn't this how a master should look? Ha ha ha. The old man revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth and smiled mysteriously, then reached into his chest and took out the wrinkled animal skin paper. Granny, is there a shop here that sells spirit pills? Yon Kai stood in front of a stall, looking at the silver-haired, trembling old woman, and asked, 500 source crystals for one, refined by this old woman herself. The old woman looked at Yon Kai with a smile and pointed to a pile of unknown things in front of her. Yon Kai frowned and said, I'm asking if there's a shop here that sells spirit pills. Oh, you want to buy 2? I'll give you a discount, 900 source crystals for 2. No haggling. The old woman raised her hand and waved it back and forth, looking as if she had just taken advantage of him. Don't pretend to be deaf and mute with me. Do you believe I won't flip your stall upside down? Yon Kai glared at the old woman in front of him fiercely, showing off his powerful third-order Origin King aura at the right time. The old woman's face changed, and her previous senile appearance disappeared, replaced by a cold look. Little thing, you don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. You really don't know any manners. A first-order Origin King pretending to be deaf here. Are you trying to tease me? Yon Kai looked at her contemptuously. Go over there. Don't block this old woman's way of doing business. It's hard to do business these days. The old woman casually pointed in a direction, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to her previous trembling appearance. Following the old woman's directions, Yon Kai soon arrived at the entrance of a shop. The shop assistant was a normal person, unlike the old woman and old man he had met before. After asking Yon Kai why he had come, the shop assistant warmly welcomed him in, arranged a room for him, served him tea, and asked Yon Kai to wait for a moment before retreating respectfully. Yon Kai was not in a hurry and simply sipped his tea while waiting quietly. Chapter 1985. The reason why Yon Kai had come to the black market was because he had no choice but to do so. And the biggest reason was the 300 or so source condensing pills. These source condensing pills had been secretly embezzled by Yon Kai. If he used them himself, he wouldn't be able to use them all, and keeping them would be a waste. As for selling them, he had no good channels. After all, the origin of this batch of source condensing pills was not so open and above board. Yon Kai couldn't open a store to sell these pills himself. If he really did that, he would definitely be criticized by the people of Spirit Pill Plaza. So he could only come to the black market. This was the best and most suitable place. He basically had no source crystals on hand, so after selling this batch of spirit pills, he could at least save himself some money. Not long after, a round fatty pushed open the door and entered. The fatty's face was flushed red, and his body was full of fat. When he walked, the floor creaked. His 2 eyes had already narrowed into a slit, and the slit in the slit was shining brightly. As soon as he entered, the fat man cupped his fists enthusiastically and said, This humble one is Jean Fugaway. Greetings, young lord. He tactfully didn't ask Yon Kai's name, because people who came here didn't like others inquiring about their details. Yon Kai got up and said, Shopkeeper Jean is too polite. Looking up and down, Yon Kai was surprised to find that this fat man was also a third-order Origin King cultivator. Moreover, the strength in his body was quite vigorous. It seemed that he had also completed the transformation of his source chi. Even if there were many such existences in Maplewood City, there were definitely not many of them. Like Kong Si Ran and Juaning Si, he could be considered a master in Maplewood City. Jean Fugaway sat down with a genial face, the chair under his buttocks groaning. He looked at Yon Kai with a smile and said, I heard from the shop assistant that young lord has a batch of spirit pills on hand. Indeed, Jean Fugaway heard this. His small eyes lit up as he asked, Dare I ask what kind of spirit pills young lord has? This Jean has some face in Maplewood City, so young lord can rest assured that young lord will trade here. This Jean has always offered a fair price and has a good reputation. I will never reveal the slightest bit of information about the guest. Please rest assured about this. Shopkeeper Jean can say that. That's for the best. Yang Kai nodded before reaching out to take out a jade bottle from his space ring and pushing it in front of Jean Fugue. Shopkeeper Jean, take a look. This is the spirit pill I want to sell. Jean Fugue raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai. Then he picked up the jade bottle, opened the cap, and looked inside. In the next moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He exclaimed in surprise, "Is it the source congealing pill?" Things like source congealing pills were never lacking in demand, especially in the black market. There were at least 8,000 people waiting to buy source congealing pills every day. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, this kind of spirit pill would be snatched up as soon as it appeared. Therefore, Jean Fugue was very satisfied with the goods brought by Yang Kai. How many guests are there? Yang Kai gestured a number with his hand. Jean Fugue was moved. 300. Sir, you actually have such means to obtain 300 source congealing pills? He swallowed a source congealing pill. It was enough for a first-order Origin King cultivator to consume for 10 days, a second-order Origin King for 6 or 7 days, and a third-order Origin King for 3 or 4 days. Therefore, 300 source congealing pills might not seem like a lot, but it was definitely not a small number. Any Origin King realm cultivator who obtained these source condensing pills would not have to worry about source chi conversion for the next few years, or even a decade. What puzzled Jean Fugue the most was where Yang Kai had obtained such a large number of source congealing pills. However, this was a confidential matter, so he tactfully did not ask. After pondering for a moment, Jean Fugue said, "The quantity is indeed not small, but the quality." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Jean can give it a try." Jean Fugue did not refuse and nodded after hearing this. "Then please forgive this Jean for being rude." While speaking, he poured out a source congealing pill from the jade bottle. Stuffing it into his mouth, he silently circulated his secret art to dissolve it. After a short while, the fat on his face trembled slightly. A look of surprise flashed across his small eyes. These were source congealing pills refined by Yang Kai with the pill recipe provided by Spirit Pill Plaza. In terms of quality, there was absolutely nothing to complain about. Even better than the source congealing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Jean Fugue was a third-order Origin King and had dealt with spirit pills all year round. So how could he not be able to tell the difference? He was secretly shocked as he realized that the origin of these source congealing pills in Yang Kai's hands was very likely extraordinary. The room fell silent for a while, with only Jean Fugue tapping his hand on the table again and again, as if he was deliberating about something. After a long time, he said, "The quality of customers' source congealing pills is unquestionable. How about I offer customer this price?" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and gestured. Yang Kai could not help but sneer. "Shopkeeper Jean, in your eyes, is this the only price of my source congealing pills? If that's the case, I'd be happy to go to other stores to have a look." Jean Fugue lightly coughed and said, "Customer, please listen to me. This batch of source congealing pills is indeed high-quality goods, but if this store sells them, it will require some manpower and labor. You can't just not make a profit, right?" Shopkeeper Jin's words make sense. Yang Kai nodded, but there is no need to worry about a market for source congealing pills. I don't even need to go to any stores. I only need to stand on the street and shout, and I'm afraid they will all be snatched up. Shopkeeper Jean, are you sure you want to give up this great opportunity to make money? Jean Fugue's face suddenly twitched as he steeled his heart and gestured again. "Then how about this price?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, 500 for one. Perhaps we will have a chance to cooperate again." Jean Fugue frowned when he heard this, but soon made a decision, stood up and said, "Then we'll do as customer says. I hope that the next time customer has source congealing pills, customer must consider the store first. Naturally. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. By the way, in addition to source congealing pills, I also have some other pills here. Shopkeeper Jean can help me estimate them. The other pills Yang Kai mentioned were naturally the ones he had obtained from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy. There were many of them and many kinds, but their grade and popularity could not be compared to source congealing pills. Of course, Jean Fugaway did not care about these things. For a black market merchant like him, as long as he could make money, it was enough. Immediately, the two of them counted and calculated. Jean Fugay took away most of the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, while Yang Kai received nearly 170,000 source crystals. This number gave Yang Kai some confidence. After all, he had only earned 30,000 source crystals from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy for an entire month. But now, in just half a month, he had earned 170,000 source crystals. And the biggest reason for this was the high demand and high price of source congealing pills. Coming out of Jean Fugaway's shop, Yang Kai was still wearing his black robe. He was not in a hurry to go back and instead wandered around the black market. In this kind of place, it was easy to find some good things, but the chances were very small. After all, there were not many cultivators who did not know what was good for them, and it was rare for them to sell treasures like garbage. Yang Kai wandered around, but did not gain anything. Just as he was about to return home, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. There was a trace of anger and grievance in the voice. "Why are you all so unreasonable?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this voice, and the image of a young girl immediately flashed in front of his eyes. Impossible, right? Yang Kai thought to himself, but he had only been in Maplewood City for a few days and did not know many people, so the only voice that sounded familiar to him was this young girl. His curiosity was piqued, and he hurriedly walked over. Not far away, a group of people was watching something, and many cultivators were pointing at the center of the field. Yang Kai parted the crowd and looked inside. In an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the center of the field, a young girl in a dark green dress was frowning as she looked forward. She was petite, had a full chest and a graceful figure. Her face was delicate and pretty, and her skin was fair. The most striking thing about her was the large crescent-shaped birthmark on her cheek. There were also several bulging cloth bags hanging from her waist. No one knew what was in them. Emo Shao-Chi. Yang Kai could not believe his eyes. It really was Emo Shao-Chi, the innocent girl he had met in Clear Jade Mountain. She was still alive? To be honest, seeing this little girl alive and kicking, Yang Kai inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, and the guilt that had been in his heart disappeared in an instant. That day in Clear Jade Mountain, the divine spirit was angry, and the black flame destroyed the world, and Clear Jade Mountain was poisoned, and Emo Shao-Chi had disappeared. Yang Kai thought she had died and felt quite guilty at the time, because if he had been close enough to Emo Shao-Chi, he could have pulled her into the sealed world bead before the black flame reached her. But because of a momentary lapse in judgment, this innocent girl had died under the Luan Feng's wrath. At that time, Yang Kai did feel a little guilty. Although he was not very familiar with Emo Shao-Chi, the impression she gave him was quite good, and there were very few girls like Emo Shao-Chi in this world. Now that he saw her again, Yang Kai was overjoyed, but at the same time he wondered how she had managed to escape from that place. After all, the Luan Feng's indiscriminate attacks were too terrifying, and if he did not have the sealed world bead, he would not have been able to escape death. But thinking about it carefully, this little girl's origins were extremely mysterious, and she had a dazzling array of high-grade artifacts on her. Perhaps she had used the power of some kind of artifact to escape. Thinking so, Yang Kai's evaluation of Emo Shao-Chi rose a few notches. After all, an artifact that could withstand the Luan Feng's wrath was at least an emperor artifact, and Mo Shao-Chi being able to possess an emperor artifact showed that her origins were unimaginable. But at this moment, this girl with great origins was in a predicament. Opposite her, a group of cultivators were surrounding a young man. This young man looked handsome and elegant, but his pair of lustful eyes were constantly sweeping Mo Shao-Chi's body back and forth, especially her full twin peaks, which attracted this young man's attention. However, when he shifted his gaze to Mo Shao-Chi's face, a look of extreme regret appeared on his face, as if he hated the unfairness of the Creator, his expression full of complaints against the blood and tears of the heavens.